The boisterous cheers of naval officers filled the air at the late-night banquet. It was a gathering of high society, everyone resplendent in lavish formal wear, a prelude to the real entertainment, a night at the gambling dens. Bastian stepped down from the carriage. The night sky outside was breathtakingly beautiful. Their ultimate destination was a casino in the entertainment district. Bastian glanced around, taking in the scene, when a hand clapped him on the shoulder. "What are you doing out here? Let's go inside," a voice boomed. It was Lucas von Ewald, the only son of Count Ewald, the president of the Berg Empire Chamber of Commerce. Bastian quickly offered an explanation about a minor mishap. Arihi, with a playful wink, chimed in vaguely, "You'll find out soon enough." He added with a mischievous glint in his eye, "Depends how you look at it. There's plenty of fun to be had here." This was Arihi Faber, the eldest son of the burgeoning Faber family, who were making their fortune in the steel industry. Seeing Bastian's indifferent expression, Arihi asked curiously, "What's wrong? Don't you like casinos?" Both Arihi and Lucas stared intently at Bastian, leaving him momentarily speechless. He closed his eyes briefly, composing himself, then joined his two friends, stepping towards the entrance. "Let's go in." Arihi praised Bastian cheerfully. "That's the spirit. I would have been so disappointed if you'd gone home." Inside the casino, everyone was engrossed in card games. Then, three tall, handsome men, radiating an undeniable charisma, entered. The casino owner, spotting the trio, leaped up in delight, rushing to greet them. "You're finally here," he exclaimed, his voice laced with relief. "I've been so worried with you being gone for so long." The owner then noticed Bastian, a new face among the group. Turning to Lucas, he asked curiously, "But who is this gentleman?" Lucas, beaming, replied, "A friend of mine. It's his first time here, so it's understandable you wouldn't recognize him." Lucas decided to reveal Bastian's identity to the casino owner. "You know the man who caused such a stir in the news recently? The one who fearlessly engaged in hand-to-hand combat on the deck during the naval battle at the Trosar Islands? The one who bravely infiltrated the enemy base and captured the commander of the Nobita army alive? That's him, Colonel Bastian Clauvitz, a hero of the Empire. He looked incredibly valiant then, and now he's standing right here." Lucas gestured towards Bastian with a flourish. "That man right there." The casino owner, upon hearing Bastian's name, instantly recognized his status, and his eyes gleamed with admiration. "I never dreamed I'd have the honor of meeting the protector of the Empire's seas here. This is truly a privilege, Colonel." He bowed respectfully and gestured towards the stairs. "This way, please. I'll escort you to the VIP room prepared for you on the second floor." Arihi, trailing behind, teased Lucas about his introduction. "You always introduce me with such flourish." Lucas, unfazed, puffed up with pride for his friend. "So what? I'm proud to show off my friend." As the trio ascended the stairs, a man's pleading voice reached Bastian's ears. "Please, just one more chance. Just one." He glanced over. He saw a desperate gambler clinging to a guard, begging, "Please let me in. I still have money to bet." The guard, looking down at the man groveling at his feet, sneered, "Oh, the infamous beggar duke, as I live and breathe. Well then, let's see this money you're so eager to wager." The gambler trembled at the guard's words, his voice catching in his throat. "WL." The gambler, utterly devoid of paternal affection, latched onto a desperate idea. My daughter. I'll use my daughter as collateral." He grew increasingly shameless, embellishing his daughter's worth to secure the highest possible stake. "You all know how talented and beautiful my daughter is, don't you? What's a little wager compared to her? So, just let me play one hand." Before the gambler could finish his plea, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Hold on," a voice interjected. "Can you stand by those words?" The gambler turned to see who was addressing him, and Arihi continued, "You're saying your daughter is worth enough to cover all your debts, and then some? Can you guarantee that?" The gambler hesitated at Arihi's question, then gritted his teeth. "WL, of course. My daughter is right here in this city. No, I dare say she's the most beautiful woman in the Empire." Arihi listened to the gambler's confident assertion, a slow smile spreading across his face. He straightened up, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "This is getting interesting." He turned to Bastian and Lucas, gauging their reactions. "What do you two think?" Lucas, intrigued, leaned in. "This is worth looking into, isn't it?" He stopped Bastian, who seemed about to walk away. Bastian, you're here now. Don't leave things half-finished. Bastian sighed, resigned to his friend's curiosity. Fine, I understand. The gambler was then ushered into the room to join the three men. The dealer began to deal the cards. He tossed the remaining cards aside. Bastian seemed indifferent to the game. Perhaps the loss wouldn't matter much to him. With this thought, a faint smile touched his lips. Let's begin, he announced to the group. Outside, the sky was inky black. Inside the casino, a crowd pressed in around their table. Curious onlookers, witnessing the commotion, asked those already gathered, "What's the game here? Why such a crowd?" Someone in the throng replied bluntly, "TSK, you're late. You probably haven't heard that the beggar duke has wagered his own daughter. And it looks like it's almost over." The gambler, sweat beading on his brow, anxiously studied his hand. Arihi tossed his cards down in disappointment. Nothing for me this round. Lucas hadn't fared any better. Same here. Lucas turned to Bastian, who was intently examining his hand. "What about you, Bastian?" he asked curiously. Bastian replied casually, not a bad hand at all." With that, he laid his cards on the table. The gambler's jaw dropped. Arihi leaped to his feet, astounded. "Whoa, a royal flush." Lucas teased Bastian. "So, Captain Clauvitz has won the most beautiful woman in the Empire." Arihi, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Does the goddess of victory hold his hand while he plays? This isn't fair." The gambler, utterly distraught, sputtered, "I lost. Impossible." Onlookers edged closer. Well, one said to the gambler, "Time to pay up." Another chimed in, "Is the beggar duke shopping for a son-in-law?" The gambler vehemently denied the accusations. "No, there's something wrong here." Bastian, disgusted by the gambler's attempt to renege, thought, "He's pathetic. I can't bear to look at him." He rose abruptly, ready to leave. "Gentlemen, this is ridiculous. Let's go." Lucas, surprised by Bastian's sudden departure, reminded him, "What are you saying, Bastian? You have to collect your winnings." Arihi rushed to intercept him as well. "Exactly. It's yours." Just then, as if a sudden realization struck him, the gambler called out, Wait a minute." He pleaded with Bastian for another chance, his voice laced with desperation. "Please forgive me just one more time. If we play again, I'll—" Bastian, his face hardening, glared at the pitiful figure. The gambler flinched under his gaze. Disgust twisting in his gut, Bastian shoved him aside. Seeing Bastian's expression, Lucas instantly understood his friend's anger. He signaled to a guard. "All right, I'm collecting the wager as agreed." The gambler's face paled. Unwilling to lose his beautiful and alluring daughter so easily, he lurched to his feet, adopting a threatening posture. "Do you know who I am?" He lunged towards Bastian, ranting, "How dare you do this to me? You'll pay for this. If word of you touching my daughter reaches the Emperor, you'll never know peace, because that child—" He let out a triumphant, chilling laugh. The gambler declared that his daughter possessed precious royal blood, a lineage so noble that Bastian wouldn't even be worthy of looking upon her. The gambler's daughter, he insisted, was indeed as beautiful as the rumors claimed. The night deepened, the clock chiming 12. Meanwhile, a young woman knitting paused her work, her gaze drifting anxiously towards the window as she waited for her gambling-addicted father. "It's late," she murmured. "I wonder when father will return." "Tira," Odette whispered softly, nudging the sleeping girl beside her. Tira stirred. She sat up abruptly. "Odette, has father not returned yet?" Odette, looking at Tira's worried face, offered a reassuring smile. "No, not yet." Tira's anxiety gnawed at her. "What if something happened again? What should we do?" She fretted. Odette took Tira's hand, her voice soothing. "It's all right. Nothing will happen. It's late. Don't wait any longer. Let's go to sleep." Tira obediently agreed. "Okay." Together, they walked back towards their room. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from up ahead. "That sound is scary," Tira whimpered. Odette comforted her. "Oh, it's nothing. Just the wind." Despite Odette's reassurances, Tira remained frightened, hiding behind her. "But it sounds like a ghost crying." Reaching Tira's room, Odette tucked her into bed, gently patting her back. "Sleep now, Tira." Feeling the warmth of her sister's care, Tira felt as if she had another mother. "But I'm not your child," she murmured. Odette didn't reply, simply offering a beautiful smile before leaving the room. Odette returned to the living room. Ignoring the late hour, she continued her busy work. So, now I need to reorganize my list of essential purchases and then go to bed. Tomorrow I can sell the lace I've made these past few days. Odette's family had truly fallen on hard times. Her father was a gambling addict. Last year, I was still living comfortably in a house with hot water, but father caused trouble, so we don't have much money left. We had to find a cheaper place to rent. Odette recalled what Tira had said earlier. Tira said it sounded like a ghost crying, but the eerie sound in my ears is strangely sweet. Because her family had almost been thrown out onto the streets, Odette felt a small measure of relief. However, I still managed to rent an attic in an old building. All of this is thanks to the royal allowance given to my deceased mother. Thinking of this, Odette took out her mother's photograph and looked at it. As far as she knew, her mother was actually the first princess, Princess Helene, deeply loved by the deceased emperor of this country. Born and raised amidst the adoration of the people, she was incredibly beautiful and radiant, captivating all who saw her. Even the flowers paled in comparison. The princess once had a fiancé, the heir of the Rabida family. They were a couple blessed by both the royal family and the people. But one night, 3 months before the wedding, the princess suddenly disappeared. She followed darkness, running away with her secret lover, Duke Derson, from a family that had completely fallen into ruin. Of course, this shocked the entire empire. The emperor was disappointed in his daughter. He bluntly announced the severance of their relationship and ordered the confiscation of all the princess's property and status, banishing her from the empire. The result was not hard to predict. Her parents instantly became impoverished wanderers. At that time, Odette's mother stroked her hair and called her name. She urged me to remember never to lose my dignity under any circumstances. Odette smiled brightly, deeply engraving her mother's words in her heart. Yes, mother. My mother raised me strictly, constantly hoping that one day I would regain my original royal status. I learned dancing, etiquette, music, dot painting, and several foreign languages. I devoted myself entirely to learning everything according to my mother's wishes. But suddenly one day, Odette cried out, "Mother." Her mother collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, leaving her beloved daughter with her last words. "Odette, my dear daughter, you must regain your rightful place." Hearing her mother's words, Odette could only weep in sorrow. The day we reclaim our former glory had yet to arrive. Her mother, who had clung to hope as if it were a religion, breathed her last in the miserable reality of a life with no way out. Odette returned the photograph of her deceased mother to the table. Then, lost in thought, she considered her own fate. Would my end be the same as mother's? As she pondered, a knock echoed from outside. "Is anyone there?" A voice called. Odette, startled from her reverie, turned her head. Without hesitation, she opened the door and addressed the visitor. "What is it at this late hour?" The guard inquired after Odette's name. "Are you Miss Odette, daughter of Lord Derson?" Odette's heart lurched. Fearing something had happened to her father, she quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's me." "What about my father?" The guard hastened to explain. "Then please come with us." He relayed the details of her gambling-addicted father's latest transgression, another crippling debt accrued at the gambling den. Odette was stunned. "You will receive a more detailed explanation there," the guard prompted. Clenching her fists in anger, the reality of her father's renewed debt settled upon her. "Father," again she muttered. "I understand." She quickly turned to prepare, calling back to the guard, "I'll be ready in a moment." "Please wait." Odette's composure, her seeming indifference, stirred a flicker of pity in the guard. Was she so accustomed to this? Her life was being systematically dismantled by her wastrel father. Pulling on her gloves and grabbing her cloak, Odette recalled her late mother's teachings. "Mother taught me never to lose my dignity, no matter the circumstance." She repeated the words like a familiar mantra. I'm sure some would scoff and say it's pointless, but I don't want to erase the past. After all, it was the last thing her mother had left her before she died. Finished with her preparations, Odette turned to the guards. "I'm ready. Let's go." Meanwhile, back at the gambling den, Derson pleaded with the owner for leniency. "I beg you, don't do this to her. She has royal blood. If you do this, there will be a huge uproar." But the owner was unmoved, even irritated. "Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too? You wagered your noble daughter yourself. Begging won't help now. The guards are already on their way to fetch her." Derson trembled, the words hitting him with the force of a physical blow. "No, it can't be." At that moment, Lucas approached, curiosity evident in his voice. "Hey, Bastian," he asked, "how does it feel to be about to meet the Emperor's granddaughter?" Bastian didn't answer, instead posing a question of his own. "Do you believe what that man said?" Lucas offered a non-committal reply. "I just think it would be interesting if it were true," he said with a shrug. But as for believing it, Arihi, however, was perplexed. Why would Bastian question a man's claims when he knew his daughter was a beauty? She was certain her daughter was the most beautiful woman in the Empire. Wasn't that enough to warrant belief? Seeing their keen interest, Bastian felt compelled to play along. They seem rather invested in this, he thought. I suppose I'll have to see this charade through. Just then, a guard arrived with Odette. "I brought her," he announced. Bastian turned, his curiosity piqued. The onlookers, equally eager, murmured amongst themselves. "Finally, she's here." Odette entered the room. She walked towards her father, but then, unexpectedly, brushed past him, leaving the gambler in a state of bewildered panic. Her face obscured by a dark hat, Odette addressed the room. "Tell me," she demanded, "how much does my father owe?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Huh?" Whispers erupted amongst the onlookers. "What's with that girl?" Someone muttered. "Why is she acting so high and mighty?" Another quickly surmised. "She clearly doesn't understand the situation." Arihi stepped forward to clarify. "It seems you've misunderstood." "Miss," she said, "we didn't call you here to settle the debt." At these words, Odette turned to leave. "In that case, I have no reason to stay," she declared. "I'm taking my father with me." Arihi quickly intercepted her. "That would be rather inconvenient," she stated. "You can take your father, but you must stay." Confusion etched on her face. Odette asked, "What are you talking about?" Arihi revealed the true stakes of the gamble. "Because your father wagered you." Odette reeled from the shock. Arihi continued, gesturing towards Bastian. "The man standing over there is the one who won the bet." All eyes in the room turned to Bastian. Arihi, having updated Odette on the situation, reiterated, "Do you understand now?" Overwhelmed, Odette cried out, "Father." Lord Derson could only kneel and plead, "Daughter, I'm so sorry. I never imagined things would turn out like this," he lamented. But then, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he muttered, "I could have won big." A wave of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd. Odette clenched her fists, her anger palpable. Then she recalled the ornate white uniforms of the three men, recognizing them instantly as naval officers. If they were stationed in the capital, they undoubtedly belonged to high society. What was she to do? Flee with her father? No matter how they ran, there would still be guards outside. Odette quickly averted her gaze, her eyes immediately filling with sorrow, just as she'd feared. This was the only way. Odette approached Bastian. As soon as she stood before him, she demanded, "Aren't you ashamed? Soldiers who defend the Empire participating in gambling. Surely you know that contracts for the sale of people are illegal." Bastian sneered contemptuously. "Bringing up morals and laws in a place like this isn't a particularly effective solution." Odette continued to press him, appealing to his supposed sense of duty. Since when did being a soldier become an excuse to abandon honor and dignity? Bastian bristled at her reprimand. "I didn't expect to be lectured in a situation like this, and with such self-righteousness." After her impassioned plea, Odette's tone softened. "Please forgive my father's transgression just this once. I will repay his entire debt." At this, Bastian shoved his hands into his pockets and drawled, "And what am I supposed to do? I'm not exactly keen on that idea." The infuriating smirk that twisted his lips startled Odette. Bastian stepped closer, his voice laced with a predatory confidence. "I'm the one who calls the shots here. You're in my hands now." He issued a cruel challenge. "Try removing that veil. I don't care about the money, and I have no interest in you. But I can't be the only one to lose out. So, let me see your face, and we'll end this." Odette stumbled back, taking a few unsteady steps. Bastian glanced at her with a flicker of amusement, considering that this might actually be worth watching. Lucas, observing the tense exchange, sighed. "A bit anticlimactic, isn't it?" Arihi, also wanting to see Odette's face, chimed in, "Drag it out a little longer." Bastian felt a prickle of annoyance at their goading. They really didn't know when to quit. Uncomfortable with the prolonged confrontation, Bastian decided to bring it to an end. "If I let her go without taking the money, I'll just have to keep dealing with her. I've already made enough concessions by getting involved in this mess." Overhearing this, Odette's father rushed forward, urging his daughter, "Fine, just do as they say. Let's get out of here." Bastian confirmed, yes, if you're unwilling, then I can only follow the rules. Odette, uncertain, pressed him again, do you swear to uphold the agreement? At her words, Bastian merely offered a thin smile, saying nothing. Honor and dignity were virtues for the righteous. Seeking such things in a gambling den was far too noble. Turning, he finally replied with a tone of assurance, of course, Odette. Hearing this, Odette's hands clenched, trembling, as she reached for her veil. You must keep your word. Lucas and Arihi watched with bated breath, eager to witness Odette's beauty, a sight that would surely astound everyone in the gambling hall. Odette removed her hat, revealing her eyes and a face as lovely as a sculpted masterpiece. Bastian, captivated by the sight of her face, seemed lost in thought. Recalling Lord Derson's earlier words, he murmured in surprise, I had taken him for a pitiful liar. Standing before Odette, he couldn't help but admit to himself, but his daughter is indeed beautiful. That fact is undeniable. The next morning, Lord Derson, oblivious to the trouble he'd caused, was home and sound asleep. Tira, arriving early at his door, sought Odette's opinion. Sister, should I board up the door? Odette's voice drifted pleasantly from within, boarded up. What do you intend to do then? Tira's voice was laced with bitterness. You don't need to know. Honestly, even if father were locked in that room, whatever happened to him, I wouldn't care. No, it would be better. Alarmed by her sister's reaction, Odette called out Tira. Tira turned, resentment etched on her face. I have to endure it every day, his constant drinking, then the gambling debts, and everything else. Those things are fine. I'm used to them. But I will never forgive what he's done to you and me. Just look at him. Tira's words dripped with the venom she felt for her gambling-addicted father, who had gone so far as to wager his own daughter. Tira seethed at the sight of her father sleeping like a log. He strolls back in here as if nothing happened, sprawled out sleeping so peacefully. How can he be so shameless? Odette, seemingly oblivious to Tira's tirade, recalled her safe return the previous night. It was all thanks to the man who had won that despicable gamble. Bastian had let Odette go, saying, consider my winnings. Odette felt a surge of gratitude. She was fortunate that the naval officer had kept his word, for she had been forced to endure the humiliation of revealing her face. Thanks to that, she and her father had escaped that place. Tira suddenly spoke up. Couldn't we report this to His Majesty the Emperor? She hoped Odette would seek the royal family's aid before their father caused any more trouble. Please, ask them for help. What if they agree? Besides, you're the Emperor's granddaughter. The book Odette held clattered to the floor. She rose abruptly, cutting Tira off. That's absolutely out of the question. Tira recoiled, startled by the sharp edge in her sister's voice. Tira's eyes widened in surprise. Odette's fear was that if the royal family learned of their father's actions, they might cut off their allowance. She reached out, gripping Tira's shoulders. Listen to me carefully, Tira. We absolutely cannot do that. Do you understand? Odette's forceful reaction shocked Tira. Sister, she breathed, then acquiesced. I understand. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned the royal family. Relieved, Odette pulled Tira into a hug. A wave of sadness washed over her. How could they possibly help the daughter of a man who ruined his own daughter's life? She thought bitterly. My very existence is a disgrace to the Emperor. Adams, a coastal city near the capital, housed the estates of the royal family and nobility. Its northern region, renowned for its breathtaking beauty, was known as the Pearl of Adams. Originally belonging to a long-established earl, the estate had changed hands over the years as the family's fortunes declined. Now a car pulled through its gates. It belonged to the Clauvitz family, a newly wealthy dynasty that had monopolized a significant portion of the Burgess Empire's railways. As soon as Bastian arrived, a figure rushed out to greet him. Oh, Bastian, did you really drive that hunk of metal all the way here yourself? The woman was Maria Gross, Bastian's aunt. Bastian gestured towards the car. Indeed, as you can see, Maria clicked her tongue, her voice a mixture of affection and exasperation. I truly can't understand you. Why do you insist on doing the very things your father despises? Bastian extended a hand towards her. You wouldn't understand, he replied, a bright, handsome smile playing on his lips. Perhaps he'll take pity on his son, who can't even afford a chauffeur. Just then, the doors of the mansion swung open. The interior was opulent, dazzling in its grandeur. Greeted by a chorus of servants, Maria and Bastian stepped inside. When someone cares more about your assets than you do, Maria remarked, that person is your father. Bastian's response was casual, almost flippant. Hardly assets, he said. Just an old house and a paltry trust fund. Maria, hearing her nephew's indirect response, understood immediately. He was being evasive, just as he always had been. Rumors of the vast fortune he'd inherited from his mother's family had already spread. Maria quickly grasped Bastian's reticence. If you don't want to flaunt it, I'll respect that, she thought, but not without a subtle reminder. Just remember to hold on to it. Maria suddenly brought up his grandfather and the reason he had entrusted Bastian with his knife. Her meaning was clear. He understood the significance more than anyone. Bastian feigned innocence, a bright smile plastered on his face. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Knowing her nephew's stubborn nature, Maria sighed in resignation. Then, gesturing ahead, she asked, don't you? Tonight's banquet is to announce your brother Franz's engagement. I hear it's to Earl Klein's daughter. Yes, Bastian confirmed. At his affirmation, Maria could practically picture the expression on Bastian's father's face. I can just imagine how pleased your father must be. A shadow suddenly fell over Bastian's features. He thought of Franz, his half-brother, his mother a noble woman. Franz had been the obvious choice as heir, feeding their father's relentless social climbing. A sardonic laugh escaped Bastian's lips. That precious son of his marrying into such a prestigious family. He must be ecstatic. Seeing that Bastian himself was still unmarried, Maria quickly offered a pointed reminder. You should also marry someone who can be of assistance to you. Bastian flashed a charming smile. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. His answer only deepened Maria's unease. Such a dependable reply. At that moment, Maria remembered the most important matter. I'm warning you, she said, her voice low. Stay away from Princess Isabel. She'll drag you down to hell with her. Bastian looked puzzled. She's the eldest daughter of the Bergs, isn't she? Yes, Maria confirmed. And the rumors of Princess Isabel's infatuation with you have already spread throughout high society. At her words, it clicked. Ah, that's right. The one who used to follow the Emperor around when I was an officer. The intensity of her gaze back then had been unsettling. He shook his head. I have no feelings for her. Maria waved his dismissal aside. That may be your sentiment, but the Emperor feels differently. She explained. He witnessed his own sister blindly ruin her life for love. If you think his daughter can live like Princess Helene did, you'll have a very difficult time explaining yourself. Hearing this, he knew who the person was, the unfortunate Princess Helene. Bastian suddenly thought of Odette's father. Come to think of it, the beggar duke at the casino had also mentioned that name. He'd said his daughter had royal blood. Maria, seeing Bastian's distraction, called out questioningly, Bastian, are you listening to me, Bastian? Bastian dismissed the father and daughter from his mind. I'm all too familiar with the tricks of those who impersonate nobility. He smiled, assuring Maria with a confident tone, there's absolutely nothing for you to worry about. It's a waste of time to overthink it. Meanwhile, in the Imperial palace of the bogus empire, a woman looked at a stolen photograph of Bastian, her face etched with worry. What should we do about this? She asked. The man beside her offered a placating response. Calm down, my dear. They're just photographs. The woman remained unconvinced. The wedding is fast approaching, yet the girl spends every night gazing at pictures of another man. Do you truly believe this is a trivial matter? This woman was the Empress of Bogus. The man beside her, the Emperor of Bogus, attempted to soothe her. As you said, Isabel will be married soon. No matter how much she admires Bastian, that fact will not change. The Empress covered her face with her hand, her voice laced with sorrow. Helene also had a fiancé, but for love, she recklessly ruined a prearranged marriage. For love, the Emperor paused, the words hanging heavy in the air. The Empress realized she had touched upon a sensitive subject. Quickly, she turned to the Emperor, attempting to smooth things over. Forgive me. I didn't mean to offend the royal family. I'm just worried something similar to Princess Helene's situation might happen. The Emperor understood her concern. I know, my dear. He crossed his arms, his voice firm. But that will absolutely not happen. While Bastian is an exceptional man, he is certainly not a suitable match for the princess. Hearing the Emperor's words, the Empress's thoughts returned to Princess Helene. Do you truly intend to abandon Odette forever? The Emperor, startled by the sudden shift in topic, asked, why do you bring up Odette now? The Empress spoke of Duke Derson's situation. Duke Derson seems to be causing quite a bit of trouble. The Emperor sighed, his tone laced with weariness. He always has. What's so strange about that? The Empress, however, was deeply concerned for Odette. He even snuck into a casino. If this continues, what will happen to Odette if something goes wrong? The Emperor doesn't seem to care much for Duke Derson. My continued support for him is entirely for Odette's sake. I don't care what happens to him, aside from your sister. The Empress agreed with the Emperor. I truly detest Duke Derson, she admitted, but we can't stand idly by and let Princess Helene's precious daughter suffer such misfortune. The Emperor, hearing this, remained silent. The Empress quickly offered her opinion. Therefore, I've been wondering if it wouldn't be better to find a suitable marriage prospect for Odette, such as Captain Clauvitz. The Emperor, upon hearing this, was visibly startled. Gesturing towards Bastian's picture on the table, asked Clauvitz, "You mean Bastian Clauvitz?" The Empress affirmed yes. Although his standing is somewhat low, he's a hero who successfully led that great battle. I believe he's worthy of marrying into the Imperial family. The Emperor appeared perplexed. Even if his lineage is somewhat humble, he's still the son of the wealthiest family in the Empire. A strapping young man like him could marry any lower-ranking noble's daughter. Why Duke Derson's daughter specifically? The Empress offered her reasoning. Even if the family is currently in decline, Derson is still a duke from a family with a long and storied history. Furthermore, she continued, Odette also has royal blood. The Emperor still seemed hesitant. However, the Empress, not giving him time to ponder, took his hand and coaxed him. And this could be very good for Isabel. The Empress clarified her primary objective. If Bastian Clauvitz were to become involved with his cousin, perhaps she would be forced to reconsider her affections. The Emperor, hearing this, was taken aback. The Empress continued to whisper in the Emperor's ear, "You are the Emperor. He is but a minor officer. You have more than enough power to control him like a puppet. Please, have Bastian Clauvitz marry Odette to protect our Princess Isabel." In this world, marriage is the perfect business opportunity. From the vast fortune gained through his marriage to his mother, to the elevation in status when he remarried into a beloved daughter of a noble family. The lessons his father personally taught him through 2 marriages, even within the royal family, he never condoned. Bastian's attractiveness was undeniable to everyone. At that moment, a duchess came forward to greet Bastian. "It's been a while, Lord Bastian. How do you feel about the news of your beloved brother's engagement?" This duchess was Sandrine d'Anlavire, the only daughter of Duke d'Anlavire, the wealthiest family in Pilia and Lucas's cousin. Bastian glanced at Sandrine, a thought flickering behind his eyes. If he had to sell himself, it had to be a transaction that yielded the highest possible profit. With this in mind, a warm smile spread across his face as he said, "Of course, I would consider it an honor for my family." Sandrine echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, it would be a great honor for the Clauvitz family. It's not as if I'm unaware of how advantageous this would be for you." With that, she turned to summon a waiter. Bastian watched her, his mind churning. Sandrine d'Anlavire. A few years ago, she had married Count Reinhardt, but due to numerous conflicts early in their marriage, she was currently preparing for a divorce. In any case, by next year, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would return to the Duke's house, once again the cherished daughter. After all, the Laville family wielded considerable influence. Having given her instructions to the waiter, Sandrine turned back to Bastian. Hope glimmered in Sandrine's eyes as she spoke. "I'm striving to help you attain the honor that is within your grasp. I trust that, during this time, you won't make any reckless mistakes that could jeopardize everything." Bastian responded with assurance, "Of course. I will also do my best not to betray the trust between us." However, he suddenly leaned closer, his voice a low murmur in Sandrine's ear, "Don't trust me too much. Currently, the Laville family is my first choice, but as you know, the winds of the marriage market are ever-changing." "Is that so?" Sandrine asked, incredulous. "Are you threatening me?" Bastian didn't confirm, instead flashing a dazzling smile. "Why would I do such a thing? Consider it a word of encouragement. I hope you regain your freedom soon." Countess Sandrine, seeing his demeanor, sighed in exasperation. "Sir, your smile is far too charming for the words that come from your mouth, which are utterly devoid of sentiment." Bastian simply replied, "Oh, is that so?" As Sandrine conversed with Bastian, she noticed someone enter. "Aha," she alerted him. "Lady Clauvitz is looking over here with a rather resentful expression. Seeing her son with the daughter of a prominent duke must be stirring up quite the jealousy within her." Bastian chuckled. As expected, you are very perceptive. Sandrine sighed again, a hint of weariness in her voice. To be able to scheme to such an extent is truly admirable, sir. No longer wishing to prolong the conversation, she rose to leave. It's getting late. I should be going. I also wanted to gauge the level of reliability between us today. He listened politely, responding, very well then, until we meet again. Watching Duchess Sandrine Danlavier depart, the other ladies began to murmur about her and Bastian. Did you see that just now? One whispered. Yes, another replied. There's something decidedly peculiar about their interaction. Just as I suspected, Countess Reinhardt's next husband will be Captain Clauvitz. Their hushed conversation drifted to Maria's ears. Bastian, seemingly ill at ease amidst the festive atmosphere, stepped outside. He surveyed his surroundings, drawing a deep breath and tilting his head back to gaze at the sky. A thought struck him, a realization dawning. That girl hadn't cried, not even at the very end. Clearly, that wretched Duke Derson wasn't about to change his ways. It was as if Odette's future had already been decided, a grim sentence passed. How unlike me, he mused, to dwell on such trivial matters, twice in one day, no less. His thoughts were interrupted by Maria, who appeared, a look of surprise on her face. Bastian, there you are. He turned, offering her a smile. Just getting some air. It takes some time to adjust to these gatherings after being on the battlefield for so long. Maria's expression clouded with concern. Even so, why are you looking in that direction? It doesn't bring back pleasant memories, she said, her voice laced with hesitation. You almost died on that beach. The memory flashed before him. A pack of wild wolves relentlessly pursuing him across the sand, his shoulder wounded, dodging and weaving in a desperate attempt to escape. He'd reached the edge of the cliff, a sheer drop to the river below. Turning to face his pursuers, he saw two wolves waiting, jaws gaping, poised to attack. Panic seized him. He jumped. Maria, a witness to the terrifying scene, had been petrified. Still a child at the time, she had seen something plummet into the water. What was that? She'd wondered, her curiosity piqued. Did someone just jump? Then, recognition and a surge of horror. It was Bastian. He was pulled from the river and brought back to the manor, his wounds being bandaged by a servant. Maria, furious, had confronted his tutor. How could you let this happen? Look at his injuries. The tutor stammered, offering a hasty excuse. It was an accident, Mississippi. The young master was riding, and the horse bolted. I did my best to find him. Maria, unrelenting, pressed further. And the wild dogs. Did you not check to ensure the area was safe for his lessons? The tutor was speechless. Maria, determined, vowed to get to the bottom of it. She would not let the matter rest. Before Maria could finish, a man placed a hand on her shoulder and interjected, "Stop it, Maria. You heard what the instructor said. It was just an accident during training." This man was Bastian's father, Jeff Clauvitz. Maria, incensed by her brother's dismissive tone, as if nothing of consequence had occurred, cried out, "Your son nearly died, and you're just going to brush it off as an accident." Jeff Clauvitz quickly offered a curt solution. "This ends here. I'll dismiss the instructor. It was his negligence." Maria wouldn't accept Jeff Clauvitz's hasty decision. Jeff walked over to Bastian and asked, "Bastian, are you all right?" Bastian looked up, his gaze icy. Seeing his son unharmed, Jeff Clauvitz was relieved and remarked, "You're a lucky lad." His father's words, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "My brother is clearly delusional. He claims it was wild dogs, but the marks on this child, those weren't inflicted in a single day. I won't let Bastian stay in this house any longer." Maria thought, her hands clenching, trembling with resolve. "The moment I made that decision, I contacted the child's maternal family. A week later, the Ellis family, Bastian's maternal relatives, came to take him away, though their greatest wish was also for the boy to leave. I don't regret that decision, because Bastian had to survive so that he could one day consider revenge." Maria then offered her perspective. "Honestly, I'm not entirely satisfied with that divorced girl. Of course, you can't call her that yet, since she hasn't finalized her divorce. But that girl, I can't deny, is the ideal bride you need. If that lady, backed by your family support, truly joins forces with you, it will clearly pose a significant threat to your father and you." Bastian was comforted by Maria's understanding. "Thank you for understanding, Maria," he said. Despite her words, Maria still had great faith in Bastian and added, "But you mustn't abandon all other options because of this. You always need a backup plan." Bastian fell into thought. A backup plan. Then he spoke, his voice firm. "I'll keep Lady Gross in mind." Back at Odette's side, Tira felt a prickle of discomfort. The resemblance to her gambling-addicted father was uncanny. Why did I have to inherit your father's face? Countess Reinhardt, the older woman seated across from Odette, took a delicate sip of tea. And to think, I'm glad the man at least did one useful thing for his child. I'm talking about the one who caused the entire empire such unrest with that face of his. The Countess, a cousin of the Emperor, inquired, "Where is Duke Derson?" Odette lowered her gaze. "Father is out," she replied. "He may return later." The Countess released a small sigh of relief. "It's fortunate I didn't run into that deplorable man this time." At that moment, a flicker of understanding crossed Odette's face. "Then, may I ask the purpose of your visit, madam?" she ventured. The Countess set down her teacup with a decisive clink. "Indeed," she affirmed, "I've come to inform you of a matter regarding marriage. The royal family has selected a groom for you." Surprise rippled through Odette. "What?" She straightened, a note of resistance in her voice. "Why bring up marriage so suddenly?" The Countess, disinclined to mince words, spoke frankly. "I dislike wasting time with pleasantries, so I'll be blunt. The Emperor wishes for you, Odette, to marry Bastian Clauvitz." The words hung in the air, leaving Odette visibly stunned. Then, curiosity tinged her voice. "Why? Why would His Majesty suddenly?" The Countess, ever direct, revealed the truth. "Because the Emperor's eldest daughter, Isabel, has fallen in love with Bastian. However, he is but a commoner of low birth, entirely unsuitable as a consort for a princess." A wave of discomfort washed over Odette at these words, but she maintained a composed facade. She settled back in her seat, her hands clenching into fists beneath the folds of her dress, hidden from view. Then, with a measured tone, she voiced her understanding. "So, His Majesty intends to use me." The Countess, pleased by Odette's quick grasp of the situation, offered a small smile. "It's fortunate you're not a foolish child. Indeed, if you marry him, Isabel will give up hope quickly. However, according to whispers amongst the nobility, Bastian doesn't seem to harbor any feelings for Princess Isabel. Consider that your good fortune." A touch of pride colored the Countess's voice. Truthfully, while he lacks a title, the Clauvitz family is still a family of discerning taste. After generations of running profitable businesses, the family has now risen to the ranks of the wealthy, known as the railway kings of the empire. Despite Clauvitz remarrying into a prominent noble family, he is in fact already recognized as a member of high society. However, Station Master Bastian Clauvitz, the First Lady's son, was an exception. Everyone knew of his lowly maternal lineage. Of course, his mother's family, the Ely's family, was exceedingly wealthy, but their fortune had been amassed through dealing in antiques from the slums. Rumors also circulated that they controlled the flow of money throughout the world. Because of this, the nobles had given their fostered grandson a nickname, the Trash Grandson. But the boy seemed oblivious to these whispers and rumors. Among the nobility, the Countess Reinhardt assured Odette of one thing. Bastian was not a bad prospect for a husband. He seemed to be out of favor with his father and thus unlikely to inherit. But he was a talented naval officer, even hailed as a hero of the empire. With a bit of luck, he might even be promoted to admiral. Truthfully, the Countess continued, he wouldn't be entirely opposed to becoming your father's son-in-law. Odette, who had been listening silently, suddenly spoke. "If that's the case, Countess, would you convey my intentions to His Majesty?" The Countess was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" She snapped. "Do you think His Majesty is begging you for this marriage? This isn't a request, Odette, it's an order. Why should I obey such an unreasonable demand?" Odette retorted. The Countess swiftly offered a reason that silenced her. "Because you are the daughter of Duke Derson and Princess Helen. Do you not understand?" Odette's face paled. "His Majesty wants me to bear the burden of my parents' past sins," she murmured. The Countess sighed, a weary sound. She rose slowly to her feet. "In my opinion," she said, "this is a precious opportunity I've brought you. You won't find a better husband in your lifetime." Odette, however, still had her own thoughts. "But I never intended to marry," she confessed. The Countess approached her gently. "I understand," she said soothingly. "You say that only because you grew up with such a father." She wanted Odette to understand one thing. "Do you want to spend your life cleaning up your father's messes, living a life worse than a maid's?" Odette still hesitated. "But Countess..." The Countess gently caressed Odette's cheek. "Why not give it a try?" she persuaded softly. "You never know. Bastian Clauvitz might just be the kind of man who's easily swayed by a pretty face." At Bastian's private residence. "Welcome back, Master Lovis," the butler greeted him. Bastian explained, "The dinner ran a bit longer than I anticipated. Everyone's focused on politics these days, and to achieve my goals, I must maintain good relationships, especially since I'll be wearing this uniform for a few more years. The butler sensed the weight on Bastian's shoulders. You've been working so hard, master. He stood at the doorway and opened the door. After they both entered, the butler announced, "All right, Miss Odette sent you a letter." Bastian looked slightly perplexed at the mention of Miss Odette. The butler clarified, "She's the niece His Majesty the Emperor introduced." Bastian's face hardened at the reminder. "Ah, that young lady." Taking Bastian's coat, the butler announced, "As usual, I've placed the letter on your desk, master." Bastian replied, "Thank you for your service. You may retire for the night." The butler promptly obeyed, "Yes, master." Bastian mused, "It's considered polite amongst the nobility for the lady to initiate contact, but I was hoping she would refuse first and never contact me at all. Look, a few days ago, the Marquis summoned me and declared, 'I've called you here because there's a decree I must convey.' As you know, His Majesty considers me a close confidant, so I believe he entrusted this important task to me." This was Marquis de Mere, the Admiral of the Navy. The Marquis had asked him curiously, "You know Princess Helene, don't you? The Emperor's sister who was previously expelled from the royal family." He had answered simply yes. The Marquis then relayed the Emperor's intentions. "His Majesty wishes to introduce you to Princess Helene's daughter." Bastian had been taken aback. "You mean this is an Imperial order?" The Marquis had closed his eyes and confirmed, "Yes, His Majesty wishes you to marry Princess Helene's daughter, Miss Odette." The Marquis's words pulled Bastian back to the present. He finished bathing and tossed the towel aside, sitting down restlessly. How could the Emperor do something so absurd? He frowned, thinking of the princess. This is clearly because of Princess Isabel, that troublesome girl. He knows even as Emperor, his hands are tied. He can't force me to marry, but this is essentially a military command. I can't destroy everything I've built up to this point over a marriage. After a moment, he picked up the letter from his desk. He glanced around, thinking, after demonstrating sufficient sincerity to save face for the Emperor, I must rearrange everything according to the current situation. The best-case scenario is that the author of this letter is Odette Therese Marie Charlotte von Dyssen. Seeing the full name on the letter, Bastian was slightly surprised, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Lady Odette. What a memorable name. The scene shifted to Odette. Tira reported, "Miss, I placed your letter on your desk." Odette replied, "Thank you, Tira." Odette took the letter, opened it, and read, agreeing with Lady Odette's opinion. "This Wednesday at 2 p.m., I will reserve a waiting room at the Rainfeld Hotel on Pref Avenue." Having finished reading, Odette was taken aback. Really, a shadow of displeasure darkened her eyes. "What a rude man. I wrote my full name to show respect, and he replies with only 3 lines, not even bothering to write his name, just using initials." She sighed, a mixture of exasperation and annoyance. Odette was rather curious about her future husband. Just what kind of person is Bastian Clauvitz? Even his reply is so curt. This doesn't bode well. She suddenly recalled the Countess's earlier words. "Do you think this marriage is a request from His Majesty?" "It is not a request, but an order." Odette felt those words were nothing short of threat. Gazing at the only presentable dress hanging on the wall, she thought, "For that subsidy, I have no choice but to obey His Majesty's order." I never imagined the first time I'd wear mother's dress would be under these circumstances. Before the royal ball at the palace, I must meet this man and speak with him. Lucas, wearing riding boots, looked weary. When will this nonsense end? Lucas grumbled incessantly. I have to study at that old man's academy every day. Even though I've been transferred back to headquarters, I'm still in charge of some etiquette training. It's outrageous. Bastian quickly offered Lucas a solution. If you're so dissatisfied, why not apply for a transfer back to the Marines? Lucas replied sullenly, "You think my father would let me off the hook after I just kicked away the position he gave me? I even abandoned my mission and devoted myself to following you." Lucas then realized something. "What are you getting at? Come to think of it, my father seems quite pleased with you. He mentioned wanting to have another drink with you. What do you say?" Bastian, while adjusting his attire, responded cheerfully, "It would be my honor if my uncle would grant me the pleasure." Lucas felt a certain admiration for Bastian. In the end, it's truly admirable. You have a natural talent for charming people. Those old geezers spilled the beans. Bastian thought, a sneer playing on his lips. The Earl of Ewald's hounds guarding the sun, and I'm supposed to be used for this. Just then, Lucas was knocked to the ground by a group of bullies. They jeered, their voices laced with scorn. The young master of Ewald is so weak. We heard your family's full of famous naval officers. One of them grabbed Lucas by the hair, hauling him up. But you're just a stray dog they picked up, aren't you? A voice cut through the air. That's enough. The bully, startled, turned. Who the hell are you? He demanded, but before he could finish, a fist connected with his jaw, sending him sprawling. His companion, terrified, stumbled back. Why you? Lucas stared, stunned, as the bullies were systematically pummeled. Dusk settled as he hurried after his rescuer. Hey, you. Thank you. You're Bastian, right? Bastian turned, his expression cool. I'm Lucas, the younger man offered. Lucas von Ewald. Bastian, pleased that Lucas had approached him, felt his plan falling into place. The Earl of Ewald's timid son. A godsend, he thought. A deep friendship with the Ewald family. A strong bond built on that desire. It will elevate my position and reputation within the Navy. Even if I have to act like a hound, thanks to that forged document, it won't be so bad. Lucas, intrigued by Bastian's preparedness, asked, so, are you going to see that girl now? Sandrine's engagement will probably be settled next year, Lucas continued. Are you really going to go through with this marriage? If Sandrine finds out, she'll raise hell. Bastian's reply was nonchalant. I have to handle this meeting. It's His Majesty's order. I have no choice, Bastian added. Lucas offered a cautious warning. Even so, be careful not to get caught. You know, even if you're a nobleman, getting involved with a woman like that won't end well. Bastian simply hummed in acknowledgement. Yes, Princess Helene will marry Crown Prince Belov and rule Berg. Just try to accept this unfortunate union. If I show the kind of sincerity beforehand, His Majesty probably won't force this marriage. After the divorce, once Sandrine has dealt with her personal matters, I'll marry her. Nothing can interfere with my plans. I can't afford to stumble on something like this and ruin everything. It would be so much easier if Miss Odette were a clever woman. In the waiting area of a cafe, Odette checked her watch. An hour had passed since their appointed time. She sat waiting, a disquiet settling upon her. Is he not coming? Ever since I received that letter, I've had a bad feeling about this. Just then, a man in uniform entered. The waiter greeted him. Welcome, Captain Clauvitz. I'll show you to your reserved table. Seeing the man, Odette's suspicions were confirmed. He finally arrived. As the man approached, Odette was struck with a wave of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The image of the despicable gambler from that night flashed through her mind. He was the Empire's hero. Bastian, too, was taken aback at the sight of Odette. She's the one I'm supposed to marry. For a moment, they stared at each other, speechless. The waiter, sensing the tension, inquired, is there a problem? Bastian, thinking he'd come to the wrong place, stammered, I wonder if there's been some mistake with the reservation. Please allow me to confirm. The waiter checked his notes with a sigh. This is indeed the table you reserved, Captain. This young lady has been waiting for you for over an hour. Please have a seat. Unable to argue, Bastian sat down, his mind reeling. That beggar duke from the casino. If that impostor's boast were true, then this situation makes perfect sense. Looking at Odette, Bastian's suspicions solidified. It was the wager from that night. It's her. A sardonic smile played on Bastian's lips. Seeing that smile, a flicker of fear crossed Odette's face. Bastian removed his hat. Bastian Clauvitz, he introduced himself. Perhaps this isn't our first meeting, Miss Odette. Once they were seated, Odette poured him some tea. Her expression was grave. You knew all along, didn't you? Bastian accepted the teacup, denying her accusation. I wouldn't presume to know such a thing, Miss Odette. He hadn't been certain it was her before. Unfortunately, my imagination wasn't quite vivid enough to conjure the image of a duke gambling away his daughter in a back-alley casino. Nor did I imagine that the daughter being wagered in such a place would be the Emperor's granddaughter. Odette gasped. She fell silent, lost in thought. From the very first time we met, I knew Bastian Clauvitz looked down on me. He has no intention of accepting this marriage. But then again, she thought, clenching her fist, neither do I. Then proposed to Bastian, she said, her voice tight, that he relay a message to His Majesty. Tell him I am displeased with this marriage and request its refusal, Captain. Bastian, taken aback by Odette's forthrightness, regarded her with new eyes. He set down his teacup before answering. I'm afraid I must refuse your request, mademoiselle. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but I have no intention of refusing you, Mademoiselle Odette. Bastian's mind flashed back to his first encounter with Odette. He was struck by how little she had changed. She's exactly the same as that night, he thought. In the flickering memory, Odette's voice rang with accusation. Have you no shame? She had demanded, her anger palpable. What kind of soldier gambles and wagers like this? Back in the present, Bastian wondered at her surprising composure now. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would be on their knees begging. Yet, she remained dignified, almost serene. Odette's condemnations echoed in his thoughts, from gambling to something far more serious. Don't you know that trafficking is illegal? She had seethed, still lost in thought. Bastian was intrigued by her attitude. Penniless, powerless. Was it simply her aristocratic blood that compelled her to maintain such a proud facade? In his memory, she was cold, severe, resolute. Refuse me, she had said. Captain Bastian allowed himself a private, arrogant smile. Even at the bottom of the social ladder, it seemed this mademoiselle's character was ingrained in her very being. Inwardly assessing her, he outwardly adopted a polite veneer, laced with a sardonic edge. You've heard the rumors about your distant relatives, haven't you? He inquired, his tone a subtle blend of mockery and derision. Odette's brow furrowed slightly, her expression hardening. I have, she admitted, her voice a touch less assured. Bastian crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on her. Then why do you suppose I'm here, knowing all that I do? He challenged, the taunt hanging in the air. Odette's face snapped up, her sharp gaze blazing with a flash of anger. Speak plainly, Captain, she demanded. The mocking tone vanished from Bastian's voice, replaced by a newfound gravity. His eyes, too, became serious. I am currently doing everything in my power to demonstrate my loyalty to His Majesty. Odette was unsettled by the shift in Bastian's demeanor. The playful, sardonic mask was gone, replaced by a stark and resolute expression that filled her with unease. So that means you'll accept the marriage proposal? She asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Bastian crossed his arms, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Odette. Unfortunately, I believe marriage would be difficult for both of us. So, why don't we put on a performance for each other until Princess Isabel's engagement? Odette's eyes widened, a flicker of panic igniting within them as Bastian's words about putting on an act for the Emperor and everyone else sank in. An act? An act? Do you mean deceiving the royal family? She breathed, her voice laced with apprehension. Bastian's gaze hardened, a chill settling over his features. Even if it's just an act, he stated coldly, we have to look the part of a couple about to be married. Odette's composure wavered, her eyes widening further at his words. Those are His Majesty's orders. Bastian continued, the temperature in the cafe seeming to plummet. He crossed his arms, a hint of resignation in his voice. As you can see, I'm a naval officer, and His Majesty controls the military of this empire. So if he gives an order, I have to obey, Mademoiselle Odette. Odette closed her eyes, a slight furrow appearing between her brows. She knew she was nothing more than a shield. I'm just a shield to protect the princess. I realized that the moment I came here, she thought. Hesitantly, she voiced her concerns. Don't you think that during this time, the rumors will affect my reputation? Bastian lifted a hand dismissively. I don't care. I'm not some gentleman, he replied. His flippant tone made Odette's eyes widen in shock, her mouth parting slightly. Or perhaps it's better to say, I don't care about such gossip. He rested his chin in his hand, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. That's why I think you should be the one to decide, Bastian continued, his voice laced with a sardonic amusement. His Majesty would value the opinion of his beloved granddaughter more than that of a naval officer like me, wouldn't he? His words caused a shadow to fall over Odette's face, her expression darkening. Odette remained silent, offering no response as she sat still. Bastian, still with his chin resting in his hand, felt a flicker of intrigue. His blue eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the situation. He suspected Odette had ulterior motives for approaching him. If that's the case, she could have refused the marriage from start. This woman must have some purpose for being here. Sensing Odette's reluctance to play along, Bastian picked up his hat from the table, preparing to leave. I don't want to waste any more time, he thought. If you're not willing, then let's end it here. As he turned to go, Odette, suddenly realizing something, hurried after him. Please wait, she called out. Bastian turned back at the sound of her voice. Odette held out a white envelope to him. An eerie silence descended upon the cafe. Bastian stared at Odette in surprise, their eyes locking for a long moment. Bastian, surprised, assumed the white envelope contained money. "Are you paying for the tea?" he asked Odette quickly. Odette, cheeks flushed crimson, clutched the envelope. "Yes," she stammered. "I didn't want to leave the captain's tea unpaid." Odette shyly offered the envelope to Bastian, a blush still warming her face. Bastian said nothing. He simply offered a small smile, which quickly blossomed into a full-throated laugh. Odette was taken aback by his reaction. He refused the payment. "Keep it," he instructed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Give the Duke more money to gamble. That way, I won't have to see you there again." Confused, Odette questioned him, "What do you mean?" Bastian's voice turned cold, dismissive as he spoke of her father. "You should be grateful he sold you to me that day. You won't be so lucky next time." Odette was stunned, reeling from his cruel words. The sting of Bastian's contempt was sharp. "That man looks down on me," Odette thought to herself. The memory of Bastian's proposed charade, a fake engagement until the princess married, flashing through her mind. His plan would undoubtedly succeed. Fear still clung to Odette, a heavy cloak of unease. She felt utterly unprepared for the situation she found herself in. The sun began to dip below the rooftops. Dragging her weary feet, Odette walked home in silence. With a sigh, she reflected on the disastrous events of the day. Lost in thought, she mused, "I truly don't want to see his face again, but no matter how hard I try, there's no other choice." Suddenly, the sharp sound of raised voices jolted her back to reality. "You still won't give up." "I don't want to." Odette realized the shouting was coming from her own house. "From my house, could it be?" She broke into a run, hurrying towards the door. Reaching her doorstep, she flung it open. Inside, her younger sister clutched their shared savings, her gambling-addicted father looming over her, clearly intending to steal the money. "This is the emergency money my sister and I worked so hard to save." Her father, enraged, raised his hand to strike her. "You impudent little brat." Seeing this, Odette cried out her sister's name, Tira. She rushed forward, taking the blow meant for her sister. For Tira, Desmond, witnessing the scene, was aghast. "Odette," he exclaimed. Tila, her voice trembling, asked Odette, "Sister, are you all right?" Their father, equally shaken, stammered, Why would you do that?" Odette glared at him, her eyes icy, and warned him never to lay a hand on Tila again. Odette's gaze remained fixed on her father, growing colder with each passing second. "If this happens again," she stated, her voice low and menacing, "I won't let you get away with it." Fear flickered in her father's eyes, but he blustered, "Get away with what? What would you possibly do to me?" Odette stepped closer, her voice a chilling whisper. "If this happens again," she threatened, "I'll make your worst fears come true." Her father's voice was hoarse with rage. "Are you threatening your own father?" Odette didn't flinch. "You wouldn't receive a single penny of the royal stipend if it weren't for me. I'm sure you're well aware of that, aren't you, Count Derson?" Count Derson's brow furrowed in apprehension as Odette continued to stare him down, her expression unwavering. "You wicked girl." Her father spat before storming out. Odette remained motionless, her face a mask of composure, while Tila dissolved into tears. "I know I'm his weakness," she thought to herself. "As long as he can still receive the stipend, he won't let me go. I'm his only connection to the royal family." A wave of compassion washed over her as she looked at Tila. "Even though we don't share the same mother, I still love Tila dearly." She was determined to protect her life and everything she had worked so hard to maintain. "Don't be weak," she told herself. "Don't be soft. I'll endure anything to protect what I cherish." She would endure anything to protect them all. She would endure her father and anyone else who stood in her way. She would even endure this charade with the princess. At Bastian's residence, Lovis, the butler, searched anxiously for his master. "Master, you're here." "What is it, Lovis?" Bastian inquired. Lovis presented a blue envelope. "The invitation to the Queen's birthday party has arrived." He beamed, clearly delighted that Bastian had been invited to a royal event. If the mistress in heaven knew, she would be overjoyed. Bastian finished the thought silently. "They've invited me only to confirm the progress of the engagement." He realized, a sigh escaping his lips as he held the invitation. "Not too bad," he murmured, glancing up at the sky. A royal party. His thoughts drifted back to his encounter with Odette that afternoon. "Yes, I wouldn't want to hold back a captain's team money." A sudden smile touched his lips. Lovis, surprised by this unexpected display of emotion, assumed his master must be truly pleased. I'm truly looking forward to it, the butler added, his own anticipation growing. Bastian smiled to himself. I wonder what she'll look like at the royal banquet. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, a man sat with his arms crossed, gazing out the window. That's Duke Gerhard's carriage, he thought, surprised. Bastian's father said cheerfully, today, I finally get to meet the finest noble in the empire. Franz Klaus, Bastian's half-brother, asked, perplexed, what do you mean by that? Bastian's father turned to Franz Klaus, his tone sharp. Duke Gerhard, you've studied together for so long, yet you aren't close. Franz Klaus replied, Father, even if we attend the same school, it doesn't mean we'll become friends. Before Franz could finish, his father erupted in anger. Besides, Duke Gerhard isn't particularly close with my mother, and we're not even in the same year. Bastian's father fumed inwardly. I spent a fortune to get you into that prestigious private school. Franz, a boy with good grades, but who should be more than just a scholar. Franz clicked his tongue impatiently. I can't fit in with those children who chase after hollow concepts like art and philosophy. Observing the exchange, Franz Klaus's mother interjected, speaking of which, Duke Deus's daughter will also be attending the ball, won't she? Indeed, Bastian's father replied with a sneer. A duke, just because he's read a few books, he thinks he's a nobleman. What's the difference between him and Franz Klaus's mother's gaze sharpened? The Klaus family's acceptance into noble society is entirely due to our tireless efforts. Of course, in France, that qualification is limited to my husband and me. In traditional aristocratic society, someone of Bastian's low birth wouldn't be accepted. She considered Bastian a significant obstacle. But now he had climbed to this position. How to secure Jeff? I've only just cleared his late wife's name, the shackle that once hindered his progress. The thought of Bastian's rising fame filled her with resentment. Franz Klaus suddenly spoke, but isn't this a disgrace to our family? He is, after all, a Klaus. His mother replied, don't worry, Franz. No one will consider Bastian's bride a part of our family. That girl has been living with her mother's family since she left Arden at 12. Franz Klaus was about to retort when his father interrupted. Franz, you and your mother are right. You needn't worry about anything. Just focus on your own future. Besides, your brother will also be attending the ball tonight. Franz, the mantle of family heir falls upon your shoulders. Prove your worth as the successor to the Klaus name. Franz narrowed his eyes, his thoughts fixated on Bastian. Heeding his father's words, he offered no further argument. Yes, father. Within the hallowed halls of the Royal University Auditorium, Captain Klaus had arrived. Franz Klaus gnawed at his fingernails, his excitement barely contained. I was so eager, I nearly ran here, he mused. The familiar pang of jealousy toward Bastian resurfaced. No matter the occasion, Bastian always managed to excel, always making his grand entrance just as the festivities were about to commence. But his initial enthusiasm quickly soured. Even so, to capture one's prey, one must first taste the meat. What a mediocre beast. He wondered if Bastian even grasped the vast chasm that separated their worlds, silently scorning his half-brother's very existence. Suddenly, a cry of Captain Klaus pierced the air, and a wave of people surged toward Bastian. As he approached, they surrounded him, their admiration palpable. They pressed in, vying for his attention. It's an honor to finally meet you. Might you grace my private gathering with your presence sometime? Huh, I already secured Captain Klaus's attendance at my soiree. What was the meaning of this? They took turns engaging him in conversation. Franz watched, stunned, recognizing several high-ranking nobles, even members of the royal family. They all knew him. A young woman materialized seemingly out of thin air, addressing Franz. My, is that man acquainted with Duke Gerhard? It was Elle von Klein, Franz' fiancé. However, he remained lost in his bewilderment, oblivious to her presence. He truly carries himself like a nobleman. Does he genuinely aspire to be one of them? No, it can't be. His astonishment deepened as he witnessed a nobleman of considerable standing shake Bastian's hand. Bastian, catching sight of Franz's grim expression, strode over to greet him. Hello, Franz. Miss Klein as well. A pleasure to see you again. Klein responded brightly. Greetings, Captain. It's quite something to encounter you here at the palace. Suddenly, Franz spoke, his voice laced with disdain. How does it feel? to finally set foot within the royal palace. Bastian's gaze, once amiable, sharpened, but just as quickly his pleasant demeanor returned. I'm immensely grateful and honored by my life. Yet, even as he spoke these words, he returned Franz's contempt without hesitation. I mean, just as you once were. Franz was taken aback by Bastian's retort. Just as I once was. Fear prickled at him, leaving him speechless. Was he mocking me? How should I respond? A court servant's voice cut through the tension. The daughter of Duke Dyssen has arrived. Franz de Mianoa shifted abruptly. Seeing Odette appear, a wave of relief washed over him. She had finally arrived. If something had happened to his fiancée, the entire ball would have been ruined. Countess Tira entered first. Odette followed close behind, but Franz's relief quickly morphed into astonishment. What? Odette's delicate yet alluring shoulders emerged from behind the countess. Franz's eyes widened. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing. No, it couldn't be. Disbelief etched itself across his features. Odette was nothing like he had imagined. Is this the damaged goods the emperor discarded? Franz ma villet invatli. She's breathtaking. He stood there, agape, a picture of bewildered embarrassment. Bastian brushed past him, resplendent in his finery, and moved gracefully towards Odette. Odette's gaze met Bastian's, cool and unreadable. He, in turn, regarded her for a long moment. Then, extending his hand with a courtly bow, he invited her, "Shall we, Miss Odette?" Outside the castle, the night sky glittered with stars. Within the castle walls, musicians played and nobles mingled, extending invitations to one another. They danced to the music. The emperor and empress sat side by side in the place of honor. The empress surveyed the scene with evident pleasure. Franz danced with his fiancée, Elvon Klein, his eyes still wide with surprise and a touch of unease. Nearby, Bastian and Odette danced, creating a picture of striking beauty. Bastian murmured, "I feared you wouldn't come tonight. I worried for nothing." "An imperial summons is not to be taken lightly," Odette replied. Bastian pressed his earlier suggestion. "In that case, will you play along with me?" Odette turned her face away, silent, her expression hesitant. Seeing her hesitation, Bastian thought, after tonight, this woman's reputation will be in tatters, beyond repair. Even knowing this, she still came to the ball. Suddenly, Bastian tightened his grip on Odette's hand. In his mind, Bastian saw Odette as a girl who only knew how to use others. Indeed, she wanted something from the emperor. Odette suddenly lost her balance. Bastian quickly steadied her. He thought because they both have ulterior motives. He leaned closer to Odette. "So, tell me if you agree. I'll tell you exactly how to please the emperor." The scene shifts to the hallway outside the ballroom, where Odette walks alongside Countess Tira. The countess turns to Odette, her voice low. "Don't forget, the future of the Dyssen family rests on the success of this endeavor." Odette's reply is resolute. "I know. I will act according to His Majesty's wishes. But you must also keep your promise. Persuade His Majesty not to reduce my allowance, even if this marriage alliance fails." The countess answers calmly, "His Majesty, though harsh, is not so base. If Isabella regains her senses because of this union, you will be free to do as you please." Odette murmurs, "Thank you, Countess." After Odette departs, the Countess sighs, a whisper escaping her lips. Such a pity. A pang of sympathy struck her for the young woman. Even if she pretends to be calm, she must be bewildered, suddenly thrust into such an unfamiliar world. "I brought her to this ball, yet I watch her sell herself for money." Odette's steps falter. She pauses, turning to gaze at the vibrant blossoms in the garden. A memory surfaces, her mother's words echoing in her mind. The Imperial Palace gardens are overflowing with flowers, just as Mother used to say. The image of her mother, each time she spoke of the palace, flickered before Odette's eyes. Whenever Mother spoke of the palace, she was always so enthralled. She remembered the fervent descriptions, the stories poured out with such passion that her mother would eventually collapse, weeping. The weight of her mother's past settled upon Odette. The anguished tears that accompanied her mother's reminiscences of her time in the palace. Odette couldn't understand. If you knew you would regret it, why did you love him? Is love everything? She wished her mother had never chosen her father, had never betrayed her country and family for a man like him. A quiet resentment simmered within Odette. If her mother had made her choice, she should have borne the consequences. If you chose wrongly, you should at least accept the outcome with humility. The memories of her mother, the life she had lived, clung to Odette. But Mother always chased phantoms. Love lost, the past irrecoverable. When love faded, Mother became like a traveler in the desert, deluded by a mirage, living a life of thirst. Back in the palace hallway, Odette and the Countess reached the ballroom doors. The Duke Dyssen's daughter has arrived, a voice announces. Odette made a silent vow. I will never live a life like that. Odette strode into the grand hall. Life, she mused, was truly a matter of grave importance. She trailed closely behind Countess Tira. I understand how crucial money is as a foundation, she thought, though I don't intend to sell my honor and pride to earn it. But then she saw Bastian standing there, waiting. Honor and pride aren't exactly priorities in this life either, she reflected cynically. This is how I maintain my dignity and respect. Bastian bowed and extended his hand to escort her. Shall we go, Miss Odette? Odette, still lost in her thoughts, considered her predicament. My allowance hinges on this marriage, even though I know he despises me. She sighed inwardly. Yes, Captain, she decided, I have sufficient reason to play along with this charade. Suddenly, Bastian leaned in close, his lips nearing Odette's. So I can assume you've agreed then. We must make a convincing show of it for the Emperor's satisfaction. Seeing Bastian's face so close, Odette instantly squeezed her eyes shut, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. She turned her head away, leaving Bastian momentarily speechless, his lips pressed into a thin line. Both turned to see someone watching them from afar. Don't overplay our act, Bastian murmured, because our most important guest is watching from the ballroom railing. A blonde woman stood observing them, a drink in her hand. Her eyes, filled with a palpable animosity, looked down upon them. Isabel witnessed the scene. Odette fell silent, a shadow of sadness in her eyes. She tightened her grip on Bastian's hand and continued to dance with him. Bastian lowered his gaze to Odette, offering a compliment. Even so, your dress and jewels are quite stunning. Odette offered a perfunctory thanks. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. What was he trying to say? But inwardly, she felt a deep unease. Bastian smiled and asked, will you be returning them after tonight? The question startled her. Odette remained silent, studying Bastian. I've heard many things about Bastian, she thought, but I'm quite surprised by his blatant rudeness. She recalled what she knew of him. I heard that after graduating from the prestigious history department of the Royal Military Academy, he became an officer. He understands aristocratic etiquette better than any nobleman. So to speak so disrespectfully, she remembered their first encounter. Indeed, that's because he saw me at my lowest in the gambling den. Odette pursed her lips, thinking, as if he has nothing to hide. I'd rather face this head-on. Odette gazed directly at Bastian. Yes, this is something I rented for the evening, and I must return it. Bastian looked taken aback by her bluntness. But don't worry too much, Captain, she continued. I still have some funds left over for other things. A hint of sarcasm colored Bastian's voice. Miss Odette is wealthier than I imagined. Thanks to the captain's consideration, Odette replied smoothly. Bastian raised an eyebrow at the word consideration. Odette offered a sweet, almost saccharine smile. Yes, I've benefited greatly from the team money. A genuine smile finally touched her lips. Thanks to that, I won't have to worry about these jewels or this dress until this charade is over. Her relief was palpable. Bastian suddenly laughed, a sound that caught Odette off guard. He teased her gently. You know, this is the first time I've seen you smile. Odette's brow furrowed slightly. I simply want to play my part without anyone discovering the truth. As they danced, their conversation continued. It's good that the team money is being spent on something more worthwhile than the Duke's gambling, Odette remarked, since it's money I received on the captain's behalf as compensation for his near-death experience. It should be used for something that benefits you. Bastian's playful tone returned. If that's the case, I must treat you to a lavish meal next time, so you can save even more money. Odette countered. I'm afraid I'll have to decline that offer. Why? Bastian inquired. Because I struggle to repay debts beyond my means, she replied. I can't imagine a woman being sold off to repay a debt, Bastian joked. Odette's sharp gaze flickered towards him. Neither can I, and you haven't given me any reason to trust you since the day we met, Captain. Bastian's expression darkened. They continued to dance, oblivious to the stiff formality of the other nobles. He studied her face. But Miss Odette doesn't bow to anyone, he observed, his gaze lingering on her elegant neck. Such a long, graceful neck. If that neck. Suddenly, a ripple of commotion spread through the ballroom. Bastian and Odette turned to see Isabel, Princess Isabel, storming down the grand staircase. Her eyes burned with resentment and animosity. She descended with a regal fury. A nearby noble murmured, Princess, are you all right? Whispers erupted around the room. It seems she's had too much to drink. Should we call a servant? Isabel strode purposefully towards where Odette and Bastian stood. She glared at them, her face contorted with rage. A sense of foreboding washed over Odette. Without warning, Isabel raised her hand and slapped Odette hard across the face. "Stay away from Bastian, you beggar." Isabel shrieked, her voice laced with fury. "This is why Mother made me come to this ball, isn't it? To witness this spectacle." The thought churned within her, a bitter seed of resentment. She watched Bastian dancing with Odette, a rigid statue of anger. "I'm already wounded," she thought. "I have no lingering feelings for Bastian anymore." With a violent gesture, she slammed her wine glass onto a nearby table. But if you consider Bastian's past 6 years, you can understand. Her eyes blazed, teeth grinding together. That Bastian is only obeying the Emperor's orders. It's not because he likes that woman. Seeing Odette with him fueled her rage. A war hero's daughter of low birth and a discarded princess, is it? What a provocative pairing. Enough to capture society's attention. Enough to quell the strange rumors about me. The sight of Bastian forced to dance with Odette twisted a knife in her heart. But does Bastian's heart have to endure such injustice just because he's following the Emperor's decree? Tears welled in her eyes, the pain intensifying. Poor Bastian. A frantic energy seized Isabel. Only I understand Bastian's heart, she thought, her mind racing as she began to move. Even if he loves me, he can't express his true feelings because he's loyal to a fault. "Bastian, you decided to sacrifice yourself for me, didn't you?" The words tumbled out, unspoken. "Why are you forcing yourself to face and dance with that hideous woman just because the Imperial family opposes a relationship between different social classes?" Losing control, she surged forward. "Have you given up on your feelings for me?" The sight of Odette pushed her further over the edge. All for money, to gain that position, that woman. Glaring at Odette, fury consumed her. How can you understand poor Bastian's heart? Reason snapped, replaced by a blinding rage. Unable to contain herself, she lunged forward and struck Odette. "Stay away from Bastian, you beggar." Odette stumbled, reeling from the force of Isabel's slap. Isabel's voice dripped with venom. "I know you're doing this to escape your miserable life." Odette's necklace snapped, scattering beads across the floor. Her voice rising to a frenzied pitch, Isabel continued her tirade. "Stay away from him, you shameless hussy." Odette stared back, eyes wide with shock. "You shameless." Bastian stepped forward, shielding Odette with his body. His voice was sharp, edged with command. "Calm yourself, your highness." Seeing him protect Odette only intensified Isabel's fury. "Bastian, that woman is seducing you for money." She screamed, her words crude and vicious. "She's no better than a high-class prostitute." Odette remained silent, believing the princess, blinded by unrequited love and jealousy, was resorting to vulgarity to demean her. "That princess has no idea what I've been through," Odette thought, calmly gathering the scattered pearls the princess had ripped from her. "Thanks to you," she mused, thinking of Bastian, "I've learned how to protect my heart." Honestly, she felt no attachment to the jewels. Besides, she was merely following the king's orders. Odette's composure startled the onlookers. Isabel, seeing this, became even more enraged. "Look, Bastian," she shrieked. "She only cares about the jewels. Isn't that right?" Isabel pressed, her voice dripping with venom. "You borrowed these, didn't you? You greedy beggar." Odette said nothing, but turned to glare at her. Isabel's eyes widened in surprise at Odette's defiant look. Odette, however, couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her further and abruptly turned away. Odette approached a nearby servant. "Please hold on to these for me until the ball is over," she requested. Yes, miss," the servant stammered, taking the pearls. Isabel, witnessing this, burned with fury. "How dare you ignore me?" Suddenly, an arm barred her path. "Your Highness," Bastian's voice cut through the tension. "You're drunk," Bastian stated, his gaze fixed on the princess. At the sight of him, Isabel's anger seemed to melt away, replaced by a lovesick flush. "Bastian," she thought, her eyes softening. "He does love me," she thought, her heart swelling with a delusional certainty. I love you so much, Bastian." Overcome with emotion, she lunged forward and clung to him. A wave of alcohol washed over Bastian. "Please, compose yourself, Your Highness," he said gently, trying to subtly disengage from her cloying embrace. The queen, witnessing the scene, collapsed. "Isabel, you've gone too far." The emperor roared, leaping to his feet. The queen, Someone fetched the royal physician. Franz's mother, fearing repercussions for her own family, thought frantically, this mustn't cause a rift between our families. The ballroom erupted in a cacophony of whispers. If only Queen Helen were here, someone murmured. At least I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. The whispers continued, turning to Odette's mother and her scandalous past. Is that all? I heard Duke Dyson was a great nobleman. Why would the Princess of Bird be so obsessed with such a lowly man? Another voice questioned. Indeed, Captain Klaus is superior in both ability and wealth. Listening to the gossip about her mother, the Countess worried for Odette. Odette's heart sank. The princess, oblivious to the escalating chaos, continued her drunken rant. Bastian, stop hiding your feelings from me. Bastian's voice, when he finally spoke, was ice cold. He roughly shoved Isabel away and glared at her. Stunned by his actions, confusion washed over her. Isabel felt lost and bewildered. Why do you keep avoiding me? Isabel, a voice boomed. It was her brother. He admonished her, pulling her away. You've had too much to drink. Let's go. Brother, she mumbled, but she was still lost in her desperate fantasy. No, I won't. Bastian, answer me. You love me too, don't you? Let me go. Bastian is waiting for me. She was dragged away, her protests echoing through the ballroom. Please, Isabel, snap out of it. Bastian turned to look at Odette. He asked gently, his voice laced with concern, are you all right, Miss Odette? Odette's face was a mask of composure, but only for a moment. Byron shot her a fleeting glance. Odette smoothly brushed her hair aside, the red mark of Isabel's slap stark against her cheek. Despite the stinging humiliation of the prior moments, her demeanor remained unchanged, cool, and polite. Astonishingly, even after such an insult, her expression barely flickered. Odette gracefully adjusted her gown. Bastian realized something, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Could it be? He was astonished by Odette's continued composure. Would she really continue this waltz, as if the embarrassment and humiliation were nothing, just to maintain her dignity? Just like the day she was sold to settle her father's gambling debts, she still dared to hold her head high. Regardless of the circumstances, she was undeniably strong and courageous. At least, that much he could acknowledge now. Miss Odette carried herself like a proud queen. Bastian clasped his hands behind his back. If that's the case, then I will gladly accept. Bastian replied politely to Odette. If that's the case, then I will gladly accept. Though her face was pale, as if she might faint at any moment, she still held her head high, clinging to her pride. She deserved an invitation to dance, offered with genuine sincerity. The onlookers, astonished, continued to murmur amongst themselves. What in the world? Such a dramatic scene had just unfolded, yet Bastian and Odette remained remarkably composed. Even after everything that had transpired, they both seemed fine. Bastian sensed something amiss. Indeed, Odette was trembling with fear. The woman was shaking. Moments ago, she had been so calm, but now, fear gripped her, draining the color from her face. Even so, she maintained her facade of composure before the crowd. Suddenly, a single, hot tear traced a path down Odette's cheek. Suddenly, Odette stumbled. Bastian swiftly caught her, steadying her. Odette turned to him, startled. He urged her to endure, his voice low. You don't want everyone to see you trembling, do you? Odette blushed, a flush of shame creeping up her neck. Bastian, hand in hand with Odette, escorted her across the ballroom floor. They moved away from the center of the room. In a quiet corner, the Countess stood waiting for Odette. Her thoughts drifted Bastian Clauvitz. She watched them both intently. Throughout the dance, I've observed him closely. He carries himself with an aristocratic grace and ease. The Countess could scarcely believe her eyes. A strange feeling washed over her. I never thought they'd step foot inside the palace. Not in 1,000 years. As the pair approached, she greeted them. Enjoying yourself with Odette, Captain. Bastian replied politely, it's an honor to be in the company of such a beautiful lady on such a special occasion. Well then, farewell, Captain. Good evening, Countess. Bastian responded, and they exchanged farewells. Odette and the Countess stood together, watching Bastian's retreating figure. The Countess turned to Odette. What do you think of Bastian? Suddenly, Odette's eyes widened. A wave of dizziness and discomfort washed over her. Are you all right? Yes. Odette managed, I'm fine. The Countess's heart ached for the young woman. How can you be fine after all that? She thought, her sympathy mingled with admiration for Bastian's kindness. Which is crueler? She mused, this child having to endure such a situation, or Bastian taking pity on her. She complimented Odette's upbringing. Helene raised her daughter well, but a touch of criticism followed, directed at Odette's mother's choice of husband. Her taste in men, however, seems to be lacking, but she's a good mother. The Countess offered a radiant smile. Well done. You were absolutely perfect. Odette, taken aback by the Countess's praise, quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious. Thank you, Countess, she murmured softly. Outside a gambling den, Derson was shoved roughly to the ground. The owner of the establishment roared, "Stop with the nonsense. Where's the money?" Money. Derson knelt, pleading, "Just one more game. If I win, I'll share my winnings with you." The owner scoffed. Oh, heavens, what a dreamer. He dismissed Derson with a string of curses and slammed the door shut. The likes of him drowning in debt, every coin stolen. Derson seethed inwardly. Damn it, nothing's gone right since I got involved with those wretched officers. He pushed himself to his feet, brushing the dirt from his clothes. Even thrown out of this backwater gambling den. A voice called out, "Hey, are you Duke Derson?" The dark-haired man sneered. "Looks like you've been thrown out of the gambling den again. This isn't a place for the likes of you. Why don't you go find your eldest daughter?" Derson thought to himself, why bring her up so suddenly? What's happened to Odette? The man continued, his voice dripping with malice. "I hear she's found herself a man. Perhaps she's giving her father pocket money from her lover's earnings." Duke Derson waved a dismissive hand. "Odette has a man. I'm tired of hearing such nonsense." The man, fueled by gossip from who knows where, pressed on. If not, why does she dress up and go out every night? At this, Duke Derson spun around sharply. What? The man recounted seeing Odette leaving a carriage late at night. "Not long ago, I saw her getting out of a carriage in the middle of the night. And that carriage, it was magnificent, extravagant. Don't you find that strange?" The man's next words struck Derson dumb. "I don't know the details, but it seems she's caught the eye of a wealthy man. Aren't you, as her father, concerned about what your daughter does, what she wears where she goes?" Duke Derson walked the streets alone, lost in thought. "She's been going out frequently lately. It seems she's hiding something from me." Suddenly, he spotted Odette. He stopped dead in his tracks and quickly ducked behind a wall. Odette! He peered out, watching her. Dressed like that, where could she be going? The man's words echoed in his mind. "I hear she's found herself a man." Disbelief warred with suspicion. Could it be true? He leaned against the wall, stunned. "I can't ignore this." He resolved to follow her. "I have to see for myself." In an upscale restaurant in the heart of Rhinefield, a waiter stood politely, pouring wine. A voice spoke, "Thank you for the invitation, Countess." The waiter finished his task and left, leaving Odette and the Countess alone. Odette spoke softly, her voice tinged with worry about the necklace Isabel had damaged. "How is the necklace?" The Countess teased. "After all that, you're still worried about that broken necklace, are you?" Odette replied, "I feel uneasy. I failed to take proper care of something entrusted to me." The Countess lifted her wine glass, her expression calm. "I dislike goodwill expressed merely through pretty words, my dear." Odette's voice was earnest. "If the Countess wishes, I will repay you properly." The Countess asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice, "And what would I want?" Odette replied, "I wish to speak with His Majesty." The incident was entirely a misunderstanding caused by Princess Danaha. The image of the shattered necklace surfaced in her mind. Countess Tira spoke casually. "So, you intend to have the father compensate for the jewel-encrusted necklace his daughter broke?" It seems His Majesty will prick up his ears at this. Odette immediately retorted, "Even if he doesn't care for me, I believe he won't forget the importance of reason with a royal noble, especially with you, Countess, present." Countess Tira offered a faint smile, catching Odette by surprise. "Indeed, it would be troublesome if the Emperor of the Empire couldn't resolve the princess's wrongdoing. I will submit a request to the Imperial Palace based on the repair costs estimated by the jeweler." Odette's eyes widened. "So it can be repaired." The Countess raised her wine glass. "Yes, they said it's thanks to you collecting every single shard." A delighted smile bloomed on Odette's face. "That's wonderful, Countess." The Countess's eyes narrowed, silently admiring the girl before her. When faced with strangers, she wasn't as unyielding as a stone, but rather like a flower blooming in the dark of night, her smile radiant. The restaurant bustled with activity, a symphony of music and conversation swirling around them. "Oh, I heard Isabel has been taken to the Imperial Summer Palace. It's no different from being imprisoned." The Countess offered Odette a reassuring smile. so you can rest easy and focus on the wedding. See how high society is buzzing about it at the ball. It seems to be quite effective. She continued, as time passes, Isabel will also accept reality and give up on Bastian Foy. Odette nodded in agreement. Yes, the Countess seemed to be waiting for someone. Speaking of which, they should be here by now. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Oh my, a gentleman with white hair has appeared. What a coincidence, Countess Tira. The Countess turned, greeting the newcomer warmly. I never expected to run into the Admiral here. Surprise flickered through Odette's mind. The Admiral. Another figure emerged. Bastian appeared, surprised to find Odette in such a setting. Odette, too, seemed taken aback by his presence. The Countess greeted him cheerfully. It's an honor to see Colonel Clauvitz again. Bastian, caught off guard, remained silent. Odette stared at Bastian, equally astonished. The Countess chuckled. How wonderful, as it has been quite some time since we last met. And so, she suggested they all dine together. Shall we have a meal together? What do you think? The clouds drifted across the sky, sunlight filtering through them, as they paused before a restaurant exclusively for the nobility. In a restaurant downtown, were prominent figures in high society, and we frequent that place. The restaurant catered only to upper-class families, high-ranking officials, and the most powerful echelons of society. Lunchtime on the 7th was its busiest period. Two young women, glancing forward, whispered to each other, and at a table positioned to attract everyone's attention. An arrangement so cleverly executed as to appear casual. A table for four placed just so. A single glance was enough to register their presence. Impossible for anyone to miss. This is absurd, Bastian, Colonel Clauvitz thought, a flicker of icy annoyance in his eyes as he surveyed the room. He lifted a glass of red wine, bringing it slowly to his lips, his gaze calm, as if he saw through everything that was happening. Because they wanted high society to see him with Odette, those two had orchestrated this. At the table with him were Marquis Demel and Countess Tira. The two of them conversed, deliberately creating a sense of intimate space between him and Odette. He swirled the wine in his glass, closing his eyes in contemplation. His Majesty would be irritated if he saw them employing such shallow tactics, even causing a commotion at the ball. His gaze, cold and indifferent, drifted upwards. So be it. It didn't matter. Sooner or later, they would have to present a scenario where he and the young woman were seen together. Odette sat opposite him, her expression unreadable, quietly enjoying her meal. Marquis Demel, with a gentle smile, raised his hand and broke the silence. Isn't it rather cold today? Even though it's April, it feels like winter has returned. The weather in Rhinefield is so unpredictable. Resting his chin on his hand, a flicker of concern crossed his face. Oh right, it would be troublesome if the match were postponed because of the weather. Countess Tira, looking at him, asked softly, do you have an important engagement? He replied, yes. The friendly polo match between the customs office and the army is scheduled for next weekend. It's a meaningful annual event intended to strengthen the harmony between the two forces. Countess Tira responded, oh, I've heard of it. Her expression calm. She glanced at him and asked, will the colonel be participating in that match as well? He paused, then replied evenly, yes, Countess. In the stifling atmosphere of the restaurant, thick with cautious glances and veiled suspicion, Marquis Demel suddenly broke the tension with an outburst of boisterous enthusiasm. He clapped Bastian on the shoulder repeatedly, his voice booming. You know, Captain Clauvitz is the absolute best player on our team. He's always the top scorer. Despite being thrust into the spotlight, Bastian's expression remained unchanged. Countess Tira smoothly picked up the conversational thread. Is that so? It seems his talents aren't confined to the battlefield. Demel instantly agreed, of course not. Whether on the front lines or the playing field, he's a hero who knows nothing of defeat. The conversation at the table became a duet between these two, Demel and the Countess, while Odette and Bastian sat in silent observation, a stark contrast to the lively exchange. Odette remained silent, a picture of composure. She lifted her food to her lips with slow, deliberate movements, seemingly detached from the chatter around her. Demel continued his effusive praise of Bastian, from distinguished military service to strategic brilliance. He excels at everything. It's surely only a matter of time before he's commanding a fleet. Odette's face remained impassive, betraying no reaction to his words. She swallowed her food and let out a soft sigh. Having finished her meal, She delicately dabbed her lips with her napkin. Her eyes, still devoid of any discernible emotion, lingered for a moment on the remnants of food left on her plate. "I've left so much," she thought apologetically. Bastian Clauvitz looked up, his gaze meeting hers just as she finished. Demel, his smile unwavering, continued to sing Bastian's praises. "I'm not just saying this because he's my superior officer, but the captain truly is an exceptional soldier, a jewel of the Navy." A flicker of cynicism crossed Bastian's face as he listened. "Even a jewel of the Navy is less appealing than a plate of salmon," he thought dryly. Having exhausted his accolades, Demel turned to Odette. "By the way, Miss Odette, would you care to come and watch the match? It would be wonderful if you could attend as the captain's companion. I'm sure you'd enjoy yourself immensely." At his question, Odette's gaze drifted, a look of bewilderment on her face. The captain's companion, Clauvitz. She suddenly recalled overhearing that a player's companion was expected to attend everything from the welcoming reception to the evening banquet, as dictated by etiquette. The image of herself dancing with Bastian flashed through her mind. If that's the case, then Bastian and I would have to, just like at the last ball. The realization that high society, including those who had been present at the previous ball, would be in attendance filled her with apprehension. The memory of their scrutinizing gazes returned to haunt her. Looking at her, Isabel had slapped her, her voice a furious shriek in the crowded party. "You beggar, you shameless thing." Odette's eyes squeezed shut, a shiver traversing her body at the memory. "Now, I have nowhere to run." The three of them watched her, awaiting her response. She lowered her gaze, hesitant about how to answer the Marquis Demel. "If you're inviting me, then." A flicker of sadness crossed her face, but she spoke nonetheless. "I will be pleased to attend." She told herself, "I must take responsibility for my own decisions. It's all right. I know how to protect my feelings. As long as I don't invest my feelings or anything at all." Her gaze settled on Bastian Clauvitz, who sat across from her, his expression unreadable, a glass of wine held loosely in his hand. "In this marriage, I will never be hurt." Lunch concluded, and they rose to head towards the carriages. Countess Tira turned to Bastian. "Since I have some urgent matters to report to the Empire, I shall entrust Miss Odette to the captain." Even Marquis Demel turned, adding, "We just finished dining together, so you can escort the young lady back, can't you, Captain?" Odette was taken aback by their words. Stepping into her carriage, Countess Tira offered a soft, yet pointed remark. "Enjoy your time together." Marquis Demel followed suit, climbing into his own carriage with a simple, "Farewell, Captain." It was clear they had manufactured excuses to depart, leaving him and her in a manufactured privacy. The arrangement was so artfully contrived that anyone observing would assume it a prearranged rendezvous. She and Bastian stood in silence, watching the carriages roll away. She fidgeted with a strand of hair, a blush warming her cheeks. Bastian Clauvitz observed her for a moment, then broke the strained quiet. "So was all their plan." A soft laugh escaped her lips as the intentions of the departing pair became clear. "Perhaps we should be more mindful of appearances," she said gently. He acknowledged her words with a sigh. "It's also due to the Empire's orders. We should just comply." He turned to her, his voice still polite. "If there's anywhere you would like to go, Miss Odette, please do tell me." At his words, Odette turned to him, her gaze distant, as if she hadn't fully grasped the implication of his invitation. Resting her chin in her hand, a slight furrow in her brow, she considered where she might want to go. After a moment of contemplation, she blurted out, "I apologize, I'm not very familiar with these sorts of things." Bastian turned to her, asking something along those lines. She replied, explaining that it concerned the perceived relationship between a lady and a gentleman. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded in agreement. "I will do as the captain suggests." "That doesn't sound like a very good idea," he said with a playful smile and a teasing glint in his eyes. "You startle me." Odette thought to herself, "Did I say something wrong?" A flicker of confusion crossed her face. Then she suggested, "How about somewhere crowded and conspicuous? After all, the purpose of this meeting is to generate rumors." He looked away, considering. That direction would have the greatest impact. He glanced around, searching for a suitable location to take her. The opera house would be good, he mused, but the performance hasn't started yet, and it would be difficult to get good seats now. Then Bastian's gaze drifted elsewhere. towards the shopping district. Too many people, he thought. It might actually make us less noticeable. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps a hotel. Bastian turned back to the young woman beside him. Her innocent expression made him silently dismiss the idea. The kind of cooperation he had in mind would likely be difficult with this particular lady. Instead, he asked, "Do you enjoy paintings, mademoiselle?" Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Desmond. He stood discreetly behind a wall, his gaze fixed on Bastian Clauvitz and Odette standing side by side. Seeing her with him, a look of surprise crossed his face. She's with a man, he thought. That person was telling the truth. He observed them for a moment, a sense of unease settling upon him, though he couldn't quite place it. But that man's face, it's so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Desmond froze, his eyes widening in alarm as he recognized the man beside his daughter as Bastian Clauvitz, the military officer who had won so much at the casino. The image of Bastian's winnings flashed vividly in his mind. Terror filled Desmond's face as recognition dawned. That's him. It's him. A grand, white building stood prominently in the city, the Museum of Art History. Bastian led Odette towards a place frequented by the nobility. Together, they walked towards the museum. A number of aristocrats were gathered around the building. As Bastian Clauvitz and Odette appeared, they immediately drew attention, causing the nobles who saw them to begin whispering and speculating amongst themselves. Bastian glanced at the expressions of those around them, noting the way they murmured amongst themselves. It seems I've chosen the right location, he thought, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Odette, beside him, gasped softly, as if realizing something. As dusk began to settle, a few delicate snowflakes drifted down from the clouds, landing where they stood. Odette stopped, her gaze lifting to the falling white flakes with an expression of wonder, as if witnessing snow for the very first time. Her reaction drew Bastian's gaze to her as well. Suddenly, she darted forward. He watched her retreating figure, his expression unreadable, but his thoughts churning. At first, I thought I would have to bear the full burden of this charade, he mused. Bastian Clauvitz watched Odette absently, reaching out a hand to catch a snowflake. But somehow, Miss Odette has fallen into my lap like an unexpected gift. He continued his internal monologue. Thanks to her, I can enter high society with attention and flattery, and even that ticking time bomb of a princess can be dealt with. He stood there, seemingly never taking his eyes off her. A snowflake landed on Odette's eyelashes. Even as fate played its fickle games in the lower rungs of society, Bastian Clauvitz removed his hat. Holding it in his hand, he approached Odette, who was brushing the snowflake from her lashes. The girl clearly possessed noble blood and status. Bastian Clauvitz placed the hat on her head, calculating. Marriage is just such a tool, he thought. Odette looked up at him. This will surely become a credential that elevates my worth, Bastian mused. A suave smile spread across his face. We can start the performance now, he said aloud. Inwardly, his thoughts continued their machinations. The plan may need some adjustments, but at least the general direction is set. They stood close together, like a young couple in love, but the calculations in Bastian Clauvitz's mind were a stark contrast to the image he projected. Rejoice to your heart's content, until the day you lose all your usefulness. I will use this girl to the fullest. Later, two girls were conversing. The dark-haired girl whispered, I heard those two were matched by the Emperor, right? The blonde girl replied, yes, I saw it clearly at the ball. At that moment, Odette stood beside Bastian Clauvitz, in front of a floral painting. The two girls sighed in admiration. What a perfect match. Watching Bastian Clauvitz, they whispered to each other, Captain Clauvitz is a bit different from the rumors. He doesn't seem like the type to elope with a princess at all. The other replied, true, maybe it was just a groundless rumor. Elsewhere, a girl with blue-brown hair remarked, regardless, those two are certainly attracting the most attention here. The brown-haired woman beside her continued, even in high society lately, the only talk is about them. What was it called again? She hesitated. The brown-haired woman spoke up, I remember. Looking at Bastian Clauvitz with his arms crossed and Odette beside him, she said, the beggar princess and the scrap merchant's grandson. At that moment, he spoke, this level of attention is sufficient. Bastian Clauvitz looking at the people around them, continued, "Soon, rumors about us will spread throughout high society." Despite the commotion at the ball, the story about the marriage is progressing smoothly. Having said that, he glanced at her. Seeing that Odette wasn't paying attention, Bastian Clauvitz called out, "Miss Odette." She came back to herself, turning to him with a slightly embarrassed air. "I apologize. I was engrossed in a painting." He continued, "It seems you're quite fond of paintings." Mississippi. Odette hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes." Bastian Clauvitz suggested, "Then let's admire them a little longer. It seems they have a special exhibition hall." Looking at him, she agreed, "Yes, Captain." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Odette smoothly added, "It's almost time for my sister to finish school. The school is nearby, so I'll go home with her." Intrigued, Bastian Clauvitz asked, "Sister, but I heard that Miss Odette is Princess Helen's only daughter." As if understanding his confusion, she replied, "Oh, actually." Lowering her eyes, she said, "She's my half-sister." Inwardly, Odette thought, "For now, Tila's mother, the woman who is no longer in this world, is the maid I occasionally helped with housework." Recalling the image of herself walking down the street holding Tila's hand, Odette said, "Even though people point and whisper, calling Tila illegitimate, I've never thought of Tila as anything other than my family." The memory of Tila frequently being beaten by Desmond surfaced. But that heartless father always hits and scolds Tila, calling her withdrawn child. Just as his hand was raised, a shout rang out, "Stop!" Odette clenched her fists, standing there and watching him. Desmond gritted his teeth and paused. Odette spoke, her words directed both at Bastian Clauvitz and herself. "To protect Tila from that place, I need that allowance." Odette pressed her lips together, looking at her father as she continued, "Father needs the money the royal family allocates to me, so he can't control me as he pleases. With just this, I can be Tila's shield." Back in the present, Bastian Clauvitz watched her, murmuring, "Regardless, Miss, your relationship with your younger sister seems quite strong." Odette offered a small smile. "Yes," she replied, "she is a very precious sister to me." He gave a dismissive snort. "How curious," he continued. "I wouldn't have thought so." With that, Bastian Clauvitz turned and walked away. "Well then, shall we return? Perhaps this is enough." Odette lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Come to think of it, she mused, that Countess was right. The image of Franz Clauseret's face flitted through her mind. I heard the Clauseret's brothers are half-siblings, she thought. No wonder they didn't seem close at the ball. Watching his retreating back, Odette pondered. It was strange when I heard that the heir to the Clauseret's family was the second son. Does he have some sort of secret he's keeping hidden? The snow, meanwhile, showed no sign of stopping. Talbot Lego automobiles and carriages moved along the road. Bastian closed his eyes, his hand gripping the steering wheel, his cheek resting against the back of his hand. He recalled Odette's words as she saw him off. I'll see you off here, she had said. Goodbye. Bastian, had turned back to her. It's my duty to escort you home, Mississippi. I'll see your sister home as well. Odette had gently refused. No, thank you. Tila, she explained, would feel uncomfortable, and I don't want to trouble you any further. Hearing this, Bastian Clausewitz had said, this snow won't stop anytime soon, Mississippi. It will be a difficult walk for you. Odette closed her eyes and said firmly, we'll take the tram. Thank you for your kindness. It's much appreciated. Bastian Clausewitz rested his cheek on his hand, gazing out the window. He thought, I have a date tonight anyway. There's no need to lose my composure over this ungrateful woman. Meanwhile, Odette and Tila stood at the roadside. Waiting for the tram, Bastian Clausewitz sat in his car, observing Tila, who was chatting animatedly. He thought, so that's the younger sister she mentioned. He made a mental comparison, noting the surprising resemblance between the two sisters now. Just then, the tram arrived. The people standing behind Odette began jostling to board the tram. The crowd surged, pushing and shoving. Odette was jolted by the press of bodies. The crowd surged, pushing and shoving, causing Odette to stumble. She and her half-sister, Tila, struggled to board the tram amidst the throng. Inside his car, Bastian Clausewitz watched him passively, a flicker of a thought crossing his mind that perhaps they wouldn't make it on this time. After a moment, the tram finally pulled away from the stop. Bastian Clausewitz pressed down on the accelerator. He accelerated onto the main road, his focus fixed on the road ahead. His gaze remained forward, but the image of Odette jostled by the crowd flashed through his mind. His expression remained unchanged. He pictured her standing in the snow, her cheeks flushed with cold. Still, Bastian Clauseretz's face betrayed nothing. He recalled her hands, trembling from the chill. Finally, Bastian Clauvitz could contain himself no longer. He bowed his head and sighed. With a swift movement, he spun the steering wheel, turning the car around and heading back toward the tram stop. Arriving at his destination, Bastian Clauvitz opened the car door and stepped out. He stood in the snow and called out, "Miss Odette, Odette." He stopped abruptly, turning back to look at the spot where Odette and her sister had been standing. They were gone. In the distance, the tram was making its way down the road. Through the tram window, he could just make out the figures of Odette and her sister. So she managed to push through the crowd and get on after all, Bastian Clauvitz thought to himself. He stood in the snow, thinking about Odette. That girl has a will of iron. The next morning, at the polo grounds, Odette recalled Helena's words. Odette, high society is a battlefield. It's crucial to understand the hidden intentions behind every conversation. Otherwise, you'll quickly become their laughingstock. The pink ribbon in her hair fluttered proudly in the wind. Odette looked around the grounds and murmured to herself, "I wonder when I'll be able to return to the royal court. When mother taught me the etiquette of high society, I thought it was all so pointless." She stood there in her elegant evening gown, a picture of grace. But I never imagined this situation would arise so suddenly, she thought. Suddenly, a voice addressed her, "Miss Odette, is it?" Odette turned to look. Seeing her, the woman smiled and greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then she introduced herself. "I'm Sandrine Danville." Odette offered a polite nod, as was expected. "Hello," she replied. Then Sandrine Danville continued, "I watched you and Bastian waltz at the last ball." She approached Odette, saying regretfully, "It's such a shame things are so chaotic. Otherwise, Bastian could have introduced us." Hearing this, Odette thought, "Is this woman close to Bastian?" Sandrine Danville moved closer, standing before Odette. "From now on," she declared, "I hope you'll make sure to remember my name." Odette was taken aback. Sandrine Danville's face hardened, the previous smile vanishing. "We'll be seeing each other quite often, Miss Odette." With that, and without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away. Odette stood there, watching Sandrine Danville's retreating figure, a wave of shock washing over her. She just said a few words and left. She wondered, bewildered. Helena von Klein appeared behind her. Odette turned in surprise. "Oh my," Helena said. "She's using her maiden name again, isn't she? She's still Countess Leonard, you know." Helena placed a hand on her chest and turned to Odette with a smile. "Do you remember me, Mississippi?" she asked, as if prompting Odette's memory. "We briefly spoke at the ball." Odette looked at her. "This young lady is the daughter of Count Klein and the fiancée of young Franz Clausewitz," Helena offered, seemingly confirming her own identity. "I haven't been rude to you, have I, Mississippi?" she added. Helena beamed. "Indeed, you remember perfectly. How kind of you." Intrigued, Odette asked, "But what did you mean by maiden name?" Glancing towards Sandrine Danville in the distance, Helena explained to Odette, "That woman is preparing for a divorce, so she doesn't want to use her married name anymore. Everyone in high society knows that the Countess is in the process of divorcing her husband's family, a prominent family from Pelia." Understanding dawned on Odette. "I see," she murmured, thinking, what did she mean by saying we'll be seeing each other often? Elsewhere, observing Odette chatting with the other young ladies, a group of women gossiped amongst themselves. "I heard that beggar princess fainted," one said dismissively. "I was hoping for some entertainment, but nothing interesting happened." They eyed Odette. She only acted that way at the ball because Countess Trier was with her. If she were alone, she probably wouldn't know what to do, just fluster about. Another chimed in, "Seriously, is this really her first time in high society?" The orange-haired girl continued, "Yes, I'm certain I've never seen her before." Her companion added, "But if it's her first time here, isn't she remarkably composed? She doesn't seem the least bit flustered." Observing Odette, who was smiling beautifully, they remarked, "Her manners and bearing are impeccable, like a perfectly educated young lady." Just then, someone approached. It was Claudine von Brandt. She observed, "That's a lovely dress. It suits her perfectly." Claudine von Brandt, drawing closer to Odette, smiled and said, "It's from Lane's, isn't it? I adore that shop. Their tailors are masters of silk and chiffon." Helena von Klein, standing nearby, looked surprised. "There's a shop called Lane's." She mused, "If it's a brand known for beautiful clothes, then young ladies of society should frequent it. Yet, this is the first time I've heard the name mentioned in high society circles." Looking at the smiling Claudine von Brandt before her, Helena thought, could it be a trap? She's mistaken again. Of course, a strange beggar couldn't possibly be wearing a high-end designer dress here. Helena von Klein examined the fabric of Odette's dress. It's merely similar to the work of those skilled tailors. Judging by the sleeves, it looks as though she's altered someone else's dress. At that moment, one of the girls leaned in and whispered to Helena, "No wonder she's so unusually calm. His Majesty is truly farsighted. I heard this is a pawn put in place to protect the princess, so a few dresses are a worthwhile investment." Helena laughed softly at this and replied, "The wedding was so hastily arranged, there wasn't much time to prepare a proper wardrobe." To herself, she thought, even if it's by royal command, what does it matter? She can alter as many dresses as she pleases. Looking at Odette, she scoffed inwardly, but it seems she hasn't done much. This woman's worth to the royal family is clearly limited. The girl beside Helena continued whispering, "If she gives the wrong answer, she'll be humiliated and disgraced." She asked curiously, "How will she respond?" Then Odette spoke. "Miss Von Brandt," she began, and Claudine Von Brandt looked at her. Odette smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. Actually, my taste in fashion and clothing is still developing, so I'm receiving assistance from the attendants. Fortunately, the Countess's granddaughter is a similar size, so I've been lucky enough to try on many dresses not yet available in the shops." Facing Claudine Von Brandt with unwavering confidence, Odette continued, "I'll also prioritize visiting the shop you just mentioned." The words hung in the air, silencing Claudine and causing the girl chattering beside Ella Von Klein to stumble over her words. Ella and the girl whispered to each other, "If that's the case, who's the winner here?" The girl hesitated. "We'll see." Just then, several young men entered, prompting someone to exclaim, "Looks like the contenders have arrived." Claudine Von Brandt seized the opportunity, turning to say, "I must go and see. Goodbye, Miss Odette." Odette simply watched her, offering no reply. After a single step, Claudine paused. She turned back, feigning recognition of the dress as being from Sabine's shop. "I misremembered the brand name just now. Please forgive me," Claudine added. Odette nodded her understanding. "Of course," she replied calmly, not easily intimidated. With a touch of irony, she continued, "I'll try to pretend nothing happened." Odette stood watching as Claudine Von Brandt turned and left. Several others there chimed in hurriedly. "I'll go too, then." "Me as well. Until next time." As they departed, Ella Von Klein glanced around and spotted someone, her fiancé. "Franz," she called out. At the sound of his name, Franz Closer turned his head towards her voice. Odette, standing behind Ella, also saw him. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of her. Inwardly, he exclaimed, "Miss Odette." Ella Von Klein approached, asking, "Why are you so late?" "I was so bored by myself." Franz Closer mumbled a response, still somewhat dazed. Odette stepped forward, thinking, "I should greet the captain's brother." Suddenly, her hand was grasped. Odette glanced back, hearing a warm male voice, "Let's go, Miss Odette." She turned to see Bastian Closer holding her hand. Odette looked up at him. "Hello, Captain," she said politely. "However, since I've run into your brother, I thought I should say hello." Bastian replied softly, "You needn't bother with that thing, miss." Odette considered his words, "that thing," with a flicker of concern, but then dismissed the thought. Bastian smiled at her and gestured for her to take his arm. Obediently, she took his arm, though her expression was slightly strained. "Oh, all right." Suddenly, he turned his head with a murderous glint in his eyes, as if ready to kill. Franz Closer, his face a mask of stark fear and astonishment, stared back at Bastian. Odette glanced over her shoulder, a look of grim certainty in her eyes. As she had suspected, the two men made their way towards the door. Her suspicion had been this. There was no warmth between them. As they walked out, arms linked, a lone figure watched from behind a pillar, her gaze following their departure. The hand gripping the pillar trembled. The princess's actions are childish, certainly, the hidden observer thought, but I understand the sentiment. It was Sandrine, her face shadowed and contemplative. The man she desired consumed her thoughts. A melancholy, understood only by herself, settled over her. How many in the world could truly comprehend such a feeling? A look of regret washed over her face. Raising a hand in a gesture of futile appeal to the heavens, she murmured, "If only I had never married." The sight of the two men, arm in arm, had prompted this lament. She raised her hand, knowing she could do nothing but stand there, frozen. "Bastian," she whispered, "do you belong to me?" The scene shifted to a grand, opulent palace ballroom. Guests stood in conversation. Bastian's hand gently brushed a stray lock of hair from behind Odette's ear. The gesture, tender and intimate, seemed to make the very flowers in the room bloom brighter. He leaned in close, his voice a low murmur against her ear. "Your dress is exquisite tonight. It seems my contribution has kept you well supplied with precious things." A radiant smile bloomed on her face at the compliment. "Of course," she replied, her voice light. "You needn't worry about my funds for dresses, Captain." They exchanged bright smiles. From a distance, a voice exclaimed, "Oh, my goodness." Two women watched them, their admiration tinged with envy. "Is that really Captain Bastian?" A man who once seemed as untouchable as a priest, despite the yearning glances of every lady in high society. Sandrine, overhearing their words, felt her expression darken. Their continued chatter about Bastian's marriage reached her ears. After all, it was an arranged marriage. He truly is a man who never reveals his desires. They were so engrossed in their conversation that neither noticed the figure behind them. Bastian, his striking blue eyes lowered, suddenly turned his head. As Sandrine felt his gaze upon her, her expression stiffened, becoming evasive and unnatural. Bastian was desperately trying to find a way to excuse himself from Odette's side. Racking his brain, he could think of nothing else but to feign a sudden realization. "Oh dear," he began, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. "I seem to have forgotten my equipment. I'll just go back and fetch it." Odette, ever gracious, replied, "Of course, darling. Don't worry about it." Inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought, this corset is so tight, I was beginning to feel faint. Placing a hand on her skirt, she made a swift exit. "I must just freshen up in the powder room," she declared. Bastian, too, turned and walked away, their backs to each other as they headed in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Sandrine leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to her forehead, lost in a spiral of regret. "If I hadn't married," she mused, "would Bastian be mine now?" Her gaze was distant, tinged with melancholy, her thoughts a restless jumble seeking escape, her grievances unspoken. "No," she reasoned, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. "If I hadn't the stain of divorce on my name, my father would never have allowed me to marry a man without a title." This train of thought seemed to solidify a plan, a divorce from her current husband. "I should thank that fool," she muttered, a bitter edge to her voice, "for making this next divorce so much easier." A scheme was already forming in her mind. His predilection for men would provide ample grounds for her petition. The thought of her husband ignited a fresh wave of anger. The man was meticulously calculating about the divorce, dragging out the proceedings to minimize the settlement. Such pettiness. Lost in these thoughts, she was startled by approaching footsteps. Bastian's figure drew closer, his form indistinct in the soft glow of the lights. Sandrine, still caught in her reverie, imagined a future where Bastian would be hers, even if it took time. As he reached her, she abruptly challenged him, her voice laced with accusation. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" As Bastian stood before her, she repeated his name, but he remained silent, his expression cold and impassive. Elsewhere, Odette hurried down a long corridor, searching for the powder room. She walked and walked, but the powder room remained elusive. Glancing upwards, doubt crept into her mind. "They said it was this way," she murmured, questioning the directions she had been given. Despite her uncertainty, she pressed on. "Perhaps I just need to go a little further." As she walked, the sound of her own name and that of her fiancé stopped her in her tracks. "If Mademoiselle Odette has already been chosen as your future wife, at least tell me the truth beforehand, Bastian." A look of shock spread across her face as she processed the words. "I thought our friendship meant more than that." Suddenly, a flicker of recognition sparked within her as she realized the voice belonged to the woman who had greeted her earlier. Odette stood frozen, listening to their exchange. "I don't appreciate that tone, Countess," Bastian replied, his voice laced with a hint of annoyance. Sandrine pressed on. "I assumed she knew beforehand. It seems I was mistaken." Bastian, sensing the misunderstanding, chuckled and denied any romantic involvement with Odette. "It's purely a business arrangement. We're collaborating for mutual benefit." As if fearing she wouldn't believe his explanation, Bastian added, "Is that a sufficiently complete answer?" Odette's face fell, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Still unconvinced, she pressed him further. Can you swear to that? Bastian hesitated, neither confirming nor denying. If it were an oath before God, I would refuse. The concept holds no meaning for me. Seeing his reluctance to swear as she wished, a touch of sarcasm entered her voice. What about an oath upon all your glory and prosperity, then? He recoiled slightly, a note of reproach in his tone. Isn't that a bit melodramatic? Realizing her misstep, Odette offered a conciliatory smile. Forgive me. Let's not dwell on it, she said quickly. I know I'm being sensitive, but sometimes emotions are difficult to control. Bastian feigned understanding. I understand, Countess. As they spoke, Sandrine suddenly recalled a piece of gossip a guest had hurriedly shared with her. Oh, by the way, my father's letter arrived a short while ago. He's learned of what Emperor Berg did to protect you from the princess. Sandrine continued. Contrary to what you might expect, my father sees this as a potential opportunity. Odette listened, stunned. Her shock deepened as Sandrine revealed her father's plan. Rather than simply waiting for a divorce and then remarrying immediately, it would be far more advantageous if you also had a woman on your arm while I'm handling the proceedings. Bastian replied, my intentions align with Duke Labillard's. Sandrine responded with a chillingly cheerful agreement. Truly, the same ice-cold blood flows through your veins and my father's. As their conversation concluded, Odette slipped away unnoticed. Sandrine, with a hesitant touch, took Bastian's hand. So Odette turned away coldly, still hearing Sandrine's voice behind her, a pleading tone in her words. Could you do me a small favor? A favor for someone in need of comfort. Bastian, overhearing, prompted her, tell me what you require, Sandrine. Without hesitation, Sandrine made a bold request. Your days, I concede to that girl, and though a crucial phrase escaped her as she left, your nights, you reserve for me. Odette hurried away, never looking back. She recalled Bastian's words to her. The charade continues until Princess Isabel's wedding. Despite this understanding, a prickle of discomfort lingered. Even knowing he was betrothed, it changed nothing. Because ours is purely a business arrangement, she reminded herself. For mutual benefit, she thought, her hand trembling inexplicably. A melancholic expression settled on her face. This shouldn't concern me. Sandrine had moved closer to Bastian, her hands clasped tightly around his, attempting to draw his face nearer, as if testing the waters. Bastian, she began, but he slowly withdrew his hand, disengaging from her grasp. Sandrine froze, as if disbelieving her request had been rebuffed. Bastian, he repeated, his tone now formal. Countess. Bastian's eyes darkened. He removed his hand from her shoulder, a flicker of discomfort in his expression as he refused her proposition. I'm afraid that would be quite impossible. He pushed her hand away firmly. Bastian closed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. I hardly think our friendship remains untarnished, even if momentarily sullied by desire. Do you? Sandrine tilted her head, her deep blue eyes contemplative, seemingly absorbing his words. She nodded slightly, her gaze soft as she murmured, yes, friendship, our precious friendship above all else. Suddenly, Bastian reached out, stroking Sandrine's red hair, his face close to hers as he whispered, maintain your dignity, Countess. His hand lingered on her vibrant hair, his gaze softening. That's much better. He turned and walked away, his demeanor resolute, as if the man who had just spoken those words were a stranger. Sandrine stood silently, watching his retreating figure. His touch, his smile, so decisively delivered, she thought. Even knowing he merely seeks to use me, perhaps that is enough. Her sorrowful blue eyes followed him until he disappeared, her teeth unconsciously worrying her lip. Why don't desire, she mused, is something akin to love. For that man, such a thing would be meaningless anyway. Sandrine's mind conjured Bastian's image. A man consumed by boundless ambition, devoid of all else, even love for himself. Clenching her hands, she fought to contain the turbulent emotions swirling within, murmuring, just a little longer until the divorce is finalized. Gazing into the distance, her vibrant red hair swaying gently, a resolve hardened within her. Once I return to the Lavier family, once I become indispensable to him, even Bastian will desire me. On the emerald lawn, bathed in sunlight, couples stood shoulder to shoulder. Within the tranquil forest, a young woman tenderly and carefully offered a necklace to a young man. He accepted, the necklace settling perfectly around his neck, a sparkling crystal at its center. Bastian explained to Odette that this was a pre-tournament ritual. A flicker of worry crossed Odette's face. If it's a ritual, he reassured her, even the smallest token, imbued with your goodwill, miss, will be met with victory in return. Odette lowered her gaze, her lips moving hesitantly. Captain, Bastian looked down at Odette, a silent observation forming in his mind. She is a woman striving to fulfill the duties of her nobility, borrowing from others, possessing nothing truly her own. He reached out, gently touching the pink ribbon in her hair. His voice softened. I don't typically adhere to such formalities. He gently drew the ribbon free, explaining, but this year many eyes are upon us. It's best to observe the customs. Odette watched him intently, a look of surprise registering on her face as the ribbon came loose. This will suffice, Bastian declared. He held the ribbon to his chest, his fingers brushing against it. His tone was firm. I will cherish and safeguard it. On the verdant field, the atmosphere crackled with excitement. Young men on horseback jostled for control of a small ball. Bastian gripped the reins, urging his horse forward. In his other hand, he held a wooden mallet. Tied to it, the pink ribbon he'd taken from Odette fluttered in the wind. Odette's fingers touched her lips, a look of exasperation on her face. There was no need to go that far. Displaying it like that, tied to your mallet, it's like boasting. Suddenly, her expression darkened, her emerald eyes clouding with thought. Sandrine's words echoed in her mind. Your days, I concede to that girl, but your nights, you must give to me. Odette lowered her head, closing her eyes briefly, consoling herself that it was a private matter, unrelated to their bargain, and that she shouldn't trouble herself with it any longer. Suddenly, a shout from up ahead pulled Odette from her thoughts. Yes, run like that on the field. Bastian and another boy were vying for the ball beneath the cheering stands. Push harder. Bastian glanced back at the boy behind him, a touch of ice in his gaze. He was persistent, his eyes fixed on the boy guarding the goal ahead. Bastian thought, at this rate, even though I'm still far from the goal, it will be difficult to break through the defense. But not impossible. With a sharp tug on the black reins, Bastian leaned low, his right hand swinging the mallet towards the small ball with a powerful stroke. His eyes were focused, intent. There was nothing to do but try his luck here. The wooden mallet connected solidly with the ball rolling across the grass. Bastian narrowed his blue eyes, which glittered with determination. Leaning as far forward as he could, he put all his strength into the swing, the mallet carving a white arc through the air. Propelled by Bastian's powerful strike, the ball soared towards the azure sky. The ball flew into the goal, leaving the goalkeeper gaping in astonishment. The referee raised a green flag, signaling a valid goal. The faces of Bastian's teammates, radiant with the thrill of the magnificent goal, erupted in joyous cheers. Amazing. You're incredible. Hearing their praise, a slight smile curved Bastian's lips. His deep blue eyes gazed into the distance, an expression of confidence and a touch of pride playing upon his features. Bastian straightened in the saddle of his white horse, still gripping the mallet adorned with the pink ribbon. His calm gaze swept over the cheering crowd. He tilted his head, his blue eyes scanning the faces as if searching for someone. He found Odette clapping politely amongst the throng. Yet her expression seemed distracted, as if she hadn't been fully engaged in the events of the match. His lips pressed together in a thin line, a flicker of disappointment, tinged with a hint of loneliness, crossing his blue eyes. Odette gave Bastian a small nod of acknowledgement. She closed her eyes briefly, her deep violet hair swaying gently with the movement. He frowned slightly, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. Bastian, astride his white horse, his expression solemn, nodded to Odette. I will only be true to the duty assigned to me. Nothing more, he thought. The white horse trod upon the emerald grass. Bastian lost in thought about Odette. Even now, the girl was merely fulfilling her role. Bastian turned his horse away from where Odette stood, departing resolutely, the bitter thought echoing in his mind. Nothing more. A pale pink wooden door, beside which hung a blue banner, marked the players' waiting room. Sandrine tilted her head, looking at Lucas. Lucas, she asked, I'm here. Where's Bastian? Lucas, who was gathering his things, replied, Bastian's gone to wash up. He was the key to our victory today, so he received the champagne shower. His back to Sandrine, He continued innocently, oblivious to her silent, crestfallen gaze fixed on the mallet still adorned with the ribbon. Even this year, as the lead player, Bastian hasn't lost a single match. That admirable fellow, he wins at everything he does. We're lucky to have him on our team. Looking at the pink ribbon on the mallet, Sandrine couldn't help but think. Bastian never participates in pre-tournament rituals, not once, because he despises the elaborate customs created by the nobles. A frown creased her brow, envy and jealousy flickering in her blue eyes. But this time, someone else was the object of envy because of that woman's ribbon. She clutched the ribbon, yanking it forcefully from Bastian's mallet. The first to give Bastian a talisman should have been me, she thought bitterly. Sandrine walked into the garden with the ribbon, her hand outstretched, ready to toss it into the mud. She slowly unfurled her fingers, letting the pink ribbon flutter to the ground. A cold glint flashed in Sandrine's eyes, a sinister smile playing on her lips. It was an eyesore the entire match, she told herself. Watching the ribbon sink into the mud, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Now it looks much better. Sandrine looked at Lucas and asked softly, "Lucas, the gentle Miss Odette will also be attending the players' celebration, won't she?" Lucas turned to confirm. She should be, since she's Bastian's partner. Sandrine fell silent for a long moment, then listened to his reassurances. "Come on, don't worry, Sandrine. None of the things you're worried about will happen. You know, Bastian's already got a headache dealing with that crazy princess." "Of course I know that," Sandrine replied hesitantly. Lucas offered some advice. "Just try to trust and wait. Once the princess issue is resolved, she'll be nothing more than a discarded pawn. Besides, the way Bastian and that girl first met was so dramatic, it was really—" He trailed off, suddenly remembering something. He raised a hand, cutting himself short. Lucas thought that if Sandrine found out, Bastian might be embarrassed. Sandrine's face hardened, and she pressed him, demanding what? How dramatic was their first meeting? Intimidated by her intensity, Lucas stammered, Anyway, there's absolutely no way anything romantic could develop between Bastian and that girl." Sandrine looked at him, prompting him for confirmation. "That's what I think too, Lucas. There's absolutely no way anything could happen between them." A thought flitted through her mind, and she felt a pang of pity for Odette. It's obvious that the girl is very beautiful. I can't believe such a beautiful woman is still struggling to clean up her incompetent father's messes. If she'd put her mind to it, she could have married a rich man and escaped poverty instantly. Sandrine, based on the current situation, deduced, could it be that she has greater ambitions, which is why she's continued to live in poverty until now? She quickly formed a hypothesis, subtly questioning Odette's motives. She only secured this marriage because she has the Emperor's backing, and Bastian's position is the most coveted. A woman with nothing to lose, with nothing holding her back, who knows what she's capable of. A flicker of resentment sparked within her. If that's the case, then now I too. Her fingers trailed over the ribbon, her resolve hardening. I absolutely refuse to stand idly by. Odette, lost in thought, walked towards them from the other side of the area. All I have to do is attend the banquet hosted by the Admiralty, and everything will be over. Odette continued walking with a resigned air, her steps light. Since I accepted the invitation to be his partner, I naturally have to see it through. A noble woman, stroking her chin, approached and offered words of encouragement. "How can you say that, Miss Odette? You must keep your spirits up." As if startled out of her reverie, Odette paused. She glanced towards the distance, where a group of nobles had gathered. Odette quickly approached, her expression darkening. Countless scrutinizing gazes fell upon her. Negative thoughts once again enveloped her. That man, he doesn't want me to be happy. She recalled the scene, how the ribbon had been discarded like trash as soon as the match ended. Odette reflected on herself, as if gazing into a mirror of the past. To him, I'm of no further use now. A concerned voice drifted from nearby. "Miss, are you all right?" Odette pressed her lips together. "Madam, if you wouldn't mind, could I ask a small favor of you?" The lady readily agreed. "Anything, Mississippi. Just name it." Odette thought. My intentions to genuinely participate in the party were all for naught. She offered a simple excuse. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I might have to return home early, as Captain Bastian's preparations seem to be delayed." A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Odette looked at the lady with a melancholic gaze. "Madam, if you would be so kind as to relay that message to him," she said, her gratitude sincere. Her heart had grown cold. Perhaps it would have been better to draw a clear line from the very beginning. With these thoughts, she quietly slipped away. The money I received from the royal family, if I didn't need it, there would be no reason to continue this absurd charade. Odette lowered her eyes, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Because of my father, I can't escape living off that allowance. She tried to bolster her spirits. I'll save money, wait until Tira graduates, and then escape to a place where my father's influence can't reach. Even if it means sacrificing sleep, I want to find more work than I have now. In her despair, her gaze fell upon a job board plastered with notices. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Odette's eyes brightened. She lifted her head, carefully reading each word of the advertisement, seeking governess. Preferably an unmarried young woman of middle-class upbringing, educated, with a respectable appearance, and proficient in literature, foreign languages, music, and etiquette. Stable income guaranteed to a suitable candidate. In the distance, a carriage approached at a brisk pace. The occupant was Franz. He was startled when he saw her from behind. Miss Odette, the woman who was supposed to be at the celebratory banquet with my brother. What is she doing here? Without hesitation, he leaped from the carriage. I have urgent business. I'll disembark here. Franz thought this must be fate. There's no other explanation for this chance encounter. He affirmed his resolve. I recognized this feeling from the first moment I saw her. Perhaps this is a chance to confirm what it truly is. Dusk began to settle over the city. Lucas, walking alongside Bastian, sighed. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have left Sandrine behind. That probably would have been better than attending the party. Bastian, without a partner, glanced around, lost in thought. This isn't like Miss Odette. She didn't come directly to greet us. As he left, the image of Odette lingered in his mind. A woman who adhered so rigidly to every point of etiquette that it bordered on haughty. His thoughts were interrupted by Arihi, who called out and pointed, "Hey, Bastian, isn't that your ribbon?" Her next words confirmed his suspicion. The amulet that beggar princess gave you. Bastian could scarcely believe his eyes. Arihi's words echoed in his mind. How did that thing end up down there? Don't tell me. Bastian, you didn't throw it away, did you? The young lords outside, having overheard, immediately jumped to conclusions. Do you think she saw it, got frightened, and went back? Possibly. Either way, it's a good thing. Certainly makes it easier to find an excuse to slip away, Lucas thought. He didn't believe it, of course, and pressed Bastian further. So that thing? Bastian cleared his throat. You said Countess Leneth was in the waiting room earlier, right? Bastian's words made Lucas uneasy. Could there be some misunderstanding? If that gets out, Sandrine will definitely. Before Lucas could finish his explanation, Bastian strode off resolutely, ignoring Lucas's calls of Bastian. Bastian. He knelt before the soiled ribbon. What are you doing? Are you mad? Behind him, Lucas continued to remonstrate. It doesn't have to be this way. His eyes held a hint of sadness. Bastian examined the ribbon closely, confirming his suspicion. This is mine. Recalling the past, Bastian reminded himself, somehow, this was entrusted to me. I will cherish it and keep it safe. He reached out without hesitation and picked up the dirty ribbon. Even if I don't like it, whatever it is, it's currently under my care. His expression was firm. Therefore, I must protect it. Protect what belongs to me. Elsewhere, Franz was closely following Odette's every move. He watched anxiously from behind a wall. Miss Odette, will you be all right? He recalled the loaded words. Did he throw the ribbon away? Wasn't that a clear implication that he would toy with her for a few days and then discard her? Franz was constantly worried about Odette. My parents both believe that this embarrassing marriage arranged by His Majesty is a good opportunity, something to be grateful for, as long as that useless future bride can exploit his weakness. In his thoughts, he refused to let her become the one who suffered. But if that's the case, what will become of that girl's future? Everyone despises her, ostracizes her, even my brother Franz. In his heart, he had long yearned to protect her. If only Miss Odette were mine, within that majestic castle in the old quarter. Robbie entered from the hallway, his gaze sweeping the room. The servant observed Bastian, thinking to himself how much better it would be to rest on his day off. Why does he know nothing but work? Maintaining a respectful demeanor, the servant softly addressed him. Master, your tea seems to have grown cold. Allow me to prepare a fresh cup for you. Robbie's gaze fell upon the book on the table. Only then did he notice the contents, a list of women's clothing. Bastian handed the cooled tea to the servant. Thank you, Robbie. The servant accepted it gently. Certainly, sir. Witnessing this scene, Robbie now understood the situation of the girl who always wore borrowed clothes. That was why she was whispered about in high society, labeled the beggar princess. The servant scoffed at the unfairness of it all. How laughable. The so-called emperor's generosity is truly stingy. If they're using her for their scheme to protect his daughter, they should at least take care of her appearance, shouldn't they? At least provide her with decent clothing, so she can shed that beggar princess label. Another servant rushed in from outside, calling out, "Master." Robbie looked perplexed as Bastian asked, "What is it now, Robbie?" The servant reported anxiously at the main gate. Desmond Hollowcheeks was ushered in to continue their conversation. "I never imagined someone like you, touted as some kind of Imperial hero." Bastian sat opposite him, emphasizing his words. "This is our first proper meeting on neutral ground, where we know nothing of each other." Desmond threatened, "Since I know everything that's going on, you better not try to deceive me." Arms crossed, Bastian replied with feigned boredom, "I see. Well, that saves me the trouble of a lengthy explanation. Then, Duke Hollowcheeks, please get to the point." Seeing no change in Bastian's expression, Desmond fell silent for a moment. Like a demon, he slammed his hand on the table, cursing a lone shark, a rag picker, daring to covet the Emperor's daughter. "I will never allow my daughter to marry the likes of you." He lowered his eyes, as if reassessing the situation. Bastian retorted sharply, "No better than a dog yourself." The words were like a spark to gunpowder. "What did you just say?" Bastian struggled to maintain his composure, his voice low and measured. "Those words ill-suit a man who once tried to sell his own daughter to me. It seems your disposition has shifted quite rapidly in our time apart, hasn't it?" Desmond stammered, a nervous tremor in his voice. That was a mistake born of desperation." Bastian offered a sardonic smile in response to the flimsy excuse. "If I weren't so magnanimous, I would never have pretended such a thing never happened." He paused, a thoughtful expression shadowing his features. "Word on the street is that you're drowning in debt. The rumors have even reached high society." Bastian had the greedy man right where he wanted him. "More than anyone, I understand the lengths to which a man in love will go." Desmond's voice rose, laced with a demanding tone. "Even if I believe what your majesty and everyone else says, I am still Odette's father. Regardless of your wishes, you need my permission to have her." Bastian's face hardened at the unscrupulous father's words. "If I so choose, I have the authority to marry Odette off to another at any moment." What's a hero compared to a man with nothing but money? A family with dignity is far more befitting of Odette. He used his daughter as leverage. Therefore, to be worthy of my daughter, shouldn't you demonstrate appropriate sincerity and effort? Desmond's words reeked of bartering his daughter for coin. A rich man's sincerity and effort. Bastian's flat gaze confirmed his suspicions. "So, you're talking about money." Desmond stammered, because that's what I mean." He didn't get to finish his sentence before Bastian cut him off. "The Duke can forget about receiving any compensation from me." The blunt refusal startled Desmond. "What?" Bastian twisted the current situation with his words. "Yes, if you wish to marry your daughter into a dignified family, then do so. His Majesty won't take your daughter immediately. You'll have to wait for another opportunity, but for now, it's best you tread carefully. It would be for the best." He offered a rationale, causing Desmond's face to darken. "Suppose rumors spread that the young lady touched that fabric. Wouldn't that create a significant obstacle in your arranged marriage?" Desmond could only bluster now. What are you talking about?" Bastian delivered his words with icy finality. "If you wait patiently, I will return your daughter to you unharmed." Just like that night at the casino. Thwarted, Desmond trembled with rage. How dare you, you brat." He shot a venomous glare at Bastian's retreating back. "Next time you want to speak out of turn, I suggest you do it in the palace." His face contorted, teeth gritted. Desmond, in his usual domineering manner, abruptly overturned the table. "You think you can treat me like this and get away with it?" Bastian simply let him rage, thinking to himself, just as I expected. Pathetic. Ever since I got involved with that girl, it's been nothing but this. He instructed Robbie, "See this man safely back to his estate." The servant could only reply, "Yes, master." He added, remembering another matter, "One more thing. Contact Sabine's and schedule a fitting for me. I intend to commission a few dresses. See that it's arranged." Meanwhile, Odette stood by the window, a letter clutched in her hand, scrutinizing its contents. Her expression darkened. "Perhaps it would have been better if you had written down what the plan was and where." The message left behind requested a meeting by the fountain tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Outside, a small hand rested on the doorknob. From the other side, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, his face innocent. Before him, a woman lay sprawled on the floor. Blood flowed freely. His eyes were vacant, as if the sight were nothing out of the ordinary. Quickly, another figure appeared beside him, Mrs. Clauvitz. Mrs. Clauvitz and Jeff stood side by side, their smiles sinister. Bastian jolted awake from the nightmare. He cupped his face in his hands, gently rubbing his disheveled hair. lost in thought. A heavy silence blanketed the room, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. From the clinic, the doctor's voice offered reassurance. Your operated left shoulder has fully recovered. Examining the faded scars left by the bullet, he continued, the gunshot wounds have healed remarkably well, too. The words were a veiled compliment to Bastian's resilience. As expected, young people recover quickly. You'll be back to normal much sooner than anticipated. The doctor regarded him with a kind gaze. While you're currently fit for combat, I wouldn't recommend it. Dr. Kramer was Bastian's primary physician. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, Bastian replied politely, I trust you'll relay only the facts to the Navy, omitting your personal opinions. Dr. Kramer, genuinely concerned, pressed him again. Bastian, you've earned enough prestige. It's time to retire, don't you think? I don't want to be the one signing papers that could leave you crippled again. The doctor, donning his white coat, made his stance clear. My duty is to defend the borders, to maintain peace, even if it means being on the front lines, Bastian declared. The doctor, hearing this, grew more concerned. You return a patient, yet speak these words. Even with my gratitude for your past deeds, I find it hard to believe. Bastian interrupted. That was a special circumstance. Dr. Kramer countered with an example. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, what if that happens again? Bastian's voice held no trace of worry. It's fine. I'll just receive another medal. That's all. The doctor sighed, accepting the stubbornness. He was just the same as he was 14 years ago. Soon, a man leading a young boy burst through the door. He shouted across the room, I brought Sophia's son from his father's house. I brought him here. Those beasts have tormented the child to this state. Dr. Kramer, startled, turned to look. He quickly ushered them in another direction. This way, please. Clauvitz wanted to abandon his firstborn son, left by his deceased wife, while Ellis sought revenge through the child for his daughter, who had been wronged by the Clauvitz family. After Sophia's death, the war between the two families continued for years, ultimately ending in Clauvitz's victory. Ellis loudly pointed out the bruises and wounds on the boy. Isn't this clear evidence of abuse? Dr. Kramer gently asked, Child, how did you get these injuries? The boy hesitated, then offered a multitude of excuses, falling backward, getting hurt during fencing practice, slipping while hiking. All the scars looked like the results of mishaps during air training. But old Ellis insisted that Clauvitz was abusing his former wife's son. Ultimately, the accusation couldn't be substantiated. Jeff Clauvitz had brazenly boasted that it was simply the heir's education. Because he hadn't left any incriminating evidence, he treated his former wife's son, Bastian, as his heir. He remarried quickly after his wife's death, and coincidentally, his new wife's child was born on the day of Chishi. This was a move to quell the scandal and suspicions surrounding his first wife's death. From those suspicious events onward, the heir's education was accompanied by brutal training methods. In the early morning, before sunrise, a still drowsy Bastian, already fully dressed, sat at his desk, diligently studying knowledge far beyond the grasp of his peers. Following this came the brutal physical training, no different from military drills. The boy, Robbie, pushed himself with ferocious diligence, his eyes bloodshot, his hands swollen. He'd even nearly broken his neck, falling from a horse he'd only just learned to ride. The boy had once wandered the forest alone for an entire night, a gun in his small hands. He'd been admitted to this clinic 12 times since his mother's death when he was 5, 12 admissions in the span of his young life within the high walls of the Clauvitz estate. Sometimes I regret revealing Sophia's murder. Bastian perceives everything around him. He'd surely calculated that if I'd concealed the truth, attributing her death to complications from childbirth, he would have politely said, until our next checkup then, and perhaps old Ellis wouldn't harbor such deep resentment. He simply left with his calculations. If that were the case, would the unfinished vengeance become the boy's purpose at the Sabine Taylor shop in the royal capital? Odette stood before the sign, lost in thought. If it was Sabine, this seemed to be the very shop the noble women had mentioned. Just then, Bastian appeared behind her, gesturing. Let's go in. Miss Odette. They quickly entered the shop, where a voice greeted them. It's been a while. Bastian. Hilda Sabine, the owner of Sabine's tailor shop, smiled, welcoming her distinguished guest. Bastian responded formally. Thank you for accepting my request, madam. Hilda, Sabine replied graciously. Oh, there's no need for such formalities between us. Maria's nephew is like my own. Glancing at the girl behind him, she beckoned. Please come in, Miss Odette. It's an honor to have such esteemed guests. The shopkeeper, Hilda, suggested to Odette, First, let me take your measurements and then we can discuss the details. These words words aroused Odette's suspicion. She was already wary of being brought to this place without explanation, and now it turned out to be a high-end shop. "I'm sorry," she stated firmly, "but there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm not here to have clothes made." Bastian intervened smoothly. "My apologies, madam." "Sabine," he interjected, steering the conversation. "Madam, if you'll excuse us for a moment." Though puzzled, Hilda Sabine acquiesced. "Certainly. Take as long as you need." After a long silence, Odette finally spoke, scolding him that was incredibly rude. "Because of this charade, you wouldn't tell me where we were going until the very last moment." Bastian turned, his reply cold and indifferent. "This shop's appointments are booked until next spring. If it weren't for Lady Sabine's close relationship with my aunt, we wouldn't have a chance of getting in." Odette's voice sharpened. "Even if this is some exclusive establishment, I have no intention of wearing clothes bought by the captain. You're forcing me to accept a gift I don't want." He gritted his teeth, repeating the word gift. Bastian met her gaze, his eyes sharp. There was a hint of something unspoken in his words, a touch of playful mockery, as if this whole elaborate performance was indeed intended to present her with a gift. Before Odette could respond, he turned swiftly, settling himself onto a chair with an air of composure. Then, his voice laced with a provocative challenge, he asked, "Do you know what high society calls you, mademoiselle?" Folding his arms, he delivered the blow with blunt emphasis. "The beggar princess." He let the words hang in the air between them, a deliberate humiliation that prickled Odette's skin. "Soon, the whole world will know that Mademoiselle Odette is my woman. However, if you're looked down upon simply for lacking a suitable wardrobe, wouldn't that be rather embarrassing for me as well?" Only then, her hands clenching into fists, did Odette speak. "I understand. This decision was made with full consideration of the gossip and disapproval this marriage will inevitably generate. Am I correct?" He raised a crystal glass, a sardonic glint in his eye. "Of course. It will impact my reputation and dignity." Swirling the liquid in his glass, Bastian continued, a thoughtful edge to his voice. "But not my finances. If Mademoiselle's pride stems from noble blood, then mine stems from money." The words reached Odette's ears, sharp and venomous. "Anything I desire must be the best, the finest, the most expensive, the most extravagant, and so forth. I expect Mademoiselle Odette to cooperate with me in this." Drawing on past experience, she countered softly, "But I must apologize. While I certainly dislike the insulting nickname the captain has bestowed upon me, I have not shown such open disdain. Therefore, I would hope the captain would extend the same courtesy." Bastian watched her silently, assessing her character. True to form, she wouldn't yield an inch. He tilted his head, his gaze dropping to the floor as he murmured, "The grandson of a junk shop owner. That's the identity I must bear unless I reinvent myself entirely." A flicker of something akin to alarm crossed Odette's face. For those born into nobility, such origins might be inconsequential, or at least not worthy of such weight. He left her with his final words to ponder, but the young lady's situation wasn't much different. Bastian, gazing at her tenderly, urged, "Let's focus on what we can solve for now. Besides, living outside," the tailor interjected as she entered. "Well then, shall we begin taking your measurements?" Odette silently complied with the tailor's instructions. "Oh my goodness." Hilda Sabine, her eyes fixed on Odette, murmured her admiration. "I knew she had a good figure from the first glance, but the young lady is even more beautiful than I imagined." Her gaze followed Odette's every movement. "I had envisioned a poor country girl, but incredibly, she moves with such refined grace, cooperating perfectly with my assistant." At this thought, the shopkeeper smiled to herself. With such a captivating young lady, it's no wonder Bastian is acting so strangely. The tailor bowed, announcing, "We're finished now." Hilda quickly seized the opportunity to promote her new stock. "Please wait a moment. I have just the dress. It would look stunning on you, miss. Absolutely stunning." The curtain was drawn, leaving Odette alone within. She froze, gripping her arms tightly, as if trembling uncontrollably. A sound from within caught Bastian's attention. Outside, a flicker of worry crossed his face. As she caught a chill at a time like this, he wondered. He noticed a blanket nearby. He called out to Odette, startling her. "Miss, take this blanket. You might get cold." Their staff seemed occupied, making the situation somewhat awkward. She spoke softly, "Captain, at a time like this, He quickly understood the issue, replying reassuringly, "I'll turn around, miss. There's no need to worry." An embarrassed silence hung in the air for a long moment before she tentatively drew the curtain aside. Bastian stood directly in front, his back turned as promised, gazing in the opposite direction. Odette quickly snatched the blanket, mortified. "Thank you," she murmured, chastising herself internally. Did my coughing bother him? From inside, Hilda Sabine glimpsed Bastian moving away from the changing area. A sudden surge of amusement welled up within her. She quickly understood Maria's predicament. Maria completely misunderstands her grandson's intentions. That's why she's worried, Hilda thought to herself. Everything went according to the shopkeeper's plan, but a single glance from Maria was all it took for me to understand. In my decades of running a clothing store, I've learned one undeniable truth, she concluded silently, following in Bastian's wake. Money. Men only spend it on the women they care for. There's no clearer expression of affection. Servants quickly loaded the luggage onto the carriage. Behind them, Odette watched Bastian with suspicion. In that short time, he'd spent the equivalent of her family's yearly expenses. He turned to her and announced, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to have dinner together, as I have a prior engagement. She, equally unwilling, thought, I have no intention of dining with you either. Bastian solicitously suggested, please, miss, take the carriage back. Hans will escort you to your residence. She countered with a question of her own, and what of the captain? He answered without hesitation, reassuring her, the meeting place is nearby, so I can walk there. His gaze drifted into the distance, his words momentarily suspended. Then, Bastian clarified the thought that had been occupying his mind. I believe it wouldn't be prudent for these items to be seen by the Duke. Perhaps it would be best to store the luggage at Triaga first, and then have you escorted home. Mississippi Odette readily agreed. Yes, I was about to suggest the same to the captain. He departed quickly. Then please be careful on your way, Miss Odette. Her gaze, tinged with regret, followed Bastian's retreating figure. Looking at the items before her, she couldn't deny that, despite his claims of doing this for his own reputation and dignity, these were ultimately gifts for her. The thought prompted a show of sincerity. Though this isn't what I desired, there are times when one must accept kindness. Thank you very much, Captain. These words caused Bastian to look at her in a different light. They simply held each other's gaze in silence. He sat in the carriage, a thoughtful expression on his face. Determined to maintain decorum, he nevertheless allowed himself another involuntary smile. The carriage stopped before a grand mansion. The butler hurried out to greet him. Captain, you've returned. Have I only just returned? Bastian offered an excuse. The dinner ran late. Is something the matter? The butler stammered nervously, the princess. He fumbled for the rest of the sentence. Her Highness, she has arrived from afar and is currently within the mansion. A voice called his name urgently. Bastian. Isabel rushed towards him, her face alight with joy, and embraced him. I came to see you. A sudden chill fell over the air, leaving her bewildered. Why didn't Bastian speak? He simply stared at her, his gaze filled with displeasure. His words were sharp and final. He turned to leave. I will escort you back to the palace. Let's go. Isabel lowered her head, her voice laced with a pathetic whine. You can't do this to me. I went through so much trouble to escape from the summer palace. She cried out, desperate to capture his attention. I went to such lengths to get here. He glanced at her, his expression etched with disapproval, and pointed out her folly. Your Highness, such a disguise will not fool the royal guard. They will find you soon, so you must leave before they do. She clung to him tighter, tears welling in her eyes. Do you still think of me as a child? Bastian, look at me. I am a woman now, a woman willing to give up her crown for you. Bastian's voice grew colder. Whether your Highness is a child or a woman, what does it matter to me? Isabel invoked her title, attempting to validate her feelings. Is it because I am a princess? Is it because of our different stations that you refuse to acknowledge my love? She continued to cling to him, feigning innocence, replaying a well-worn scene of suffering. Actually, Bastian, I'm also very saddened by my status as a princess. If only I could be free from these constraints. Bastian knew of her past hardships, how she had been treated like a beggar, trampled upon, even by her own cousins. People called her a beggar without self-respect, yet she still fiercely clung to her dignity. His words hardened. He reminded the princess, Your Highness must cling tightly to those constraints. It is better that way. Each word landed like a stone, leaving Isabel speechless. Even in this chaotic situation, the only reason I still show you patience and respect is because you are the Emperor's daughter. Unable to hide her confusion, she still tried to play her final act. What did you just say? Bastian's patience finally snapped, his face a mask of clear annoyance. Therefore, Your Highness, please express your deepest gratitude to your father, the Emperor, whenever possible. His words struck a nerve, and Isabel's tears finally flowed. No, it's not like that. She lost control, shrieking like her terrifying father. I did it all for you. I gave up everything. Everything I did was for you. A loud knocking echoed from beyond the door. The guards had arrived. Isabel, abandoning all decorum, fell to her knees. Please, Bastian, she begged, don't do this to me. Please. Bastian ignored her plea. The only feeling I can harbor for Your Highness is the loyalty an Imperial soldier owes the crown. His words struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her paralyzed. Bastian flung the door open, revealing the waiting cavalry. Her Highness is here, he announced. He offered a straightforward account. I just returned home to find Her Highness in this state. I was about to escort her back to the palace when you arrived. Now, if you'll excuse me. But his dismissal was met with a countercommand. No, you must come with us, Captain Clauvitz. Each word underscored the gravity of the situation. Proceed to the palace as quickly and discreetly as possible. A royal decree has just been issued. As the city settled into the quiet of the evening, Tira, with childlike innocence, asked again, are you really going to take me to the amusement park? Odette, looking at her with affection, confirmed, yes, Tira will go next Sunday. Tira beamed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Odette couldn't help but smile at her sister's joy. Her thoughts drifted to her current circumstances. The tutoring job I found on the billboard pays much better than I expected. It's a very attractive offer. They even provide accommodation. I can finally get away from my father and that allowance. And of course, I won't have to keep up the charade with that man anymore. Although I could see his kindness sometimes, I never understood his intentions. The thought filled her with a mix of emotions. He's already engaged to someone else. What should I wear when I leave? No, I should finalize the contract first. Looking out the window at the darkness, she yearned for a peaceful city, a warm southern climate, a small town by the sea. What if I started a new life? She whispered her plans to her sister. Tira, after you graduate, we'll leave. We'll go far away, just the two of us, without father. Tira looked at her sister, a puzzled expression on her face. Sister, do we really have to leave? Tira, her naive younger sister, asked tentatively. Wouldn't it be nice if just the two of us stayed here and rented a place together? Odette countered, laying out her reasoning. Even if we did that, the capital is crowded and rent is expensive. Living in a smaller town wouldn't be so inconvenient. This was somewhat unexpected, so Tira considered hesitantly. I'll try to think about it. Her response, however, was met with a curt, I'm sleepy now. I'm going to bed. You should go to sleep too. Left alone, Odette fell into thought once more. Once Tira was older, she could take care of herself. If he came, it would probably be all right for her to leave alone. Before Tira left the room, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, sister. Looking at Odette, she asked clearly, each word distinct, who is Clauvitz? Odette, her gaze fixed on Tira, tried to deflect the question. Where did you hear that name? Her sister didn't hesitate. Bastian will take care of everything. That's what father said. There was a visitor just now, something about money. A chilling premonition gripped Odette, freezing her in place. Father knew about that man. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Snatching a coat, Odette rushed out. Had her father found the man and done something rash? She ignored her sister's calls from behind. Hey, sister, where are you going so late? Odette, her urgency palpable, threw back a hurried explanation as she fled. I just remember an appointment. I'll be back soon. I have to see the captain right away. The majestic city gradually sank into a lonely darkness around her. A sudden eruption of loud noises echoed from within, the sounds of Bastian being reprimanded. A barrage of sharp slaps rang out. Queen Burke, her face a mask of fury, spat out each word. You, how dare you? How dare you make a mockery of the royal family? Bastian Clauvitz remained silent in the face of the terrifying accusations. You won't leave the palace alive tonight. The queen shrieked, nearly losing control. A hand quickly landed on her shoulder, a calming presence. A firm voice cut through the air. Calm yourself, your majesty. Emperor Bergs soothed the enraged queen. Shouldn't we be calm at a time like this? His brow furrowed with worry. He turned to his servants and commanded, escort the queen back to her chambers. The servants bowed in unison. As you wish, your majesty. Though displeasure still etched Queen Burke's face, she shot a furious glance at Bastian Clauvitz beside her before turning and sweeping from the hall. Her retreating figure left a heavy silence in the vast palace. Emperor Bergs, hand pressed to his forehead, stood in grim contemplation, as if struggling to quell the lingering chaos. He sighed, addressing Isabel, though she was no longer present. At first light, I will send the princess abroad. She cannot return to Berg before the wedding. His decision made, Emperor Bergs instructed Bastian. The official reason for her departure will be for her health. Announced that she requires rest before the ceremony. Bastian straightened, his expression serious. Yes, Your Majesty. I will see to it. With a semblance of calm restored, Emperor Bergs reviewed the known facts. Isabel had drugged her nursemaid, disguised herself as a servant, and fled the summer palace. What puzzled him, what gave him pause, was the complete lack of suspicious activity on Bastian's part. He could find no evidence of complicity. After the ball, I had him followed, but all day today, he only met with Odette. He took the child to a high-end clothing store, even bought her a mountain of extravagant gifts. By tracking him, I uncovered another truth. He's been meeting frequently with Duke Lavier's daughter. In the quiet of his mind, two portraits hung side by side, Odette and Sandrine den Lavier, both with their backs turned. Emperor Berg's voice dripped with disdain. The granddaughter of Emperor Bergs and the daughter of a Pelian noble house. He's a shameful opportunist, playing both sides, weighing his advantages. The image of Bastian materialized, golden hair, icy gaze, immaculate waistcoat, the very picture of aristocratic composure. Emperor Bergs didn't deny any of it. Instead, he offered a calm, chilling summation. But at least he had no part in Isabel's little escapade. Emperor Berg's eyes fixed on Bastian, who stood before him. His voice, laced with anger and suspicion, cut through the air. Captain, besides these, are there any other women I should know about? You best tell me everything here and now. Bastian Clauvitz, just who are you? The tension in the room crackled. Bastian clenched his fists, bringing them to his chest. He bowed with solemn grace, his voice calm and steady. Your command, Your Majesty. I shall obey. Emperor Bergs, facing him, let out a cold laugh, tilting his head slightly as he studied the man before him. Anything I command, you will obey without hesitation. Bastian's reply was succinct. Yes, indeed. The Emperor's gaze deepened, then he gave a slight nod, a look of satisfaction spreading across his features. Truly a soldier worthy of the title hero. But then, silence descended. Bastian's gaze remained steady, but the Emperor thought, this man will not bend to mere authority and commands. I can see it in his eyes. They are the eyes of one who would devour his master, no matter who his master may be. A cruel image flashed through the Emperor's mind, a leather collar fastened with an iron chain. If that is the case, what kind of shackles must I forge to bind and tame him? He turned slowly, his back ramrod straight, his voice cold and hard. Whether intentional or not, because of you, my daughter and the honor of the royal family have been sullied. Moreover, this is not merely the marriage of a princess, but a matter concerning the entire empire. And speaking of which, he emphasized, his voice taking on a steely edge, Bastian, the marriage between Crown Prince Berlhop and Isabel must proceed smoothly. You would agree, wouldn't you? Facing that icy stare, Bastian Clauvitz maintained his characteristic composure. He stood tall and straight, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Your Majesty, I naturally desire the successful conclusion of the alliance with Berlhop. Your Majesty. The Emperor stood by the enormous window, gazing out at the deepening night. Under the faint starlight, his voice became grave and low, laced with warning. Should anything go awry with this marriage, should the safety of the empire be threatened as a result, I will not forgive you. Even in the face of this threat, Bastian remained impassive, his face as smooth and undisturbed as a still lake. His voice was low and resolute. If Your Majesty commands me to return to the front lines, to command the naval fleet, even tomorrow, I would gladly lay down my life. But before he could finish, a roar of thunderous rage erupted. Do you think that alone will solve the problem? The Emperor's eyes blazed with fury. He spun around, the light catching the hard lines of his face and the sharpness of his gaze. I will speak plainly. For a moment, the air seemed to crackle with tension. Bastian stiffened, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief as the decree, sharp as a drawn sword, fell upon him. Marry at once, Captain Bastian Clauvitz. Midnight, a tram glided silently through deserted streets. Inside, Odette sat cloaked in a hooded cape, her eyes shimmering with sadness and worry. The tram halted before a grand mansion. She disembarked and knocked. A butler answered the door. Our master is not at home, he said politely. I'm very sorry. Even if you wait, I don't know when they will return. The girl nodded slightly, murmuring, I see. The butler, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, replied, if you leave a message, I will convey it to the master. She persisted gently, please tell me, has Duke Lavier been here? Odette lifted her head, her eyes shining with an earnest light. Please be sure to tell me, I beg you. The butler regarded her for a long moment, his expression softening, as if considering something deeply. Then he confessed, yes, not long ago he came here unannounced. Odette's heart lurched. Perhaps I understand why the captain suddenly mentioned my father, she thought. Odette slipped away from the mansion, walking through the silent night. Her figure was etched against the desolate cobblestone street beside the waiting tram. She lifted her melancholy gaze to the somber sky, her thoughts churning. It's worth it, I suppose, since I've endured father's reckless behavior before. Even so, why would he give me so many things? Her thoughts unfinished, she recalled their last meeting, the two of them by the antique carriage, preparing luggage. She furrowed her brow in confusion. And then to actually arrange another meeting, that's the worst part. Odette clutched the sleeves of her cloak, her gaze falling as if all her strength had drained away. I don't even have the will to continue this charade. Yet, even so, Odette couldn't bring herself to voice any defiance or question. Even so, I have nothing to say. Standing alone in a doorway, Odette stared blankly out the window. That man, how can he show me no consideration at all? Just then, the soft echo of footsteps on the wooden floor reached her ears. A voice drifted from nearby. How annoying, it's starting again. Odette walked down the spacious hallway and encountered a woman standing with her arms crossed, her expression expectant. Oh, the woman's father asked, what's the matter? Before she could answer, an irritated voice called down from the staircase. What else could it be? That family is quarreling again. Go up and see what's going on. Odette paused, her face etched with weariness and a heavy heart. Father and Tila are fighting again, she thought, her gaze fixed on some distant point, as if trying to escape the reality before her. In that moment, all she wanted was to flee, to shed the weight of responsibility, status, and title. It felt like a rope tightening around her chest, suffocating her. All she wanted was to be far, far away, to run, to forget who she was, to escape the constricting identity that bound her. Away from it all, the woman's earlier call snapped her back to the present. Odette, the sharp voice pierced through her thoughts. Are you even listening to me? Startled, Odette rushed to apologize. I'm so sorry, madam. Please forgive me again. Arriving at the scene, Odette's blood ran cold as a heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Her eyes widened in horror. That can't be. Chaos reigned. Tila was locked in a struggle with her father, Derson. His face crimson with rage. He clutched what looked like a savings box, refusing to let go. Humph my money. Give it back. Little Tila cried, her small hands flailing in protest. Derson glared at her. Get it. It's mine. He shoved the little girl hard. She cried out in alarm. Horror filled Odette's spring-green eyes as she took in the scene. Tila, Tila. Suddenly, Tila scrambled to her feet. Her eyes blazed with resentment and hatred. With a surge of strength, Tila pushed Derson back. He stumbled backward, then tumbled down the stairs. A box flew from his grasp, scattering gold coins across the floor. Oh, father. Tila stood frozen, watching as the scene unfolded in slow motion before her. The dim hallway light illuminated the still figure at the bottom of the stairs, blood staining the cold stone. Father. The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace. Emperor Bergs stood before Bastian, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice laced with menace. The Empress's words were not lies. If I wished it, you would not leave this palace alive. He leaned closer, his voice low, each word a hammer blow against Bastian's spirit. Finding the body of a hero in the alleys of the red light district is child's play. Nothing difficult. Yet, Emperor Bergs was not without a measure of mercy. But I will extend leniency in recognition of this man's service. You need only be wed before the summer festival. Even so, his voice remained icy, devoid of any personal sentiment. While I had hoped for Odette to become your wife, at this point I care little who it is. Even if you were to elope with your mistress, Countess Lawn-Ice, I would let it pass. He lifted his deep blue eyes, gazing into the distance. The marriage need only last 2 years, until Isabel returns to Prince Burp's household and bears his first child. Bastian spoke with difficulty. But, Your Majesty, the date you mentioned, there are less than 2 months remaining. Emperor Bergs replied coldly. Though hasty, It is preferable to dying now, wouldn't you agree? The Emperor commanded, like a deity decreeing fate, marry at once. Present the image of a perfect couple to all. That way, even if Prince Burp learns of your relationship with Isabel, he will feel no threat. Bastian remained motionless, the struggle evident in his eyes. The Emperor leaned in slightly, gazing deep into those eyes, his tone severe. Why this attitude? Did you not say you would instantly become the person I commanded? Bastian Closer spoke, his voice strained with tension and caution. That is not the case, Your Majesty. I merely... His defense was cut short, a hand placed firmly on his shoulder. The Emperor looked directly at him, his voice low but weighted with authority. If you can live as agreed for 2 years, Emperor Bergs continued, his gaze steady and resolute, I will grant you anything you desire, be it a title or the power you crave. Anything, the Emperor declared clearly. This is my command. He stared into Bastian's unwavering eyes, leaning forward, his tone a mixture of challenge and expectation. So what kind of man is Bastian truly? Show me. The scene shifted to another location, a grand building of classical architecture beneath a cerulean sky, the Rest City Hospital. Outside the hospital, young Tila wept, her voice trembling as she asked Odette, Now do I have to leave, sister? Odette's expression was calm, her serene blue eyes focused as she placed a comforting hand on Tila's shoulder. Listen to me, Tila. Father doesn't remember what happened. Odette explained softly, her voice even. He was drunk. His memory is probably hazy. He thinks he stumbled and fell. While stepping back, Tila looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. Yes, sister. Odette continued gently, as if trying to soothe Tila's worries. So you should forget it too. It was just an unavoidable, unfortunate accident. But tears had already begun to stream down Tila's face. She trembled, choking back a sob. Even so, I'm still so scared. Panic seized Tila. Clutching Odette's hand, she sobbed, even if father doesn't remember, what if someone accuses me? What if someone in the building saw? Despair overwhelmed her as she collapsed, her voice fractured with terror. I should go to the police. Maybe if I confess, I'll get a lighter sentence. This is killing me, sister. I'll go to hell. It was me who did that to father, Tila began, but a firm voice cut through her panic. Tila, calm down, Tila. Odette gripped her sister's shoulders, her gaze steady and reassuring. Listen to me, Tila. You were only defending yourself. Tila hadn't fully escaped her fear, but Odette's words softened her voice, allowing a sliver of hope to peek through. Sister, I don't believe in God, but if there is one, I won't go to hell for this, will I? Odette's gaze, firm yet gentle, met Tila's. Even if someone has to go to hell, I'll go in your place. You know that. Their eyes locked, one silent, the other still brimming with tears. Odette's voice was soft, almost a plea. I don't want anything bad to happen to you too, Tila. Please keep this a secret. Not for you, but for me. I beg you. Tila didn't answer. She lowered her head, a single tear tracing a silent path down her cheek. In an instant, she was enveloped in Odette's warm embrace. A choked sob escaped Tila's lips. Okay, she whispered, her apology punctuated by tears. I am sorry. I'm so sorry, sister. Odette held Tila tightly, her expression tender yet resolute. If taking care of Tila means I go to hell, then so be it. Meanwhile, a conspicuous red carriage rolled through a garden bursting with blossoms. Inside, Bastian reclined against the plush seat, lost in thought. The summer festival is only a month and a half away at most. If there's to be a wedding, the necessary procedures must be followed. I have to decide on a bride within 3 days, at least. He calculated the cost of the power he craved from the Emperor, 2 years of obligation. His gaze drifted out the window, where the azure sky peeked through the branches and sunlight dappled the ancient rooftops. In truth, it's a transaction with little to lose. Sandrine will be ready to remarry in about 2 years anyway. Bastian stepped out of the carriage and strolled leisurely. We both have the same history of divorce. Marriage at this juncture is the most logical course of action. Bastian told himself that for 2 whole years, within the silent expanse of the mansion, time had seemed to stand still. He had long planned to live quietly, like a potted plant in a garden, and when the time was right, vanish with a substantial fortune. He walked across the long carpet, his expression cool and confident, knowing that with enough money, anything could be swept aside. How many women would be willing? Bastian strode towards his room, lost in thought. But no matter how he considered it, no matter how hard he tried to find alternatives, Odette's image was the first to surface in his mind. No one else. Only her. Only Odette. He placed a hand on his forehead, thinking, why is it that no matter how I think about it, she always ends up being the most suitable candidate? A voice called out, pulling him from his chaotic thoughts. His valet, Clovis, appeared with a worried expression. Master, are you all right? Bastian lifted his head, his gaze hardening with resolve. There was no more time to waste, not even a moment. It was best to see her as soon as possible. Clovis, bring Miss Odette to the mansion. This is urgent. The sooner, the better. Clovis obediently nodded. Yes, master. But before he could leave, Clovis suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. There was a visitor last night who came to see you. Bastian frowned slightly, surprised. So late. Clovis respectfully presented a letter. As you instructed, I kept the matter confidential last night. Since you were absent, the visitor left quickly, but they left this letter. Bastian took the letter from Clovis, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He opened it, and neat handwriting came into view. I have heard of my father's disrespectful behavior towards the captain and offer my sincerest apologies. I assure you, you will not be troubled by my father again. Bastian fell silent for a moment, an indescribable feeling welling up within him. So she finally knew. Clovis handed Bastian another letter, suggesting he look it over. This is a letter Countess Tira urgently sent this morning. Perhaps you should look at it before you leave. Bastian opened the letter Clovis had just given him. His eyes widened suddenly. He called to his steward, Clovis. Bastian, holding the letter, spoke in a calm but firm tone. Regardless, I must go see Miss Odette myself. The letter Clovis had just given Bastian was from Countess Tira to Captain Closer. The letter from Countess Tira to Bastian was, in fact, a plea on Odette's behalf. It explained that Odette was in dire straits, forced to flee, and that the Countess was acting as her intermediary. The scene shifts to Desmond's hospital room. Odette sits silently, her emerald eyes filled with sorrow. Late last night, Duke Desmond had fallen down the stairs, sustaining severe injuries. He now lay in the city hospital. A fractured skull, a broken spine. Duke Desmond's face was pale and drawn, his eyes wide and vacant beneath the bandages that swathed his head. The doctors had given their grim prognosis, paralysis from the waist down for the rest of his life. Dawn broke over the hospital. Soft sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Desmond's motionless form. Odette sat vigil at his bedside. A frail hand rested gently on Odette's shoulder. Countess Trira's gentle voice broke through the heavy silence. Are you all right, dear? She asked, her voice filled with concern. You look as though you haven't slept a wink, have you? Odette's eyes were heavy with exhaustion, her face pale. I'm fine, Countess, she murmured. Countess Tira regarded her for a moment, then said softly, Your father seems a little better. I'll watch over him. Go and get some rest. You must keep your strength up. Odette rose and walked slowly to the hospital courtyard. She sank onto a bench beneath the open sky, her thoughts a whirlwind of despair. So, from now on, she mused, my fate is to care for my father for the rest of his days. The weight of her humiliation and the sudden collapse of her carefully constructed plans crushed her. The tutoring position she had secured, the hope of escaping to a new life far away, all of it now seemed meaningless. Despair threatened to engulf her, leaving her wishing she could simply vanish like a bubble. A voice startled her. I've heard about the accident. Bastian stood before her. Odette lifted her head slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. It's most unfortunate what happened to the Duke, Bastian said slowly. I understand this must be a distressing time for you, but he paused, then continued. I was hoping you might grant me a moment of your time. He offered her a document, his voice even. This is the contract I've drawn up based on the proposal I put to you. Please consider it. Odette's face grew dark as she read the terms, each line as cold and final as a judge's decree. By order of the Emperor, I require a wife for a period of 2 years. You will be well compensated. I believe you would be suitable, if you agree. So the wedding will be at the end of next month. With those words, Odette's face darkened. Are you trying to buy a wife, Bastian? She demanded. For 2 years. Bastian remained calm, his gaze sharp as he studied Odette. Under these circumstances, mademoiselle, this is a contract of mutual benefit. A more moderate attitude is advisable. Frankly, I'm offering you a 2-year employment opportunity. At this, Odette gave a small, chilling smile. I see, she murmured, the words like a thin, icy cut. Odette sank back into her chair, her voice laced with bitterness. How very kind of you, she said. Her hand clenched around the contract, her gaze frozen. You came all the way to the hospital where my father lies, just to offer me a job. Bastian's expression remained impassive. If I am to marry by the Emperor's deadline, time is of the essence. While I admit Mademoiselle Odette is my first choice, I also make no secret of having other options. While you are indeed my preferred candidate, that doesn't mean I lack contingency plans. Furthermore, this marriage may not be disadvantageous for you, mademoiselle. Bastian continued his calm analysis. Once you appear, you will be obligated to take your father home. Caring for him will, naturally, fall entirely to you. Then there's the matter of moving him back and forth from the suburbs. His gaze unwavering. He posed a question that silenced Odette. Do you intend to sacrifice the rest of your life to care for your father? He added, noting the apparent discrepancy between their perceived and actual relationship, his voice tinged with a cold irony. The bond between you and your father doesn't appear to be quite so profound. Am I mistaken? Odette stared at the document in her hands, the written agreement. To be blunt, Bastian continued, this contract is not a marriage in the traditional sense. It's an agreement to live under the same roof. The terms are simple. We maintain the facade of a perfect couple in public. Beyond that, we live our own lives. Odette considered this, a weary look on her face. If I sign this, she thought, my father can spend the rest of his days in a convalescent hospital with the best facilities and equipment. Tira can attend a prestigious school and receive a good education. And I will be compensated. Enough for me to start a new life. Odette's face was pale. Bastian sat beside her. She pondered if she endured just 2 years of marriage with this man, perhaps her life could completely change. But she still harbored some anxieties. After 2 years, Odette began, when the contract ends, Captain, will you remarry Countess Linnet? Her voice was soft. She confessed she hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but had gotten lost and overheard their conversation. I apologize. I didn't intentionally overhear. The day of the polo match, I got lost while wandering, and I heard your conversation. Bastian gave a slight nod, his gaze calm and cold. Yes, that will also be when they have smoothly handled the divorce proceedings of their first marriage. The situation, then, was during a meeting in a building. The negotiations reached the point of postponing the wedding and compensating me with a large sum of money. Odette continued, it seems you'll receive something quite substantial after dealing with His Majesty, won't you? Bastian answered succinctly, yes. Odette's lips pressed together slightly. I see. Odette sat quietly, her eyes distant. Bastian's hand extended, offering her a pen. Her voice, low and strained, trembled slightly. Then, please give me a day to consider. But he didn't give her the chance to retreat. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice gentle yet firm. As I said, I don't have much time, Miss Odette. If you refuse, then it means... Odette's eyes widened, her hand flinching as the pen was offered again. He had already arranged everything. No. A surge of emotion coursed through her as she snatched the pen. All right, she thought, a shadow falling over her thoughts as she took hold of it. This is just a contract, entirely for mutual benefit. It's not significantly different from what I've experienced so far. The nib trembled against the paper. How will I spend the next 2 years? She wondered. But this is better than losing this opportunity and facing reality head-on. Suddenly, the pen slipped from her grasp. Odette fainted. Bastian reacted swiftly, catching her and holding her against his chest. Her body was limp, as if all her strength had drained away. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, yet for a moment serene. Her long lashes fluttered, and her lips moved as if trying to speak. That is still better than disappearing like a bubble. And then disappearing. Bastian held Odette securely against him. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She saw Bastian holding her, his expression serious, as he strode away with her in his arms. Odette stirred slightly in Bastian's arms, but then rested her head against his shoulder, her eyes still closed. Internally, she felt every pang of pain radiating through her muscles, every bone aching, her body too weak to push him away. Bastian held her close, his normally icy blue eyes now shimmering with a quiet tenderness. His grip tightened slightly. He carried her towards the clinic. The patient is exhausted. I'm taking her to Dr. Kramer's clinic. The nurse hesitated under Bastian's resolute gaze, stammering, but the director is seeing his regular patients. Bastian cut her off, his voice still calm, but laced with an irresistible authority. Inform the doctor, please. His cool, decisive tone silenced the room. The patient is Captain Bastian Clauvitz's fiancée. After that, the city continued its bustling rhythm, the ancient streets gleaming in the sunlight, carriages weaving between opulent townhouses, a perfect picture of a fresh morning. Inside a carriage, the Countess sat looking weary. She sighed, complaining, "This is the first time in my life I've had to prepare for a wedding in such haste." Odette, dressed in a magnificent lavender gown, offered a faint smile. "Thank you for helping me, Countess." The Countess's face immediately brightened, her delight uncontainable. "Don't mention it. Thanks to you, I'm having the time of my life, spending money." She lowered her voice slightly. "The captain instructed me to make you the most beautiful, the most magnificent bride, so I shall endeavor to do my utmost." Odette looked at the engagement ring on her finger, thinking, this past month, every day has been like a battle. He said everything I have must be expensive and the most luxurious. This past month, every day has been like a battle. He said everything I have must be expensive and the most luxurious. Bastian, dressed formally, presented her with a small velvet box containing a magnificent ring. He certainly hadn't spared any expense in the wedding preparations. "This is your engagement ring, mademoiselle. Please wear it until the official ceremony." Odette looked at the ring, her brow furrowing slightly. "Isn't it too extravagant? And the wedding is so soon." Bastian replied calmly, "Of course it's extravagant. For a wedding prepared in less than a month, it's hardly inappropriate." Not just the ring, the dowry and wedding dress were no exception. Everything was lavish, extravagant, and exorbitantly expensive, leaving onlookers in awe. The dowry and the wedding dress were no exception. Both were the most costly items in the empire. Even the honeymoon suite was a newly constructed villa, leaving one to only imagine the splendor of the wedding hall's decorations. Countess Lennet, seated beside her, commented with a smile, "Well, it seems your fiancé is far wealthier than anyone imagined." Odette could only offer an awkward smile in response, her eyes filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. Despite the limited time, the wedding preparations were progressing smoothly. Her father had been transferred to a convalescent hospital on the outskirts of the city, equipped with advanced facilities, and Tira would soon be transferring to a prestigious girls' school in Carlsbad. Odette stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the horizon. From now on, after the wedding, she would leave her family. Truly, she would be alone. A few days after the ceremony, she would depart utterly alone. A sudden, furious voice erupted. Bastian, Jeff Closet, standing before Bastian's summer villa, wore a look of astonishment tinged with panic. Meanwhile, Franz, unable to conceal his own rage, seethed inwardly. What in the world has he been up to these past few days? That lunatic bastard. I hear the newlyweds will be spending their time at this newly built summer villa. Before them stood a magnificent villa, the Closet family estate, and opposite it, an equally grand structure, Bastian's summer residence, built in the same architectural style, its placement a blatant mirroring of the original. As the three men stared in bewildered suspicion, Bastian appeared. "It seems I haven't told you before, has it?" Bastian said, his demeanor calm and confident as he glanced around. "While this is the place where I was cast aside and forced to endure much deprivation, perhaps a flicker of nostalgia still lingers in some corner of my mind." Jeff and Countess Closet, upon hearing Bastian's words, wore expressions of surprised exhaustion, their faces taut with tension. Bastian continued, "It seems I have my wonderful childhood to thank for all of this. Wouldn't you two agree?" Franz, furious yet struggling to maintain his composure, thought, even if he's mad, he's only slightly mad. What could he have possibly done to command such vast funds? I heard that by his grandfather's later years, the old curio shop's business had drastically declined. Having inherited such a vast fortune, enough to build this palace, why do you still insist on striving to be a soldier? Bastian, his expression righteous and resolute, declared, "The image of the Closet family is reflected in each of us. I aspire to be a role model for the entire city." Bastian paused, a cold glint in his eyes. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, then stepped closer to Jeff, his gaze sharp, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips. "Consider his son's desire to emulate his father. The azure sky stretched above the magnificent castle as Bastian, with a calm, icy gait, turned and left the hall without a backward glance. The sharp click of heels on the stone floor echoed as she followed him. Claire stood before him, her eyes blazing with the anger she had suppressed for days. Bastian, don't you feel even a shred of guilt towards me? How could you decide to marry without consulting me? Bastian stopped, turning his head to look at Claire, his expression still impassive. His voice, calm to the point of cruelty, responded, I hadn't intended to send the Countess an invitation. Claire gritted her teeth, recalling his previous words. Didn't you say you were too busy preparing for the wedding to see me? Bastian replied, I've already discussed this matter with your father. Claire's heart constricted at his words. Her eyes widened in undisguised shock as she remembered her father's words. If Bastian secures the title, then the cost of this marriage, even a future divorce, is inconsequential. He's willing to overlook it. Claire lowered her head, her lips trembling. It's because of my father, then not me. Then, a bitter laugh escaped her. Oh no, I forgot. You love my father's money and estate. Bastian didn't deny it. He looked directly at Claire, stating the obvious as if it were a simple fact. You know perfectly well I need the status and financial foundation your father possesses, and your father wants my money. Claire paused, looking up at Bastian, confusion flickering in her eyes as the last vestiges of hope began to crumble. Because we both understand each other's pursuits, we've cooperated until now. Claire's lips moved, as if afraid to voice her thoughts. Bastian, do you mean? Sunlight filtered through the leaves as Bastian's icy voice cut through the tense silence. Therefore, I intend to remarry you after my transaction with His Majesty is concluded, because the advantage I require still lies with you, miss. Claire Lavier's crimson eyes widened, brimming with shock and a sudden, sharp pain. Her face drained of color as Bastian continued. However, if you're not interested, I'll consider looking for a second candidate within the next 2 years. That's the nature of our relationship. As if struck by an invisible blow, tears blurred Claire's vision. Bastian's voice remained level, devoid of pity. If you find this completely unacceptable, I'll find someone else to remarry. Without giving Claire a chance to respond, he turned and left her standing silently in the shadows. The ceremony is about to begin. Please excuse me for not escorting you further, Countess. Outside, the wedding preparations were complete. Vibrant flowers bloomed under the sun, and white doves soared overhead, symbols of blessing for this sacred ritual. Odette appeared, radiant in a pristine white wedding gown embroidered with delicate lace, a vibrant bouquet clutched in her hands. Yet a profound sadness lingered in her eyes. She walked towards the wedding hall with Bastian. As they faced the officiant, bathed in the soft, pervasive light, they appeared from behind as the perfect couple. He gently lifted the veil that concealed Odette's face, his gaze steady upon her. As for Odette, her clear eyes held a quiet acceptance, but no one could know if they concealed anything beyond sorrow and emptiness. She looked at him, her lips slightly pursed, as beautiful as a living portrait, a facade masking a heart fractured by the truth behind this marriage. Odette looked at Bastian, thinking, that day I was almost sold off as a gambling chip in a casino. Now, I'm marrying the man who was the dealer in that very gamble. Odette tried to convince herself. The marriage contract was for just 2 years. Just think of it that way. In the splendor of the wedding ceremony, they exchanged a kiss. In that moment, as they stood side by side amidst the grandeur of the occasion, she told herself, after this, I will certainly be able to start a new life. As afternoon faded into dusk, Bastian, his voice more tremulous and tender than ever before, asked Odette, is Mademoiselle satisfied? Long shadows stretched across the balcony as the sun began to set. Odette looked intently at Bastian. What is it you wish to discuss, Captain? Bastian, with a look both serious and playful, replied, call me Bastian. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head slightly. I'm sorry, Bastian. I'm still not used to it. Bastian turned away, his voice calm, but laden with meaning. I was wondering, Mademoiselle, Odette began, a note of perplexity in her voice, how you feel about this residence, where you'll be living for the next 2 years. She paused, then added, 2 years, you say? Will we truly be living in this mansion from this summer onwards? Bastian offered a gentle explanation. That is the likely scenario, as our headquarters have been relocated here. He cast a brief glance at her before continuing. However, Mademoiselle, you will be residing here alone for the foreseeable future. Odette's head lifted in mild surprise. Bastian's voice remained calm, yet carried an undercurrent of seriousness. I still have matters to attend to in Laz, so I will only be returning on weekends. Odette faltered at his words. So I will only see Bastian on weekends then, she thought. The momentary hesitation vanished as quickly as it arrived, replaced by a resolute smile and a determined glint in her eyes. I won't do anything to cause you concern. If there is anything else I should be mindful of, please let me know. Bastian paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes at her unexpected enthusiasm. Is she that pleased? He wondered briefly. Aloud, he offered gentle instructions. Simply refrain from doing anything that might arouse suspicion. Otherwise, you're free to do as you please. He hesitated, then added, as long as, mademoiselle, you refrain from bringing your relatives here, as I will do the same with mine. Odette paused, momentarily speechless as she looked at him. The Countess Trier's words echoed in her mind, and her gaze drifted towards the expansive sky. My father's and my son's residences are practically identical, the Countess had said. Turning back to him, Odette asked softly, are you truly all right? She elaborated, I mean, with this mansion being identical to your father's house. Bastian offered a vague smile, his lips pressed together. We shall see. This is hardly a pastime, in any case. Then, a chilling shift in his demeanor. In a flash of bloody, shadowed imagery, his eyes sharpened, his voice turning cold. Of course, one side must be crushed. Odette was taken aback by the sudden vehemence in Bastian's tone. A gentle breeze stirred, the setting sun painting the sky behind her a vibrant gold. Her clear blue eyes widened, fixed on some distant point, speechless at the glimpse she'd just witnessed. Within the glass windows, a murmur of voices began to rise, sharp as knives slicing through the air. The figure of a tall man appeared in the doorway. A gentle yet firm hand rested on Odette's waist. A familiar voice spoke from behind her. It seems the festivities have begun. Odette turned, her gaze lifting to the man who had just arrived. Bastian stood before her, his face calm and serious. He extended a hand, a gentle gesture that drew her into a natural embrace, as if all of this were real. Smile, Odette, he murmured. They walked in together, Bastian's voice light, yet laced with an underlying current. Shouldn't we present the image of a happy couple before the ceremony concludes? He tugged lightly on her hand, preparing to move forward. Now shall we? Odette's soft voice stopped him. Wait, Bastian, could you answer one more question? She paused, her gaze unwavering. If we manage to peacefully navigate these 2 years, without any disturbances, what will be the grounds for our divorce? At her words, Bastian's eyes narrowed slightly. He dipped his head, his sharp gaze intensifying as he focused on the woman before him. What grounds would Mademoiselle desire? She faltered, her eyes widening with confusion at his question, the words echoing in her mind. Her lips parted, but hesitation held her silent for a moment. I decide myself, she whispered, her eyes still fixed on him. The words were tinged with a fragile vulnerability, as if she couldn't quite believe the reality of what was unfolding. The scene shifted to a vibrant sunset, the ancient palace bathed in a soft, orange glow. A voice cut through the tension. Enough. We'll consider the details later. A gentle hand stroked her silken hair. The tender gesture felt like part of some familiar preparatory ritual. Within the opulent setting, the girl in the emerald green gown stood patiently as 2 maids attended to her hair and attire. Her face was serene, her eyes closed as if in meditation. Yet, behind her, in the pale yellow light of the room, whispers had begun to circulate. The 2 maids stood close, exchanging cautious glances, curiosity flickering between them. She maintained her composure, but her mind replayed the events that had just transpired. The moment the marriage was announced, she thought, a flicker of coldness in her eyes, they branded me with another shameful label. The whispers reached her ears. Odette, calm and collected, addressed them. Which side are you betting on? A son or a daughter? Odette turned, facing the 2 maids, her voice soft yet sharp. I'm referring to the rumor everyone's whispering about, the gender of the child expected this winter. She took a step closer, her gaze pointed. From what I gather, the prediction of a son seems to be the prevailing one. Is that correct? Before they could react, she pressed on. They say I'm the woman caught, beaten in the dressing room for being pregnant. Suddenly, one of the maids cried out, Madame. Madame. Odette paused, looking at the maid who had spoken, her voice still calm, but edged with steel. If my question has caused confusion, I apologize, Molly. Molly shook her head vigorously, her face flushing with embarrassment. No, it's not like that, madam. Odette offered a gentle smile. I see no one is attempting to hide anything, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to join the conversation. My apologies if my thoughts seem frivolous. Inwardly, she reminded herself not to dwell on such baseless gossip. I believe such rumors shouldn't be taken too seriously. In time, the truth will naturally come to light. Her expression turned somber. However, that requires a certain level of respect. If sharing this with me puts you in a difficult position, wouldn't it be better to keep it to yourselves rather than letting it reach my ears? Her words hung in the air, silencing those around her, including a young maid who blushed and lowered her gaze, unable to meet Odette's eyes. What does the head maid think? If it hadn't been overheard, it could have been treated as if nothing happened, and I wouldn't have misspoken. Dora, the experienced head maid, responded calmly. Madam is correct. Dora nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a mixture of weariness and caution. I hope so, Odette added sincerely, grateful for Dora's understanding. I'll be more careful in the future and avoid making such mistakes again. Silently, she hoped that during these 2 years of living as a married woman, she wouldn't waste her emotions unnecessarily. Night had fallen, the sky dark, when another maid returned. The master says he may need a few more moments to see the guests off. Dora asked softly, Madam, do you have any other instructions? Odette shook her head gratefully. No, thank you for your hard work, Dora. With that, she turned and left. The double doors swung open, revealing a lavish chamber. Odette stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the opulent space, every detail a testament to extravagant wealth. Ornate, expensive furniture filled the room. She stood stiffly within the luxurious expanse. So, this is where I'm meant to live. She perched on the edge of the bed, the soft fabric of her nightgown clinging to her slender frame. I wonder what Mother would think if she could see me now, she mused. The door suddenly opened. The head maid again, Odette thought. I told her I didn't need anything. It was Bastian. Odette's eyes widened in surprise. Bastian, flustered, she blurted out, What are you doing here? Bastian replied calmly, Is there a problem with me being in my own bedroom? Odette's mind raced. Why is he here? The contract clearly stated we were only to act as a couple in public. Bastian sighed. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Odette's voice remained sharp. I thought the bedrooms were separate, she finished, glaring at him. Are you already breaking the terms of our agreement, Bastian? A frown creased Bastian's brow. He said nothing, only stepped closer to Odette and reached out a hand towards her. Suddenly, Bastian pulled Odette into a tight embrace. Caught completely off guard, she froze, stunned. What was he doing? Odette looked up at Bastian, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and surprise. He remained silent, his hand resting gently on her waist. Then, without a word, he turned, opened the door, and uttered a curt, Follow me. Odette glanced around, suspicion evident in her eyes. A secret passage. In here, they stopped before a heavy wooden door. Bastian opened it and announced, This is your bedroom, mademoiselle. Before Odette could react, she was met with the sight of a sumptuously decorated interior. A large bed, draped in sheer white curtains, dominated the room. While she was still reeling from the shock, Bastian continued, his voice still calm. Perhaps the staff assumed that we would, naturally, share a bed on our wedding night. Odette stood speechless, her cheeks flushed, a single exclamation point echoing in her mind. Recalling his servant's earlier words about the master needing time to see off a guest, followed by a pointed remark, Dora, the head maid, turned to Odette with a graver expression. I cannot divulge the full contents of the contract to the personal maids, mademoiselle. I trust you understand. Odette nodded slightly, replying in a soft voice, Yes, Dora. Dora gave Odette a brief, assessing look. Odette, she commanded. Odette startled, her cheeks flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and tension. Yes, Dora, she replied in a low voice. Dora nodded, her sharp gaze sweeping over Odette. For the upcoming public events, I will expect you to portray the image of a perfect hostess, Odette. The door clicked shut, leaving Odette alone. Outside the room, Bastian paused, leaning against the door he had just closed. A flicker of uncertainty, perhaps even hesitation, crossed his features. He lowered his gaze to the floor, his expression unreadable, as if concealing emotions even he couldn't decipher. After a moment, he turned and walked away, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. The scene shifted to the headquarters of a financial group, a conglomerate that had, under the management of a mysterious billionaire, taken the continent by storm. It was located in the central district of Res. Within a luxurious office of this financial group, sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows. A man stood before a report, the bottom of which read, "We will report in writing." The identity of the billionaire surfaced, a figure as legendary as the gods of the Empire's financial world. Bastian, his expression a blend of composure and authority, spoke coolly. "No need. Proceed with the predetermined plans, as assessed by the board." He was a figure no one could have anticipated. The light caught Bastian's shoulders, highlighting the sharp angles of his face. A man no one could truly fathom. Thomas Miller, the CEO of the company and Bastian's advisor, bowed slightly, his tone respectful, yet laced with curiosity. "However, Master Bastian, may I inquire as to the reason for revealing your identity earlier than expected?" Thomas Miller, the CEO and Bastian's advisor, leaned back, arms crossed, an air of casualness about him. Bastian spoke in a low voice. "According to the original plan, I was to reveal my identity only after marrying Lavier." He lifted his head, his gaze sharp, as if seeing beyond the immediate, but first giving temporary consideration to the deal proposed by the Emperor. "If we don't want to waste this opportunity, thorough preparation is essential." Thomas stirred slightly, tears welling in his eyes, recalling a time when they were considered little more than an isolated firm. Just as he had days before, he bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with trust as he looked at Bastian. "Establishing an upright company and gaining the world's recognition has been your grandparents' long-held wish. They will be immensely proud of you." Bastian softened his tone, but maintained his composure. "The CEO's contribution to stabilizing the company's foothold in the market is substantial, but there's still a long way to go." Thomas bowed slightly. "Yes, master." The morning light streamed through the enormous glass windows, enveloping the space. A silent thought echoed, a crystallization of strategic judgment and harsh reality. The social standing of noble families unable to leverage capital sources is declining rapidly. The era of enjoying familial glory based solely on lineage will end. If so, then what is universally prevalent in a new era can only be understood and seen by the new. Bastian stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the brightly shining horizon. The power of the kings of the new era will inevitably be established here. At the summer villa, the maids were busy with preparations. The head maid, Dora, bowed her head respectfully and asked Odette, "Madam, are there any changes to the dinner menu or the seating arrangement for the guests? Would you please check one last time?" Odette looked at the list the head maid handed her, thinking that since the wedding day, she had been constantly receiving party invitations and managing the household staff and expenses. "There's so much more to managing a household than I imagined." Although she was gradually getting used to this pace of life, Odette couldn't help but feel overwhelmed at times. She calmly listened to the housekeeper explain the final details of tonight's dinner, nodding slightly in confirmation of the instructions. Handing them the paper with the clearly written arrangements, she said softly, "Please proceed accordingly." "Yes, madam." Odette glanced out the window and saw that Bastian had returned. Lately, every day had been so busy, she hardly knew how the time passed. Whenever she thought about the 2-year contract, she considered herself fortunate that time was passing so quickly. Footsteps echoed across the marble floor of the great hall, the setting sun casting soft beams through the tall windows. Odette, in an elegant blue-violet dress, walked between 2 lines of bowed servants. She paused near the entrance, recognizing the man standing there. Bastian, she thought, realizing that the moment of his weekly return to Arden had arrived with its usual swiftness. Odette approached Bastian, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes seeming to hold a particular sparkle. "Welcome back," she said. "I missed you terribly, Bastian." He said nothing, merely looked at her, then moved closer as she remained standing on the red carpet that stretched the length of the hall. Bastian took Odette's hand lightly, his gaze holding hers, his voice low and earnest. "I've thought of only you all week," he murmured. "I trust you've done the same." Odette blinked, her eyes widening slightly before she offered a slightly awkward laugh. Of course, of course." Without another word, Bastian leaned down and kissed her, a tender yet possessive kiss. She closed her eyes, her heart fluttering with a confusing mix of emotions. After a moment, he took her hand again, leading her away from the opulent hall. "Come," he said, "I have something to tell you." Side by side, they walked out of sight of the assembled servants, ascending the grand staircase that led to the private quarters of the mansion. The servants nearby watched with open interest. "He's barely back and already wants to be alone with her," one whispered. "What else would you expect?" Another replied, a gleam of vicarious excitement in their eyes. "They're newlyweds, after all. They must have missed each other terribly." Odette followed Bastian down a hallway beyond the main area. Once they were out of view of prying eyes, she stopped abruptly, her voice soft but firm. "You can let go of my hand now, Bastian. There's no one watching." His voice, laced with irony and a hint of disappointment, cut through the air. "Is it the best you could manage?" Odette paused, looking at him quizzically. "HM." Bastian's gaze was fixed on Odette, lingering on the simple ivy necklace she wore. "Of all the jewels I've given my wife, is that the only piece Madame favors?" Odette touched the necklace, her gaze averted, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her features, though her beautiful face remained composed. "I thought it suited the evening," she said softly. The pale blue of her dress, delicately embroidered with roses, clung to her slender frame. "This dress," she added quietly, by way of further explanation, "doesn't lend itself to extravagant jewelry." Bastian's blue eyes, clouded with suspicion, fixed on Odette. Displeasure flickered across his handsome features. "Do you not know who will be at the banquet tonight, madam, to speak so carelessly?" he asked, his voice edged with anger. Most of the guests were present at the casino, witnesses to the entire incident. Bastian's anger simmered at the memory of Odette's actions. "They're my colleagues from the military academy," he continued, his voice dropping to a low growl, the sharp edge of anger receding. "Has the girl who was sold by her father truly changed her circumstances? You must consider this carefully, madam." His voice hardened, his gaze unwavering. "Odette," he said, his tone serious, "remember, you're my wife now." The image of the secret bedroom Bastian had added to the mansion flashed through Odette's mind. Bastian's room, the hidden passage, her own chamber. Regardless of the nature of this marriage, Bastian thought, this woman is still my wife. Odette, her dark hair framing her blue eyes, looked at him. "You need only do as I say, madam," Bastian told her softly. He would mold her, refine her. Over the next 2 years, he would transform her into the most beautiful, the most dazzling woman in the world. His voice softened further, but remained chillingly cold. "That is our agreement, madam. Do not forget." A chilling tableau materialized, as if two parallel worlds existed simultaneously. A woman in a gown stood alone at the apex, while below, the image of the man who possessed her lingered, unable to find a trace of the once despised beggar princess in his wife. The man, gloved in black, a priceless pin glinting on his lapel, hesitated before speaking. It was Lucas von Ewald. He stammered an apology to Bastian. "I can only apologize for not informing you beforehand, Bastian. In any case, I had to endure it today because her mother is ill and couldn't come alone, and the invitation stated to bring a loved one, right?" Lucas offered a nervous chuckle, attempting to lighten the mood. "It just so happened that Sandrine said she didn't have a date today, so I thought, what a coincidence." The radiant redhead, Sandrine Dan Labier, beamed. "I'm sitting in the seat designated for Lucas's fiancée. Is that all right?" Bastian sighed inwardly. "Of course," he replied to Sandrine. Odette appeared, offering a slight nod, maintaining the composure of a noble lady. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Countess Lennet." Sandrine's eyes widened at the sight of Odette, almost disbelieving as she took in her opulent attire. To think that Odette is wearing such a magnificent necklace, she thought. Even if Bastian isn't stingy, isn't that emerald necklace a bit too extravagant? Sandrine still couldn't believe her eyes, staring daggers at her father. Just months ago, she'd been treated like a beggar. Doubt gnawed at her. Had Odette orchestrated this somehow? Was this all at her behest? Jealousy and a formless rage coiled within her. A beautiful woman was undoubtedly a key to a rich man's coffers, but Bastian wasn't one to fall for such shallow tricks. That evening, within the opulent summer mansion, the guests gathered around the dining table, their gazes fixed on Odette, their astonishment barely concealed. Smiles played on their lips as they complimented her, remarking on how much more beautiful she had become. Bastian was a lucky man to have such a stunning wife, they declared. Odette returned their compliments with a polite smile, her thoughts a whirlwind. "I was a little worried," she mused, "but thankfully, Everyone seems well disposed. As the conversation lulled, a servant approached Bastian discreetly, bowing his head. "Excuse me, master," he murmured, "there's a call for you." "It's urgent." Bastian nodded, his gaze lingering on Odette for a moment before he turned and left the room. Ari watched Bastian's retreating figure, a sudden silence descending upon the gathering. An indefinable tension, something Odette couldn't quite name, began to permeate the air. The polite glances and greetings that had filled the room moments before now seemed veiled in a thin layer of mockery and scrutiny. Something felt wrong. The atmosphere had shifted. Ari Faber turned to Odette, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "I heard Duke Derson was gravely injured," he said. "How's his health these days?" Odette's fingers tightened around the fabric of her skirt beneath the table. The seemingly innocuous question pierced the facade of composure she had painstakingly maintained since the banquet began. She felt her heart quicken in her chest. Why the sudden change? She wondered, a flicker of surprise. Outwardly, she remained calm. "Ari is still limited in his movements," she replied, "but he has recovered considerably. Thank you for your concern." Suddenly, he laughed, a mocking sound that made Odette's eyes widen in surprise. Ari tilted her head, her gaze piercing, as if trying to dissect Odette's every move. Wasn't that supposed to be a good thing? Yet the veiled sarcasm lacing the supposed compliment left Odette feeling suffocated by humiliation. She didn't need to hear the details of that night recounted. The memory was etched into her mind. The night her father had gambled with her fate, bartering her future for a vague agreement with the Empire's most powerful figure. And here she stood, transformed from a commodity into a vision of elegance, the wife of one of the most esteemed men in the land. Wasn't it all thanks to Duke Derson's good deeds on that night that she, the Countess, now enjoyed such luxury? Ari continued, her voice a soft, venomous purr. A father who bestowed such a grand gift upon his daughter certainly deserved a long and prosperous life. Odette's lips thinned. The words, though devoid of overt malice, dripped with a honeyed poison. Every nerve ending felt frayed as she fought to maintain the facade of a gentle smile. Lucas, sensing the shift in atmosphere, intervened sharply. "Enough, Ari." He thought of Sandrine, also present at the banquet, if that story came to light. But the fragile silence wouldn't hold. Sandrine, a knowing smile playing on her lips, leaned forward. "It seems something quite interesting happened that night, doesn't it?" She turned to Ari, her laughter a brittle chime. "Don't keep it to yourself. Do tell us all, won't you?" A chill settled over Odette. She stood at the epicenter of their gazes and whispers, a dancer forced to continue her performance even as the music shifted to a mournful melody. They were mocking the scars she kept hidden, the vulnerabilities she buried beneath the polished veneer of a perfect noblewoman. But her gaze remained steady, refusing to betray her inner turmoil. His eyes, sharp as blades, raked over her, cold and assessing. Odette felt the weight of his contempt with a sickening clarity. He didn't bother to conceal it. He seemed to relish the prospect of witnessing her scramble to cover up the shame of that widely known night. In that fleeting moment, Odette understood that silence would only weaken her. There was no other way. She would have to be the one to open the box of her past, the one they intended to pry open for their amusement. "He despises me," she thought. "He wants to see me crumble under the weight of that night." After a moment of charged silence, Odette met the gazes of those waiting, half curious, half gleeful, with unflinching eyes. "My father," she began, her voice clear and steady, "was involved in illegal gambling." The confession hung in the air like the toll of a bell. No one interrupted, no one dared to laugh. Expressions of amusement slowly morphed into bewilderment, and he, lacking sufficient stakes, wagered his own daughter. Of course, the officers present, those who found such a proposition intriguing, also partook. She offered no excuses, no justifications. She simply stated the facts, the very weapons they had intended to wield against her. Odette's voice was no longer defensive. It was a declaration of autonomy, an affirmation that she was not a puppet to be manipulated for their amusement. "It was there that I first met my husband, and indeed, many of the officers present. Bastian was the one who won that wager. He escorted me home safely, as befitting an honorable soldier." Her Her gaze swept across each face, emphasizing her words. Of course, this was all done with the agreement of the other officers. To this day, I remain deeply grateful for the kindness and consideration you showed me that night. Completely taken aback by Odette's unexpected maneuver, Ari was rendered speechless. A heavy silence descended. One man attempted a nervous laugh, his eyes wide with surprise. Well, I didn't expect her to play that card. What can I even say to that? Sandrine let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with faux admiration. How utterly romantic. I presume that must have been the moment you met and fell in love. Her voice then sharpened, turning as cruel as a honed blade. But I suppose if someone else had won that wager that night, the title of Countess Clauvitz would belong to another, wouldn't it? Odette didn't reply. She didn't need to. Her composure, her willingness to confront and articulate the truth was answer enough. Sandrine pressed on, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Isn't that right, Countess Clauvitz? Odette remained silent, her gaze fixed on Sandrine. Sandrine, in turn, studied Odette, her sharp eyes dissecting her. At first glance, she seems noble, but she's far too composed. Sandrine continued to stare at Odette, her expression haughty and self-satisfied. The harder she tries to hide it, the deeper the wound. Now, let's see how you respond. Odette's lips thinned. She felt her heart skip a beat, not with fear, but with a surge of white-hot anger. She opened her mouth to speak, but before a single word could escape, a low, decisive voice cut through the tension, interrupting her. But this time, it wasn't laced with mockery. It was Bastian. A pity, perhaps, that such a scenario never unfolded. He emerged from behind Odette, his icy gaze sweeping over the group who had been so eager to dissect his wife's past. Bastian's words struck Sandrine like a bolt of lightning, not out of possessiveness, but clarity. He hadn't denied the past, hadn't offered explanations. Instead, he'd silenced the whispers with an unshakable finality. Even if someone else had won, the outcome would have been the same. I would have claimed her regardless. Sandrine stared, taken aback by Bastian's blunt declaration. His gaze softened as he looked down at the woman beside him, a gentle tenderness replacing the ice. He brushed a light kiss against her lips. Isn't that right, Odette? Bastian leaned in, the kiss a fleeting whisper against her skin. Sandrine's jaw dropped, her shock evident. What in the world? Bastian lifted his head from Odette's lips, a playful lilt in his voice. Laughter rippled through the room, the tension momentarily broken. Indeed, the newlyweds are truly delightful, aren't they? So romantic, Captain Bastian. Bastian offered no reply, settling back into his seat in comfortable silence. A blush warmed Odette's cheeks. As Bastian had kissed her, Sandrine's eyes had burned into her. She cringed inwardly, guessing the other woman was looking down on her, perhaps already aware that she was nothing more than a wife bound by a 2-year contract. Suddenly, beneath the table, Bastian's hand closed around hers. He continued to converse calmly with those around them, while Odette, startled by his touch, remained silent. The honeymoon villa is quite far from Raz. It must be difficult for you. It was a joyous time, nonetheless. We chose it because she enjoys quieter places. Odette abruptly pulled her hand away. I travel back and forth frequently, so it's not a problem. As she spoke, Bastian's friends erupted in playful exclamations. Oh my, a lovesick fool is among us. But just as quickly, his hand captured hers again. Odette's gaze softened, the blush returning to her cheeks. Sandrine continued to glare at Odette, her eyes filled with resentment. Odette felt as though, in the presence of this man's wife, she was being treated no differently than Bastian's mistress. I'm being treated like his mistress. Yet, Bastian didn't make her feel that way. He made her feel like his legitimate wife, even as he forced her to maintain this charade. Odette gasped inwardly. I really am caught in an unconventional marriage. Trailing behind Sandrine, Odette spoke, a faint smile playing on her lips. Thank you for personally escorting me, madam. Sandrine turned her head, her lips pursed slightly. Rather than a boring tea party, I'd much prefer a tour of the house. Her gaze swept across every corner of the walls, taking in each piece of furniture not yet fully in place. Then she spoke, her tone like that of a connoisseur appraising an exhibit, though there are still quite a few empty spaces that require the mistress's personal touch, wouldn't you say? Odette maintained her composure, replying with the gentle assurance of the true mistress of the house. Yes, the interior decoration isn't quite finished yet. Upon hearing Odette's explanation, Sandrine pushed open a door without a second thought. This villa is practically empty inside. Only the main structure is complete. She strode into the room without waiting for permission. Odette felt a wave of helplessness wash over her at Sandrine's presumptuous intrusion. With a soft sigh, she followed Sandrine into the room. Sandrine surveyed the room, her sharp eyes, accustomed to a life of silks and luxury, instantly assessing the value of every detail. She made no attempt to hide her disdain, her icy appraisal evident in every gesture and glance. Then, she spoke in a tone that suggested she was the lady of the house. I don't care for the current fashion in paintings. The statement wasn't directed at any specific painting, but at the entire room, and by extension, at Odette, who was primarily responsible for the decor. Anything too abstract doesn't suit my taste. I mean, those large canvases, they make me uncomfortable. Bright landscapes will be much better. She didn't bother with pretense. Her carefully chosen words, like velvet-wrapped barbs, were both gentle and piercingly sharp. Sandrine's words weren't just about aesthetics. They were a thinly veiled jab at Odette's perceived shallowness and lack of refinement, a fact Odette understood all too well. Before Odette could respond, Sandrine continued, her tone as though instructing a servant rather than conversing with the mistress of the villa, above the fireplace. Put a mirror for me, not a painting. And be sure to place the lamps and clock with the leaf decorations on the mantelpiece. Every word dripped with a condescending politeness. She said, put a mirror for me, place the lamps for me, as if the villa were hers, as if the woman standing before Odette were nothing more than a temporary placeholder bearing the title of madam. In reality, just someone to oversee the Burke family wardrobe and belongings. After all, my appreciation for beauty is rather limited. A cleverly disguised insult. Sandrine didn't need to roar at Odette that she had no taste. She merely needed to express pity, and that pity was the deadliest blow. She's lived in Fila for quite some time, so she understands what I mean, doesn't she? Silence fell over the room. The final question hung in the air like a trap. To not answer would be rude. To answer would be to admit she was being manipulated. Odette saw it clearly. Sandrine was drawing a line between them, establishing a hierarchy, and Odette was not one to be relegated to a lower position. She took a deep breath, suddenly acutely aware of her own heartbeat, slow and tight, like a drawn bowstring. Over the past few days, she had begun to accustom herself to the strange new role of madam, a mistress, and a wife in name only to a man she did not love. She had told herself to be calm, to be patient, but that didn't mean she would be subservient. Lifting her chin, she met Sandrine's gaze directly, her voice steady and firm, each word a carefully placed stone. Countess, please conduct yourself as a guest should. The air in the room seemed to solidify. There were no further words, no raised voices, but everyone present understood. It was a clear counterattack. Sandrine's initial assault had failed to shake Odette. Instead, it had only sharpened her awareness that this house, this marriage, even the title she now bore, were all a battlefield, and she was fighting for survival. Sandrine was silent for a moment. Her face turned slightly away, but then the artificial sweetness of her smile returned. In the same room, the two women continued their silent war, a war where victory was determined not by bloodline, but by will and dignity. Odette stood motionless, her expression carefully composed, but inside, a storm raged. She felt each of Sandrine's words like tiny, sharp, precisely aimed needles. On the surface, the woman maintained her elegant posture, her words polite, even addressing her as madam. But now, with only the two of them present, the true face began to emerge, sharp, contemptuous, and calculating. In front of others, I'll do that, because if Bastian is embarrassed because of you, things will become troublesome. The opening salvo was a blunt, uncompromising blow. She didn't need to resort to overtly cruel words. Simply placing Bastian between them, juxtaposing the need to save face with the unworthiness of saving face for her, was enough to tell Odette her place in this game. But when it's just the two of us, things are, of course, different. Odette didn't reply. She maintained the placid surface of a frozen lake, a silence that only fueled Sandrine's smugness. I'm not foolish enough to discuss etiquette with a rented wife, contracted for 2 years. Does she even understand anything? A chilling smile touched Sandrine's lips, the contempt she felt pouring forth unchecked. A sharp pang resonated in Odette's chest, as if the most vulnerable part of her heart had been struck. She knew their marriage was a sham, a contract, but hearing it laid bare so crudely, so deliberately, by an outsider, brought a wave of humiliation crashing over her. What's with that surprised look? Don't tell me you thought that contract was a secret between just the two of you, you and Bastian. Sandrine's laughter was a mocking taunt. So it's true then. Perhaps you even fantasized that if you played the dutiful wife well enough, something more special might develop. The cruelty was a venomous sting. Sandrine wasn't just attacking the facade of Odette and Bastian's marriage. She was stripping away the single, fragile belief Odette had clung to, that if she behaved impeccably, played her assigned role to perfection, she might at least earn a measure of respect. But no, in Sandrine's eyes, that was a delusion, and she intended to shatter it right here, right now. Bastian is using you, of course, and for a young man, a certain amount of pleasantries, intimacies are only natural. This time, a dull ache throbbed in Odette's chest, a slow burn of humiliation. Not because of the accusation itself, but because she knew she couldn't deny it. The words might very well be true. She didn't know what Bastian felt. She only knew his aloof distance. Every action calculated like a move in a political game. And in that game, she, a girl gambled away like a commodity, was nothing more than a pawn. But Odette, I'm just saying just in case. Sandrine shrugged, her eyes insolent, her voice dropping lower, more venomous. You shouldn't get any ideas about getting pregnant and taking my place, because I'll only tolerate one of you. Later that evening, after the guests had departed, Odette sat in her bedroom, brushing her hair. In 2 years, this villa would belong to Sandrine anyway. Odette set down her comb, thinking that if she hadn't known the true situation, Sandrine's demands to decorate according to her personal preferences wouldn't have seemed unreasonable. She might have even considered them brusque. But Odette struggled to find solace. In this increasingly uncomfortable environment, an unwitting outsider might perceive Sandrine's commands, corrections, and even criticisms as perfectly normal, simply the suggestions of a guest of high standing. But the reality was far more complex. The atmosphere in the villa was colder than ever, despite the sunlight still pouring through the windows like honey. Standing in the empty room, feeling like an empty shell, Odette listened to each subtly barbed remark disguised as a suggestion, acutely aware of her resemblance to a despised other woman. She wasn't a mistress. She'd never aspired to be one. Yet the look in Sandrine's eyes, filled with disdain and contempt, had already assigned her a role she hadn't chosen. The most agonizing part was Odette's powerlessness in this narrative. She was a wife without the right to her own home, a villa called home. Yet every piece of furniture, every color, every painting on the wall belonged to someone else. She stood there, a shadow thrust into another's world, forever cast as the mistress, no matter how much she protested. Odette arrived at a bitter conclusion. Tragically, no matter how well she behaved, no matter how impeccably she adhered to etiquette, in Sandrine's eyes, she remained an obstacle, someone occupying a space Sandrine already considered hers. I didn't mean that at all. A familiar male voice interrupted her turbulent thoughts. She turned. It was Bastian. Odette. Odette straightened, smoothing her skirt as she always did when she had to face him. Bastian. Yes, come in. Bastian entered the room, his expression unreadable. Seeing him, she thought with surprise, what was this about? That door hadn't been opened since their wedding day. Bastian stopped abruptly, turning his face away. Why this sudden reaction? Odette wondered. Glancing in a nearby mirror, she saw herself in a thin nightgown and gasped. Oh! She instinctively covered herself with her hands. What to do? I forgot I was wearing this sheer nightgown. Bastian sat down, covering his eyes with his hand, feigning a swoon. I've seen everything. She berated herself. She let her thoughts be consumed by Sandrine's barbed words and condescending gaze, forgetting something far more crucial, maintaining a proper distance from the man she lived with, or rather, the man she was contractually obligated to call her husband. Her mind had been racing, replaying Sandrine's taunts, wondering if she should turn back, say something. But before Odette could react, she felt the weight of Bastian's gaze upon her. It wasn't overtly lecherous, but it held a certain intensity that left her feeling exposed, as if she stood naked in the silent room. Why was he looking at her so intently? It was unbearable. "Please," Odette finally spoke, her voice soft yet firm. "Turn away." Bastian's eyebrows rose slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, but he complied, granting her a few precious seconds of privacy. Odette darted to where her robe lay and quickly slipped it on, pulling the fabric tightly around herself. She took a deep breath, trying to quell the heat rising in her cheeks. "Thank you," she said, her voice regaining a measure of composure. The awkwardness lingered, however, thinly veiled beneath a forced calmness. Bastian turned back, offering no teasing remark, no lingering glance, only a brisk, practical statement. "Sit down. I have a few things to say about the dinner." Odette obeyed, the unsettling residue of the previous moment still clinging to her. Bastian watched her in silence, his very presence making her feel small and vulnerable, as if with a single look, a single gesture, he could push her off balance. Strangely, it no longer felt like a sham marriage. This was beyond the carefully constructed boundaries she thought she controlled. She had married a commoner. Odette was a commoner's wife. So now she was a commoner too. The words hung in the air, cold and sharp, each syllable a finely honed blade slicing through her skin, cutting into the pride she tried so hard to conceal. She stood her ground, refusing to flinch or look away, but the sting resonated deep within. "I am well aware of that," she replied, her voice quiet but steady. "What?" she wondered. Did he suddenly want to say? Bastian continued, his voice low. "In that case, you should act like a commoner. Putting on aristocratic airs, feigning nobility like you did just now, only makes you easier to torment." Each word landed like a splash of cold water on her face. He scorned the dignity she so carefully maintained, as if self-respect were an unaffordable luxury in a marriage priced by coin and contract. But she, Odette, maintained the faintest hint of a smile, an almost imperceptible curve of her lips, while beneath the surface, a dark current churned. "I don't want to see that pitiful display again. It's not as if I put you in that position to play the elegant princess." Odette recalled the events of the evening, how even while being scorned and mocked, she had held on to that smile, as if nothing had touched her. She had endured that fateful night, weathered the pitying glances and the barbed whispers. Even treated as a whore's daughter, she had persevered. "If I couldn't let go of the illusion of still being a respectable young lady, then I wouldn't have sat there until the very end. I endured all of that simply because I wanted to fulfill my promised duties as a wife. The vows she had promised, because she had agreed to be this man's wife. Even if it was just a contract, it was a promise she had accepted, and she would uphold it thoroughly. Because I promised to be this man's wife," she finally replied, her voice not raised, not angered, but a gentle yet unwavering stream. "I conduct myself in my own way, and it has nothing to do with status. It stems from my thoughts, from the reactions within my heart." The words were like a gentle hand, pushing aside all the insults he had just hurled, not in retaliation, but in affirmation. "Whether I am a duke's daughter or a soldier's wife, I am still myself. And tonight, I believe I conducted myself with sufficient dignity as a mistress of this house." Bastian paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and then he laughed, a low, knowing sound. "You have a high opinion of yourself, don't you?" Odette met his gaze, unwavering. "Because it is deserved." Bastian's voice dropped, the initial iciness in his eyes wavering slightly. No longer the blatant mockery from before, but a hardened shell beginning to crack. "I wasn't speaking to the mademoiselle when I said those things." He wasn't angry, nor was his voice raised, but the words brushed against her skin like a cold wind, the calm a prelude to a gathering storm. "Those who forget the advice I gave you tonight, that advice was for Lady Clauvitz," Bastian emphasized, as if drawing a sharp line between her role and her true self. But then, Odette, with those luminous eyes he'd once mistaken for weakness, blurred the lines. She didn't retort with anger or wounded pride, but simply murmured, "As your wife, I will do as you say." So now, Odette thought this matter. Then, Lifting her face with quiet confidence, she replied, "Let be Odette's way, then. Not because she is Lady Clauvitz, not because she bears the title of wife, not as anyone else, but as Odette." At this, Bastian laughed. Truly impossible to grasp her. Then, abruptly, he rose to his feet. He stepped towards her, his presence looming over her as she sat. And what drove him madder still was that even in that moment, when everything around them seemed to fall away, even then, I had to admit she was breathtakingly beautiful. Beautiful enough to drive me insane. Odette, embarrassed by the proximity to Bastian's chest, shyly turned her face aside, asking, "What's wrong?" Too close. Bastian looked at Odette, thinking, regardless, this is still the woman upon whose finger I placed a wedding ring with my own hand. I've inadvertently glimpsed her body as well. He pondered instinctively, but then, as if some uncorrupted part of him spoke up, it urged, take it a step further with this girl. The contract ends, lives separate. Everything will return to its original place, as if nothing ever happened. If he let himself fall too deep, however, she would be gone in 2 years. This was how he was able to take responsibility for the consequences he created, even if it tore everything apart. If I accept the unforeseen troubles brought about by a moment's passion, then so be it. Odette was the one who had endured humiliation and still walked with her head held high. She wasn't weak, but neither was she hard. She lived with dignity, not begging, not scheming, but simply enduring, simply moving forward quietly. It made him feel small, made him feel so cruel. If, just because of a moment of weakness, he destroyed the strength she'd worked so hard to maintain. He couldn't love, but he didn't want to be the one to push her further into the abyss. I don't want to further taint this girl's already harsh life. He gritted his teeth, his voice low, a final command. Odette, remember this. I would rather be a heartless victor than a glorious loser. The question, sharp as a knife, ricocheted back into his own heart, even without dignity. A declaration, a judgment upon himself. Behind the steely gaze, a storm raged. He couldn't lose. Not to fate, not to his own heart. Whatever the cost. This was the transformation of Bastian's dignity, witnessed at the art exhibition. Odette stood, admiring a painting. Her voice, decisive yet soft, broke the silence. I'll take this one. The gallery attendant responded with practiced enthusiasm, commending her discerning eye. An excellent choice, madam. This piece is sure to appreciate in value. Odette thought to herself. It was a landscape, just as Sandrine had requested. Beautiful enough. A small smile played on her lips. This morning was a chaotic, suffocating tension, she mused, almost to herself. But now, this brief respite in the quiet gallery, it brings a strange, gentle feeling. Unexpected good fortune today. She recalled the morning's events. Madam, the master is busy at Ras. He won't be able to come to the estate this week. She murmured, so why not seize this opportunity? Not as a wife, not as a lady, not as someone whose every move is scrutinized. Just Odette, a woman who once loved the beauty of tranquility, the beauty of literature, the beauty of simple things. Her gaze drifted to another painting, bathed in a pale yellow light. It depicted a lakeside sunset, the sun reflecting on the reeds. Bastian was unusually absent this weekend. After purchasing all the paintings, I'll stop by that cafe I missed before, she thought. Pick up a book. That would be lovely, too. Suddenly, Odette paused. She turned back to the painting she had just passed. Could I also purchase this one? She asked the art dealer. The gallery owner hesitated. He cleared his throat. Well, this piece, you see, he began cautiously. Had it already been sold? Odette wondered. It hasn't been sold, but he explained politely. The attendant's gentle prompt caused Odette to turn her head slightly. Following his gesture, her eyes landed on a familiar figure in the distance, Franz. There's another customer who has expressed interest in it. The gallery attendant suddenly realized something. Wait, he exclaimed. You're practically family. After all, the scene shifted to the street. Bastian glanced at his watch, then continued his brisk pace. All the crucial tasks were complete. The weight of his demanding schedule pressed upon him. He rubbed his forehead as he walked, a weary expression settling on his face. His remaining appointment was a meeting with the Polo Club members. There was still some time. He'd head to the office first. He stopped abruptly, his gaze drawn across the street. Odette stood there. A frown creased his brow, confusion swirling within him. Why hadn't Odette contacted him? Why had she come to Raz without reaching out? A carriage pulled up sharply. Franz emerged, speaking to Odette. Bastian's eyes widened in disbelief. She was meeting with Franz. The scene shifted back to the art gallery. Franz, a touch of awkwardness in his voice, asked Odette, "If I may ask, what is the reason?" Odette, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Franz, flustered, clarified, "I wanted to ask why you, my lady, are buying this painting." Odette paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. "It's a beautiful piece," she answered simply. Franz, emboldened, spoke louder. "People often criticize this painter for their unrestrained use of color, a style that suggests a complete lack of understanding of artistic fundamentals. That's why this painter remains virtually unknown." Odette countered Franz's assessment, her voice firm. "By conventional standards, perhaps that's true, but I believe everyone has their own definition of beauty." Franz, hearing his own sentiments echoed so eloquently, was taken aback. "In that case, what is it about this particular piece that appeals to you, my lady?" Odette considered this for a moment, then replied, her eyes lifting slightly, creating a captivating image. "It feels complete. The flow of light and air, it's like a dream. While the expression or subject isn't clear, the dream itself is beautiful precisely because of its ambiguity." Finishing her thought, a touch of self-consciousness crept in. "Isn't that right, Ranger?" she appealed. "Help me out here, Ranger." Ranger, without missing a beat, picked up where Odette left off. Indeed, that's what makes this painting particularly alluring. He was a kindred spirit, so she had nothing to worry about. Odette, observing the easy camaraderie between them, remarked, "It seems the two of you get along quite well." Ranger, turning to her, explained Franz's passion. "Franz is a collector of beautiful paintings." At Raz, Franz began, his voice carrying a note of authority on the subject of art. "He has a keen eye, though he can be impulsive at times. But he means well." Suddenly, Franz gestured dramatically toward the painting. "I'll buy that one," he declared. Then, turning abruptly to Odette, he added with a flourish, "Someday, the value of that painting will be recognized, so trust your aesthetic judgment, Odette." Odette felt a blush rise in her cheeks. "But didn't you already decide to buy it before I did?" she stammered. Franz paused, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. "Perhaps I'm willing to yield it to someone who truly appreciates its worth." Then, with a disarmingly charming smile, he offered a proposition. "Would the young lady care to join me for tea? I'd be happy to assist her in selecting a piece." Back on the street, Bastian glanced back at the building, a thought forming in his mind. "Perhaps that place is an art gallery," he mused. His gaze, cool and observant, settled on Odette and Franz conversing across the road. For Franz, with his boundless enthusiasm for painting, is that place a sanctuary? Perhaps that girl also? Franz was fumbling in his pocket. He produced a small slip of paper and offered it to Odette. She accepted it. She offered Franz a small smile, a gesture that sent a pang of inexplicable jealousy through Bastian, though he remained impassive. Then, with a mutual bow, they parted ways. Franz departed first, and Odette soon followed. Bastian remained on the sidewalk, a silent observer. After purchasing the painting, Odette decided to linger for a while at a small cafe on the corner. She settled into a quiet corner, a book open in her lap. "It's so nice to be able to relax like this once in a while," she thought contentedly. Suddenly, her solitude was interrupted. A man approached, requesting to share her table. "Hello, young lady," he began. "Would you mind if I sit here?" Preoccupied with her book, she barely registered his presence, not even glancing up. "I'm sorry, sir," she replied automatically. "This seat is for my husband." The man abruptly pulled out the chair. "Is that so?" he responded. Odette startled, finally looking up at the man, her expression shifting to one of discomfort as he seated himself without waiting for permission. Well, Odette's eyes widened in surprise. Bastian sat across from her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What are you doing here?" she asked, astonishment lacing her voice. Bastian's demeanor remained calm. "I just happened to have an appointment nearby," he explained. "I saw you on my way." His gaze held hers. "As for you," he added, a hint of playful reproach in his tone, "I don't recall receiving any word that you'd be in Raz." "It's me," Odette's voice replied softly. "I didn't report it separately." Bastian asked her, why are you here? Odette slowly explained to him. I received a request from the interior decorator to choose some paintings to hang on the walls. Since you said you wouldn't be at the mansion this week, I rescheduled my visit to the gallery. Bastian's tone sharpened. Is that all? Odette glanced down at her book, then out the window, avoiding his gaze, which seemed to pierce her. Franz, his name, especially in front of Bastian, was always difficult to utter. She knew all too well the strained relationship between the two men. She discreetly fingered a small slip of paper in her pocket. Bastian's relationship with his family was already fraught. Bringing up Franz now, was it wise? She recalled the note Franz had given her earlier. Contact details for a purveyor of high-end foliage, Mademoiselle. Thought it might be helpful, but she didn't want to say it, to list aloud every petty demand of the woman who, in 2 years' time, would become Bastian's wife. If she explained her conversation with Franz, there would be no avoiding it. She'd have to mention Sandrine. She remembered Sandrine's words. Remember to have the foliage. The lamps and the clock placed on the mantelpiece. Those fragile things my taste is rather limited, after all. Odette's lips pressed together. Even that, she thought, I don't want to tell him. Bastian. She let the name roll around in her mind, along with every detail of his future wife's demands, before answering brightly, yes. And I'm just relaxing after purchasing the paintings. Odette quickly regained her composure. It seemed a shame to return immediately after being out for so long. Nothing else. Bastian's voice was cool. Nothing, Odette replied, her voice still calm. I was just planning to sit here for a while before returning to Arden. Bastian's irritation simmered beneath the surface. He forced a lightness into his tone. Rest then, relax. One assumes the solitude of that empty mansion isn't enough. Bastian's voice turned suddenly cold. So, Madame adapts remarkably well, does she? Meaning, tired of the gilded cage, you've decided to indulge yourself. He thought, I'm curious about what goes on in that girl's head for the first time. Odette's gaze remained fixed ahead. Are you mocking me? She asked. Bastian gritted his teeth. Don't play coy, as if you don't know what I'm talking about. Why do you keep making the same mistakes? What are you thinking, putting on that noble, tragic air like some deposed princess? For the first time in their encounter, she lifted her head. Odette's eyes welled with indignation. I am excessive. I went out once. Is that such a grave offense that I deserve this humiliation? Her voice trembled, but her tone was firm. You were the one who broke our agreement. I merely adjusted my schedule to accommodate you. Disappointment pricked at Bastian. The woman before him offered only a brittle smile, refusing to answer even when pressed. He lowered his voice. Do you think we are equals? He thought, his inner voice turning dry as sand. I, your husband, am the one who employs you, Odette. Odette flinched, her lips pressing into a thin line. If you forget that fact for even a moment, things become very complicated. Bastian rose, his gaze heavy with a conflicting mix of emotions. What am I to you anyway? In the distance, a car moved along a road against a backdrop of mountains. Bastian and Odette sat in the car. Odette turned to Bastian, questioning if they were going the right way, but he offered no reply, only a silent nod. Odette was left speechless. She recalled their last encounter at the cafe. I, your husband, am the one who employs you. If you forget that fact for even a moment, things become very awkward. Odette found Bastian's recent behavior peculiar. He'd become strangely uncooperative since that day. Odette remained silent, her thoughts churning. If he's the employer, he should act like it. I anticipated this kind of situation when I agreed to this contract. The two sat in the car, enveloped in silence. This week, an invitation arrived from the mansion of Admiral Marquis de Mel. The car pulled up to the grand, imposing residence. Thanks to this invitation, I won't have to spend much time with Bastian, which could be considered a blessing. Bastian stepped out of the carriage, offering his hand to Odette as she descended. They exchanged pleasantries, creating a picture of perfect harmony. Yet, who could know the drama simmering beneath the surface? I do hope this woman proves her worth today. Yes, I will do my best to be the ruthless victor within the walls of Admiral Marquis de Mel's residence. Odette took Bastian's arm as they walked inside, their conversation flowing smoothly. Before we go any further, there's something I wanted to ask you. He replied softly, go ahead. Turning to face him directly, Odette asked, does your advice to win at all costs apply, even if your opponent is you? A thin smile stretched across Bastian's lips. You should try it. It will be quite amusing. Within the opulent ballroom, Bastian conversed with the Marquis de Mel, while clusters of elegant women stood chatting amongst themselves. Across the room, Odette engaged in conversation with the Marquise de Mel. Well, this is the first time I've had the pleasure of meeting Madame Clauvitz. I've been abroad conducting research. The Marquise de Mel gestured towards a handsome young man holding a sleeping infant. This is Count Janders, a close relative on my mother's side. He studies botany and is quite a renowned scholar. Turning back to Odette, the Marquise de Mel continued in a friendly tone, and this is Madame Clauvitz, wife of Captain Clauvitz, the naval hero, and a man my husband greatly admires. They're newlyweds, married just last month. The introduced Count Janders bowed politely. Maximon Pon Janders, at your service. Congratulations on your recent nuptials. Madame Clauvitz. Odette offered a slight nod in return, her voice soft. Odette Clauvitz, please. Thank you, Count. The child is adorable, she thought to herself. The Marquise lowered her voice, explaining to Janders the reason for his invitation. After all, everyone was worried you might be ill, since you haven't attended any social gatherings since returning from Burke. Count Janders offered a calm smile, his explanation gentle. I've been separated from my daughter for some time. I've simply been prioritizing spending time with her. Children do grow up so fast. One woman gasped, hand to her mouth. Oh, how sweet. Another woman, standing nearby, agreed, lamenting her own husband's indifference to their children and wishing he were more like Count Janders. Exactly what I'd like to tell my husband. The way he is, I doubt he'll even know our children's names by the time they're that age. After a lively exchange, someone jokingly suggested that if they truly wanted to see Count Janders blush, they should gather all the men and have the Count lecture them. A ripple of soft laughter followed, breaking the formal atmosphere of the party and drawing amused smiles from many. Odette then posed a delicate question, causing a momentary lull in the conversation. The Countess Janders was absent. An older woman beside her shook her head slightly, lowering her voice. The Countess Janders passed away during childbirth. That's why Count Janders has been so haggard. He adored his wife. Odette murmured a response, a shadow of sadness flickering in her eyes. I see. As if to lighten the mood, the woman continued. Fortunately, the child is the spitting image of his mother. That's what gives him the strength to carry on, I suppose. Odette nodded slowly, a thought starkly contrasting with Bastian's flashing through her mind. Night had fallen. Bastian cast his gaze downwards, noting that Odette was slightly intoxicated. He took the wine glass from her hand and instructed a maid, take Madame to the guest room to rest. Turning to Odette, his voice maintained its usual composure. Go on to your room. Good night, Odette. With a slight curtsy, Anna murmured, yes, Bastian. She departed the hall. Left alone, Bastian raised a hand to massage his temple. She seems to have had a bit too much to drink. He sighed, strolling down the long corridor of the mansion. Though that state makes it easier to fall asleep, Bastian mused. Odette should be asleep by now. He reached for the doorknob. Opening the door, he found the lamp still lit. Odette was not in bed. He stepped inside, his brow furrowing at the sight of the empty bed and the persistent glow of the lamp. Bastian frowned, his gaze sweeping the room, searching for Odette. Where could she be? Suddenly, a melody drifted from the bathroom. A soft, sweet tune, not loud, but captivating nonetheless. Bastian strode towards the bathroom. Odette, she's in here. Bastian's eyes widened in surprise. Odette was immersed in the bathtub, one hand resting on the windowsill, her head tilted back, gazing at the sky outside. He was taken aback by the sight. For a moment, he simply stared. Bathed in moonlight, Odette possessed an even more captivating allure than usual. Though always beautiful, the lunar glow lent her an ethereal quality. Bastian, captivated by her beauty, found himself momentarily speechless. Odette's gaze slowly returned, meeting his. When she saw Bastian staring at her, Odette's eyes widened in fear. Bastian's expression was chilling. His pupils contracted, his brow furrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin line. The sound of two men's voices drifted from the hallway, a clear indication that they weren't alone. Seeing this, Bastian quickly lunged towards Odette. He clamped a hand over her mouth, giving her no time to react. Water splashed from the tub, disturbed by his sudden movement. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing. Both held their breath, listening intently until the sounds in the hallway faded away. Bastian released her. He placed a finger to his lips, urging her to silence. Then he bent down and picked up a towel. He offered it to her. Odette accepted it shyly, but her expression quickly hardened. Her voice, icy cold, cut through the silence. Why are you here? Bastian turned, a frown creasing his forehead. Did you think you had sole claim to this room? Odette began timidly, her voice barely a whisper. We were supposed to... Bastian cut her off, his tone arrogant and dismissive. What? Should I go and inform His Majesty's dear friend, Admiral Demel? He stood in the center of the bathroom, his voice frigid. Should I inform Admiral Demel that this marriage is a sham, that we are husband and wife in name only, that we do not share a bed? Would that be preferable? Odette softly explained. I thought you'd taken care of that. Seeing Bastian's soaked sleeve, Odette froze, her eyes widening, her lips pressed together. Then, averting her gaze, she murmured, no, that was my oversight this time. She added softly, it was my carelessness. I'm sorry. Bastian turned away, his tone curt. Hurry up and get out when you're finished. After he left, Odette sat alone in the quiet of the bathroom. Bastian walked into the bedroom and opened the window, standing there to admire the moonlight. Suddenly, the image of Odette flashed through his mind. He startled, then lowered his gaze. He ran a hand over his forehead in exasperation. Night had fallen. The bedroom lamp was extinguished. A bottle of wine sat on the table. Beside it rested a single glass. Bastian was now asleep. Odette huddled in a chair, contemplating escape. Should I run away? Despite the thought, hesitation held her captive, preventing her from acting. But fear gnawed at her. Fear of the whispers, the laughter, the inevitable gossip that would swirl through the aristocratic circles if the truth were revealed that she, Odette, had fled her marital bed. Here, amongst the high society matrons, what sort of scandalous rumors would sprout? With a shake of her head, she banished the reckless thoughts. She rose from the chair, her movements light and careful as she approached the bed, silently chiding herself for her weakness. Standing beside the bed, she gazed down at Bastian, a silent vow forming in her heart. No matter the hardship, not a single tear would she shed for this marriage. With a delicate touch, she extinguished the last flickering lamp. The first light of dawn crept through the room, painting it in hues of gold and rose. Bastian stirred in the bed, his eyes fluttering open. He turned, expecting to find Odette beside him. But she wasn't there. A jolt of alarm shot through him. He sat up abruptly, heart pounding. Had she finally fled? He scrambled out of bed, his mind racing, already grappling with the potential fallout. How could he possibly contain the damage? Then, his frantic steps faltered. Odette was asleep in the chair, her breathing soft and even. He released a quiet sigh of relief. Gently, he draped a blanket over her. Bound by their contract, she wouldn't run, but was it truly impossible for her to stay by his side? Where had she even found that blanket? He carefully scooped her into his arms. Waking her to move her to the bed would likely be futile. Mid-lift, Odette's eyes flickered open. She was awake. He forced a gentle tone. It's still early. You should sleep more in bed. Odette's eyes widened at his words. Now, fully awake, she felt the warmth emanating from his body. Suddenly, her eyes flew open in alarm. She thrashed, kicking wildly. Let go of me. Her outburst startled Bastian. Odette, wait. It's dangerous, he exclaimed. Then, Bastian's grip loosened, but he reacted quickly, catching her before she fell. A surge of anger pulsed through him. He'd almost dropped her. He strode to the bed and deposited her, none too gently, onto the mattress. He loomed over her, his anger simmering just below the surface. His voice, rough with suppressed emotion. Enough, Odette. Odette frowned. What are you doing? A flicker of hurt crossed Bastian's features. The memory of Odette's conversation with Franz, the easy camaraderie, stung him. She always treated him this way. What? He repeated, the single word laced with a mixture of frustration and pain. Then, abruptly, he tugged down her robe, his voice calm. Why don't you tell me? Let's see what I want to do. Odette, startled, stammered you. Now, this has nothing to do with our agreement. Bastian parted her garments and leaned down, kissing her softly, yet with an undeniable possessiveness. As Bastian kissed her, memories of his previous kisses flooded Odette's mind. If it's kissing with this man, I've already experienced it many times. Bastian gently lifted his lips from hers, leaving Odette slightly dazed. It was a necessary performance, a charade of marital bliss for the benefit of everyone else. But now, drowsy and disoriented, she asked him why. Bastian looked at Odette, his voice a gentle reminder. Have you forgotten? I am your husband. Anger and resentment flared within Odette. But the terms of our agreement stated that this marriage isn't real. Now you. Bastian cautioned her to lower her voice, reminding her that it was almost time for everyone to wake. It wouldn't do for them to hear a newly married couple arguing just days after their wedding. Odette, the other guests will hear. It's time to get up. Odette, taken aback, stammered, "That's true, but..." Suddenly, Bastian's hand slipped beneath her clothes again. As Bastian continued to nuzzle her neck, Odette trembled. "Please honor your promise, Bastian." His eyes flickered upwards, but Bastian ignored her plea, continuing his advances. Shame flushed Odette's cheeks. This man, she felt a wave of humiliation for his behavior, then a flicker of doubt. He must not be in his right mind. Suddenly, the sound of voices drifted from the hallway, amplifying her panic. "I hear people waking up in the hallway." She felt helpless against Bastian's actions. What should I do? Klaus's words echoed in her mind. No matter what method you use, you must win. That was Klaus's way. Odette's eyes narrowed. The fear and anger drained from Odette's face, replaced by a soft tenderness. She gently caressed Bastian's cheek, her voice a low murmur of affection. "Bastian." Then, she suddenly embraced him tightly, pulling his head down towards her. "Please," she begged, "help me." She repeated her plea, her voice thick with desperation. "Please help me, Bastian." As her pleas continued, a flicker of understanding softened Bastian's gaze. "I don't like this," she whispered in his ear. "Please." The camera pulled back, revealing Bastian leaning over Odette in the chair, her arms wrapped around his neck. Silence fell over the room. With a sigh, Bastian retrieved the discarded blanket. He tossed it to Odette, turning away without a glance. Just then, Bastian spoke, his voice flat. "Consider this your victory, Odette." He turned and walked away. The scene shifted to a forest. A voice called out, "Is everyone heading to the valley for fishing now?" Bastian turned and saw Odette holding a child, Count Gendra's daughter. She smiled brightly. "Don't worry about the child. Please go ahead," Odette said to Count Gendra's. Bastian stood behind her, watching. "I'll take good care of Alma." Count Gendra's beamed. "Truly, thank you so much, Lady Claus." Odette's eyes lifted slightly. Bastian, observing, gave a small nod. A lingering awkwardness hung between them from that morning's events. The Count bid his daughter farewell, then hurried over to Bastian, a sheepish smile on his face. "I'm so sorry to trouble you with this." He explained that his daughter was quite fond of Odette, hence entrusting her care. She's shy with strangers, but she seems to have taken a liking to Lady Claus. After they had walked a short distance, Odette glanced back at Bastian. Her eyes met his for a fleeting moment, and she silently mouthed his name. "Bastian." As they continued on, Count Gendra's began to breathe heavily. He bent over, sighing. "The path to the fishing spot is further than I anticipated." Between breaths, he addressed Bastian. "Perhaps we should rest for a moment." Bastian recalled Marquis Mel's earlier words, urging him to keep an eye on Count Gendra's, whose health was delicate. "Please look after Count Gendra's. He has asthma." Bastian thought, if that's the case, shouldn't he avoid climbing mountains? The Marquis's quiet reply echoed in his memory. Because the symptoms aren't severe and he has an important objective, he won't give up easily. Bastian had asked Demel, aside from fishing, is there another purpose? The Marquis had calmly explained, how should I put it? In any case, this mountain is also home to rare plants, so he needs to collect some specimens. He's a kind but somewhat eccentric man. It's not to the point where you need to carry him on your back, so please relax and converse with him. The memory faded. Bastian extended a hand to assist Count Gendra's. "Allow me to carry your luggage." The Count, however, quickly declined. "No need. Your company is more than enough." The two men continued on their way, conversing as they walked. Suddenly, Count Gendra spotted something, and he shouted for Bastian to stop. "Wait, stop!" Bastian startled at the sudden cry. Count Gendra suddenly stumbled near a flower, startling Bastian. "I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked," the Count exclaimed with delight. "But here it is." The flower that brought the Count such joy was white, with large, slightly elongated petals. Bastian, surprised by the Count's reaction, felt a deep confusion stir within him. What is this? This feeling of déjà vu. He asked Gendra softly, "Is this the plant you were looking for?" Gendra quickly pulled a small trowel from his pocket. Holding up the flower, he replied quietly, "No." The Count gazed at the flower with an almost tender affection. However, this one is also quite rare. Bastian's eyes widened in surprise. He thought of Odette. He'd sensed a similarity between Gendra's and Odette before, a certain aura that reminded him of her. A pang of sadness touched him as he remembered that his contract with her was nearing its end. 2 years. Watching the Count's expression, Bastian couldn't help but contemplate what would happen after his contract with Odette concluded. By then, Odette would surely find someone like her. If the contract ended and Odette remarried, knowing her, she would probably choose a man similar to herself. Bastian's mind drifted back to that morning. He rubbed his forehead, recalling the moment he'd kissed Odette. Noticing the gesture, the Count inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Bastian was silent for a moment, looking down at his hands, before replying softly, "It's nothing." As dusk deepened, several women stood chatting by the stream. Odette sat quietly, watching the flowing water, her thoughts consumed by Bastian's behavior that morning. That man always brings up the contract, telling me to be true to my worth, that our relationship is just a transaction of numbers. Then she remembered what he had done. A blush warmed her cheeks, and she covered her mouth with her hand. But why was he so bold this morning, wanting to break his promise like that? Odette shyly lowered her hand. Suddenly, Isabel's scolding words echoed in her mind. "You're no different from prostitute. And Sandrine's just a plaything for young men." She lowered her head, the thought stinging. Does Bastian see me that way too, in the end? Odette picked up a stone beside her and tossed it into the river. It landed with a quiet plop. Odette stood up and walked away. She walked to a nearby cluster of flowers. Lost in her own thoughts, Odette mused, "I came here because I wanted to be alone, but using flower picking as an excuse isn't bad either." Then, she plucked a blossom. Suddenly, she stopped and looked across the stream, noticing something. A cluster of bluish-purple flowers came into view. The flowers had 3 small petals, resembling hydrangeas. They were a rare variety. Odette thought of Alma. Alma would absolutely love these. It's nap time now, so I left her with the nanny. With that thought, she slipped off her shoes. Odette placed her shoes on a rock. Holding the flower she had just picked, she gently lifted her skirt and stepped into the stream. Odette waded gently through the shallow water. "I'll just pick those flowers and go back. It's almost time for everyone to be finished fishing." Suddenly, her necklace slipped off. Her necklace! Odette gasped, seeing her necklace fall. She bent down to search. It seems the clasp came loose. "Where is it?" She spotted it on a nearby rock. Thank goodness, it didn't float away, she thought with relief. Suddenly, someone appeared. The person picked up her necklace. Odette was startled. It was Bastian. They stood there for a moment, gazing at each other. Bastian looked down at the necklace in his hand. He recalled seeing Odette frantically searching for something in the stream. Upon recognizing her, he had run over without thinking. Marquis Demo, seeing him suddenly dash off, called after him, "Captain Klaus." Bastian felt a pang of confusion. Why had he done that? Run to this woman? What was he planning to do? Suddenly, Marquis Demo stood on the bank, chuckling. "Hey, couldn't resist running to your wife, could you?" Caught in the act, Bastian had no choice but to give a slight nod. There was no other way out. He walked towards Odette. Holding the necklace, Bastian gently fastened it around Odette's neck. He murmured, "There are a lot of people watching." Marquis Demo laughed heartily from the bank. Bastian thought to himself, this woman can't escape the contract anyway. If she causes a commotion and disappears from the Emperor's sight, she won't even receive the price he promised. Bastian gently stroked Odette's hair. Then she'll have to live a more miserable life than before. Bastian's gaze was thoughtful. She carries so much on her shoulders, too. He knew, with an uncomfortable certainty, that he had the better end of their bargain. His fingers brushed lightly against Odette's pendant. Startled, Odette stumbled back, pushing Bastian away. Her foot slipped, but Bastian reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. His arm encircled her waist, pulling her close. Odette felt a surge of resentment. Am I allowed no agency at all? Back at the summer villa, the thought of the classical landscapes and Pelia's carefully chosen decor offered a small measure of solace. At least it will be enough to satisfy Sandra, she thought, letting out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Gazing out the window, Odette's mind drifted back to her time at Count Demel's estate. She'd been obliged to stay another night, but thankfully, nothing like the previous day's events had transpired. The door opened and Bastian stumbled in. He'd spent the entire night at the gambling tables and had only just returned as dawn broke. Odette, sitting up in bed, felt a flush of embarrassment at his disheveled appearance. She quickly rose, giving him space to rest. It's better if I rise early and take a walk, she reasoned. Fortunately, we've settled into a pattern of mutual non-interference. a fragile truce of respect. Standing before a painting, she reflected that Bastian only truly revealed his emotions during their conflicts. Otherwise, he played the part of the dutiful husband, devoid of personal sentiment, almost to the point of polite indifference. Odette suddenly covered her mouth. What if things had been different that day? If we hadn't unexpectedly met in the bathroom? If I hadn't rebuffed him when he tried to carry me to bed? The memory of his touch sent a shiver down her spine. Shaking her head, Odette tried to banish the unsettling thoughts. The memory of that encounter with Bastian brought a blush to her cheeks. If I want to protect myself for the remainder of this marriage, it's best not to provoke him. She resolved to keep her distance, to tread carefully to minimize their interactions. A maid approached. "Madam, the items for the sunroom have arrived." Odette was taken aback. "That's odd. I haven't ordered any furniture for the sunroom." Entering the sunroom, she saw a grand piano placed in the center of the room. "Did my husband purchase this?" she asked the maid, her voice laced with surprise. The man beside her explained softly, "I suggested to him that placing a piano in the sunroom was quite fashionable these days, and he agreed." "Madam, it might be presumptuous of me to say, but even with money, these things aren't easy to come by. Fortunately, I have some connections with the instrument company, and I managed to acquire one with some difficulty." Odette touched the keys, thinking, a man with no interest in music bought such an expensive instrument. "I shouldn't be greedy, as it doesn't belong to me." The scene shifts to the villa at night. Bastian stood before charts and graphs, lost in thought. The false minerals, stocks, and bonds had all turned to waste paper. His mind churned with the machinations of his work, those shell companies disguised as golden geese. The game was complete. Now, it was up to his father to handle the aftermath. Bastian's gaze sharpened. To completely deceive their opponent, a cunning trap was essential. To improvise effectively, haste was the enemy. He recalled Marquis Demo's words. "His Majesty has been quite concerned about you and your wife lately. It's strange for a newlywed couple to be living apart." Marquis Demo had smiled. "Regardless, you should quell those baseless rumors." Bastian pondered. To reassure the suspicious emperor, it seemed there was no other way. A voice came from outside the door. "Master, there's news from the summer villa." Bastian commanded, "Enter." Lovis relayed Odette's message. "Madam asks if she may come to Rats tomorrow. She says she wishes to purchase piano sheet music." Lovis continued, "How shall I respond?" Bastian mused, "Piano sheet music." Lovis replied, "Yes. The piano you instructed the interior designer to place in the summer villa arrived today." Bastian thought to himself, it seems she's pleased. Bastian's expression softened. "She actually contacted me." He recalled the day he'd helped Odette with her necklace. Since then, she hadn't met his gaze directly. When Bastian remained silent, Lovis prompted, "Master." Bastian paused, then turned swiftly to Lovis. "Tell her to come to the Admiralty tomorrow at noon." "Lovis, inform her that we can have lunch together." The next day at noon, the clock struck 11:30. Odette stood in the courtyard of a grand villa, thinking, "I've arrived too early." She sat down on a nearby wooden bench. "I'm not accustomed to go to other people's homes." Then Odette opened a book and began to read. "I'll just sit here and wait until the appointed time." Sandrine appeared, smiling as she greeted Odette. "Hello, Odette. It seems you're waiting for someone at the Admiralty." Seeing her, Odette lowered her book, stood, and returned the greeting. "Hello, Countess Leonard. I have a luncheon appointment here." Sandrine smiled. "Is that so? Then let's go together. I also happen to be meeting someone at the Admiralty." Odette looked at her coolly, refusing. "No, I'll wait here." Then, politely explaining and offering a curtsy, she said, "Because the appointed location is here." "Well then, I wish you a pleasant day, Countess Leonard." Odette calmly sat back down. After Odette sat down, Sandrine sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "How surprising. A lady of royal Burke blood behaving so rudely." The iciness in her tone intensified. On Burke territory, when has an officer's wife dared to be so impudent to a countess? Odette retorted, "If I were indeed a captain-class officer's wife, and you were indeed Countess Leonard, yes, this would be quite rude." Odette's words startled Sandrine. "However, isn't our relationship a little different?" Odette's gaze remained cool. "Judging by your words and actions so far, I gather you don't consider me Bastian's wife at all. You seem to consider that position already yours." Hearing this, Sandrine erupted. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Unfazed, Odette continued in her icy tone, "In that case, as you said, I am a duchess of royal blood. Why should someone let me lower myself before you?" Odette's words rendered Sandrine speechless, leaving her gaping, unable to form a reply. Odette pressed on. What do you want? Say it plainly. If you wish me to play the role of an officer's wife, I will. I will apologize for my rudeness to a higher-ranking noblewoman. Odette's voice, already cold, turned glacial. But if you continue to play the role of Lady Claus before me. Odette's face was impassive, her voice a chilling warning. Then, please get used to this. Her words were a pointed reminder of her status, a clear declaration that she, Odette, was not yet fully divorced. Countess Leonard, the pink-haired Sandrine stood, facing the seated Odette. Am I supposed to stand up and apologize to you? Her hands clenched tightly. Sandrine's face darkened. How considerate of you, she spat, the word dripping with sarcasm. In that case, please continue to sit and read your book in peace. Odette lowered her head and calmly picked up her book. Yes, thank you for your consideration. Sandrine frowned at Odette. Odette's voice rang out. Well then, please be careful on your way. Sandrine turned her head and left. She paused. Ah, Odette. Sandrine glanced at her, a thin smile playing on her lips. I do hope you have plenty of time to read, because you might be waiting longer than you anticipated. A red-haired man hurried after Sandrine. No, Sandrine. Bastian has urgent business. She turned, surprise etched on her face. What? Has something untoward happened? Lucas spoke gravely. An urgent summons came from the royal palace. They require his presence for a discussion regarding the Bella delegation's participation in the Navy Day festivities. It seems Admiral Demel and Bastian are to meet with His Majesty directly. Sandrine's expression hardened. What about Bastian's luncheon? Lucas replied impatiently. Luncheon? In this situation, you must hurry to the palace at once. Sandrine sighed. Lucas's voice sharpened. I know you're doing this because you want to see Bastian, but it's absolutely impossible today. He closed his eyes, his expression cold. In any case, stop with these foolish notions and go have your lunch or something. Lucas glanced at his sister. Well, what are you waiting for? Sandrine watched his retreating figure. Has Sebastian already left for the palace? Lucas tilted his head. No, they're probably just about to leave. A carriage waited outside. The royal carriage, as it happened, had just arrived. Sandrine looked towards the window in surprise. Sandrine hurried away. I'm sorry, Lucas. We'll have lunch together another time. I'll treat you to a grand meal as an apology. Lucas stared after her, bewildered. What are you talking about? What are you planning to do? Sunlight glinted off the magnificent palace walls. Marquis Demo, a jovial air about him, ushered Bastian along behind him. Well, look who it is. Countess Leonard, isn't it? Sandrine smoothed her hair. Good day, Admiral. Marquis Demo looked at her with concern. You seem a bit pale. Are you all right? Sandrine replied calmly. I came for a visit, intending to have lunch with my relative, Captain Ewald. However, I've been suffering from a sudden headache, so I was just about to head back. Sandrine closed her eyes wearily, lowering her head. I know my own constitution, but I suppose I have a great deal on my mind, which sometimes brings on these spells. Marquis Demo looked startled. Oh dear. Goodness. He gestured towards the carriage. Then please join us. Time is of the essence, and it would be difficult to send you home separately. However, the Lenneth family estate is on the way to the palace. We can drop you off nearby. Sandrine smiled. How very kind of you, Admiral. Though I feel rather imposing, I won't refuse your generous offer. The Marquis's voice drifted from the distance. You're too kind. Bastian narrowed his eyes, watching the two of them in silence. The luxurious carriage began to pull away. Bastian looked towards the royal palace. Odette. He pictured her sitting on the bench, reading. I'll know soon enough, he thought. I sent a servant to inform her as quickly as possible. She only came to Rast to buy sheet music, after all. She's simply here for that. He recalled Sandrine's gentle smile. Yet, the image of Odette standing alone by the fountain lingered in his mind. Perhaps it was better this way, their paths diverging like this. He weighed the Emperor's summons against his promise to Odette, a decision that required no hesitation. Odette, in her yellow dress, absorbed in her book, his wife of a mere 2 years, was not his priority. The carriage procession moved along the wide, quiet road. What did that girl, to whom he owed an unpayable debt, truly mean to him? He clenched his trembling hand. To her, he was nothing more than a contractual partner. Odette looked up. She saw the carriage and the 3 figures within. The situation was clear. Sandrine and Bastian glanced in her direction. Odette watched, surprised, her eyes filled with a dawning despair. Bastian looked at Odette, puzzled. Why that expression? The carriage rolled on, Odette's figure shrinking in the distance. The setting sun dipped behind the tall buildings. Odette sat reading beneath the lamplight in her bedroom. Sadness welled in her eyes. A servant, holding a letter, approached. A letter from the captain, my lady. She took the letter. A sudden urgent matter has come up, and our luncheon appointment must be rescheduled, she thought. The ornate carriage, sent by the royal family. Odette held her sheet music, her mind elsewhere. The Admiral was also in the carriage, no doubt on official state business. She gripped the pages, a knot tightening in her chest. The fact that Sandrine was there, too. She pictured Bastian and Sandrine side by side. That woman, the one who would become Bastian's true wife. 2 years later, Odette sat sadly in her chair, thinking, I've realized this countless times, that the pain of loss is directly proportional to the depth of affection I invested. She clenched her fists. If only it wasn't hers to lose. A man appeared before Odette, startling her. The image of Bastian, chin resting on his hand, a polite smile playing on his lips, filled her mind. Perhaps she shouldn't have allowed herself to become attached in the first place. Odette lifted her head. Franz smiled at her. Well now, it seems this lady is all alone. The angle of the light in the room shifted, shadows falling across Odette's face. Franz's voice continued. Might I have the honor of keeping this lonely lady company? For a cup of tea, perhaps. Odette pressed her lips together lightly. Ultimately, she began, a small, forced smile touching her lips. I must decline. My husband will be here shortly. Why? She wondered, did she even bother pretending? The last rays of the setting sun painted the buildings in hues of gold and crimson as dusk began to settle. Bastian sat alone at his desk, lost in thought. He frowned, his gaze cast downwards in contemplation. That girl, always so aloof and composed. Bastian's mind drifted back to his encounter with Odette that afternoon, her expression like that of a forlorn child. He couldn't shake the image, wondering what could have caused such a look. He narrowed his eyes. She always acted as if she felt nothing for him. So why? Thomas stood respectfully before Bastian, a document in hand, waiting as he spoke. Executive Director, we must expedite the process. Perspiration beading on his brow, Thomas asked softly, Master, is there a particular reason for such urgency? He bowed low, placing his hands on the desk. By the middle of next week, I plan to move back to the estate permanently. The newlywed residence, sir. Thomas inquired cautiously. You mean? He lifted his gaze to meet Thomas's. Yes, sooner than anticipated. The image of Odette, with her long dark hair and sorrowful blue eyes, flashed through his mind. Perhaps it's time my wife and I live together. The evening glow enveloped the grand estate. Bastian stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Today, an urgent summons had arrived from the royal palace concerning Crown Prince Belif's decision to attend the Navy Day celebrations. Everyone was speculating about the event and its true purpose. If it concerned Crown Prince Belif, Princess Isabel's fiancé, then inspecting Allied operations was clearly a mere pretext. The real reason was likely to directly verify the rumors surrounding the princess. Emperor Berg had summoned Marquis, Demo, and Bastian to discuss the matter and his wishes. Bastian explained to Thomas, at a time like this, the Emperor expects me to present the image of a perfectly happy couple, so it's necessary to live together as soon as possible. He lowered his head in thought. Time was still plentiful, but this was something that had to be done. He spoke with certainty. If the Emperor's trust increases, it will also be beneficial to our debt. Thomas shook his head, stroking his chin. I understand. I see. It certainly wouldn't do for a newly married couple to live separately like this. He released his hand and looked at Bastian. I just don't see it the same way you do. Wouldn't it be better if Lady Clauvitz temporarily moved to Rast to live with you? Bastian closed his eyes and tilted his head. Once the stock listing issue is resolved, I can stay in Arden to handle my work. He spoke resolutely. I don't want to entrust matters I can handle myself to my wife. Thomas looked abashed. I was under the impression you weren't particularly fond of the marriage. He fumbled for words. It seems, sir, you are much kinder than I thought. Bastian laughed brightly. Isn't it natural for me to act this way, having married a bride of such high standing? Under a clear blue sky, sunlight bathed the grand estate. A new day had begun. Head housekeeper Dora bowed respectfully. Madam, the master has returned. Odette's hands rested on the piano keys. She turned her head in surprise. What day is it? Dora replied respectfully. It's Wednesday, madam. Odette thought to herself, yes, that's right. Her eyes widened in bewilderment. The man who always claimed to be too busy to even come home on weekends returning on a Wednesday. Dora smiled. If I may be so bold, madam, shouldn't you go and see how the master is doing? He said he was going to his bedroom first. Odette hurried down the hallway, the click of her heels echoing. What's going on? I haven't even had time to properly prepare myself. She turned down another corridor. She tilted her head, looking down at the bustling activity in the hall below, watching the flurry of movement with a perplexed expression. The townhouse staff were carrying large boxes. Bastian had gone straight to his bedroom, she thought. This was completely unlike him. Odette reached her bedroom door. Could it be? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Madam." The maid gestured to the adjacent room. "The master is in here." Odette started, tilting her head in confusion. She walked over and grasped the doorknob, opening the door with a heart full of questions. Her bedroom. Why would he be in her bedroom? Bastian stood facing the window. Odette watched him, thinking he looks like the true master of this house. He turned around. Bastian stood with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched Odette. She thought to herself, it's as if he's announcing the true master of this house has returned. The grand estate was silent beneath a star-studded sky. Footsteps echoed through the quiet halls as Bastian walked, clad in a bathrobe. He caught a glimpse of his reflection in a passing mirror. Dark circles underscored his eyes. How long had it been since he'd slept properly? He remembered snatching moments of rest on the sofa, brief respites when exhaustion became unbearable. He recalled eating while reading, shoveling down food as a necessary function rather than enjoyment. He remembered the endless days spent confined to his study, pouring every ounce of his energy into his work. Bastian covered his face with his hands and sighed. Returning to his room, he thought, regardless, I've taken the time to lay the bait. Now I just need to wait for Father to take it. Walking down the corridor, Bastian's thoughts turned to the upcoming festivities. The preparations for Navy Day and the military parade are almost complete. He knocked on a door. A voice called out, "Yes, come in." The door opened. Now, only one task remains, he thought. He looked at Odette, who was hugging her elbows, and that is to flawlessly play the part of a newlywed couple blissfully enjoying their honeymoon. Odette looked at him tenderly. "Bastian, is there something you wanted to say?" Bastian's expression remained impassive. "Nothing." A tense silence hung between them. Odette fought to maintain her composure. "Don't antagonize him. If I don't get emotional, nothing will happen." She forced a cheerful smile. "Well then, is there a reason you're here?" Bastian brushed past her, heading towards the bed. She turned, instantly surprised. "Do you mean you intend to sleep in the same bed as me?" He reached the bed and pulled back the covers. "I'm already at the bed. Why ask?" She spoke firmly. "Because I don't understand. I understand that because of Crown Prince Bella's visit, our time living together has been moved forward." Odette continued, "And I understand that we need to appear more intimate and affectionate." Bastian closed his eyes, resting his head against the soft pillow. "But why?" he said, his voice laced with weariness. A bead of sweat trickled down Odette's temple. Why does he look so exhausted? She wondered, startled. She pressed her lips together. "Even so, I have to say something." Placing a hand on her chest, she offered a polite smile. "I'm willing to cooperate with that, but Bastian, there's no need to go this far." He lay in bed, his voice calm. "If something goes wrong at the most crucial moment, can you take responsibility?" Odette hesitated. Bastian rubbed his forehead. "Perhaps there are already rumors about us sleeping in separate rooms. They just haven't surfaced yet." She frowned. "But even couples in name only sometimes sleep apart." He lay propped up on his pillow, turned on his side. "I come from a mixed background, so I don't understand these things. The grandson of a scrap dealer. How could I be as noble as you?" Odette's eyes widened. "Oh no," she thought. She hurried over. "That's not what I meant. Her voice trembled. Standing by the bed, she heard Bastian's voice. "We'll talk tomorrow, Odette." He closed his eyes, his voice low. "I can't hear you clearly right now. So, tomorrow then." She looked at him in surprise. "Bastian." She called, but received no answer. She grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Her eyes widened in shock. His voice mumbled what? Bastian's hand rested on the pillow. He was fast asleep. Odette was taken aback. He really had fallen asleep. Standing at the window of the townhouse, overlooking the grounds of Bastian and Odette's honeymoon estate, Lady Clauvitz trembled. She yanked the curtains closed. "This is dreadful." She spun around, furious. "How much longer must I endure this?" Behind her, her son, Franz Clauvitz, was reading. He looked at his mother, thinking, here we go again. She looked up, her brow furrowed, her face a mask of anger. That Bastian boy, she seethed. Don't tell me he plans to use that beggar duke's daughter to build social connections, and then marry the viper duke's daughter, Pelia. Franz sounded a note of caution. Even if he's reckless, how could he do such a thing to the Emperor's granddaughter? Lady Clauvitz's voice rang out. Exactly. Is the Emperor's granddaughter just some powerless child? She paced the room agitatedly. There's no reason not to discard him. Besides, he's Jeff Clauvitz's son. She snatched a glass of wine from the table. I should have disregarded my reputation and nipped this in the bud long ago. Your father was a fool. She raised the glass and drained it in one gulp, making excuses to send him away, and now he's become a threat. She set the glass down, a flicker of worry in her eyes. But Franz, no matter what, it was strange. She lowered her eyes, brows furrowed slightly. Everyone knew they were a loving newlywed couple, but the servants whispered a different story. Franz's voice broke the silence. What do you mean? Her eyes widened in feigned surprise. Bastian comes to the villa for the weekends, but they always sleep in separate rooms. A man in his prime, with a wife, it's not natural. Franz flinched, shooting to his feet, his book tumbling to the floor. Mother, you've been inquiring into such vulgar matters. He stammered, aghast. Lady Clauvitz closed her eyes, a hint of sorrow in her expression. Yes, you were meant to be the flower of this family, a noble bloom. I will not see you dragged into the mire. Her face hardened. Even so, Franz, the world is changing. These days, nobles without money are hardly nobles at all. But you, she emphasized, you have your father's wealth, his lineage. You will inherit it all. You are the perfect nobleman. Franz stared at his mother, apprehension twisting in his gut. She stepped closer to her son. So, do not disappoint your father. Her grip tightened on his shoulder. Hold on to your fiancée, Ella. Your father is overjoyed at the prospect of an alliance with the Klein family. Lady Clauvitz looked at her son expectantly. You can do this, can't you? He lowered his head, lost in thought. The fallen book lay at his feet. He clenched his fists. Yes, mother. Outside, dark clouds began to gather. Franz held a piece of paper in his hand. He lifted it, his gaze fixed upon it. He remembered Odette and the servant with the tray of chocolates. She had taken one. He saw her place the chocolate in her mouth, her eyes closing in a moment of pure enjoyment. He clutched the chocolate wrapper in his hand, a sob escaping his lips. Odette! He closed his eyes, a melancholic expression washing over his face, consumed by thoughts of her. What was she doing now? If only I could freely gaze upon her beautiful face. He reached out and opened his desk drawer. Inside lay a red notebook. He picked up a pen and began to write. Now, I must admit, he stared at the notebook, his expression serious. The image of Odette swam into focus in his mind. I want her, he thought. Sunlight streamed through the window. Odette slowly opened her eyes. She saw the outline of the man's profile beside her. She looked at him, her gaze unfocused. Bastian, propped up on one elbow, watched her in the morning light. She startled, a blush warming her cheeks. Why is he looking at me like that? Last night, after Bastian had fallen asleep, she'd slipped to the far side of the bed. Given what had happened the last time at the villa, she knew it was unwise to suggest separate rooms. She pulled the covers over herself, settling into the mattress. So this time, I decided to bear it and stay in the bed. She clutched the blankets thoughtfully, but I slept so soundly. Her back was to him, a blissful expression on her face. Alone. I've never slept so well. He watched her, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, one hand drifting to his chin. Bastian caught Odette's chin, turning her face towards him. Odette's eyes widened in surprise as she met his gaze. He released his hold. She stared at him, flushed and flustered. What was that about? She ducked her head, shyly. I should say good morning. She frowned slightly, considering. She was still in her nightgown. Would that be too informal? Bastian closed his eyes, letting out a low sigh that made Odette jump. A servant's voice called from beyond the door. Master, I have prepared the tea as you instructed. Odette, still blushing, heard Bastian reply. Enter. Bastian took Odette's hand. He narrowed his eyes, tilting his head, and spoke softly. Are you ready, madam? She started, turning to look at him. Ready for what? But she nodded anyway, as if she were meant to understand. A luxurious tea cart was wheeled in, laden with a plate of delicately crafted pastries and a steaming pot of tea. Bastian narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, as the servant bowed respectfully before them. Wait, he said, lifting his arm to draw Odette closer, his hand resting on her shoulder. could this be? Odette glanced at the servant in the room, understanding dawning. Is this what he meant by ready? Bastian, holding Odette close, brushed a kiss against her forehead. Her eyes widened in surprise. A red-haired maid, her face flushed crimson, stared at the scene unfolding before her, eyes wide and mouth agape. Odette blushed, surprised. Was this it? The sound of a piano drifted into the room. Odette closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she enjoyed the music. Bastian stood back, watching her as she listened. Bastian's expression was serious, unreadable. She was a diligent girl indeed. His observations over the past few days confirmed it. Odette wasted no time. He recalled seeing her meticulously inspecting the silverware in the cupboards, a surprising image that struck him now. She was attending to the affairs of the villa with a servant's diligence, tasks she could have easily delegated to the housekeeper. Even as he settled into bed with a book, preparing for sleep, she remained at her desk, writing. She was carefully solidifying her social standing, something he hadn't anticipated. He propped his chin on his hand, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. I didn't expect her to embrace the role of mistress so wholeheartedly, he mused. Perhaps this arrangement won't be so bad after all. Odette's eyes fluttered open, then widened in surprise. She bolted upright. When did you come in? Bastian lowered his gaze, a fingertip tracing his chin. Go on. It sounded quite lovely. She tilted her head, a sheen of perspiration on her brow. Thank you for your kind words and encouragement, but I still have much to improve upon. Bastian regarded her impassively. Do you now? A shy smile touched her lips. Yes, it's been a while since I've played, so my fingers are a bit stiff. A wistful expression shadowed her features as she lowered her gaze. Once my skill has improved, then, her eyes lifted, catching on something unseen. She hesitantly covered her mouth. She would be leaving in 2 years. How could she say such a thing? He rose from his sofa and took a step towards her. He stood before her, head cocked, and then her eyes widened, meeting his. A blush crept up her neck as she lowered her gaze. Then I shall play for you. He surveyed her with evident satisfaction. A servant approached, bowing respectfully. Master, the horse has arrived. Odette's head snapped up, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Horse. Bastian slipped an arm around her waist. Indeed. He tilted his head, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Do you ride? She pressed her lips together. Odette clutched her skirt, a familiar unease settling in her stomach. Every time Bastian touched her like this, she felt a strange breathlessness. She looked up at him, a bright, almost forced smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it was a way to bolster her own courage. I must strive to appear as a loving wife, as that is our agreement. A servant led a white mare forward, smiling. My lady, this is Shun. She's a gentle 3-year-old mare, very docile and easy to handle. He watched the horse with a touch of concern. If you feel uncomfortable at all, just say so, he offered. I'll buy you a horse to practice on. Odette turned, offering him a reassuring look. It's all right, she said. I learned to ride as a child. It's been a while, so I'm a bit rusty, that's all. He watched her back as she faced the horse again. When was the last time you rode? He asked. She paused, considering. About 6 years ago, I think. She stroked the horse's neck. Bastian's voice broke the silence. There isn't a side saddle, he observed. Is that all right? The horse tilted its head, regarding her with a gentle curiosity. Odette seemed lost in thought. Yes, she replied finally. I often used my father's saddle. My mother disapproved, but I always found it more comfortable. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The sun shone warmly upon them. He smiled at her. Well then, he said, give it a try. The horse sprang into motion. Odette sat firm and confident in the saddle, galloping across the field. Bastian, mounted on his own horse, watched her with a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected her to be so skilled. She might have lived a life of exile, but a princess, it seemed, was always a princess. He watched her ride, the wind whipping through her hair. I heard that when Princess Helen was exiled, he mused to himself, she had to sell a great deal of her jewelry to raise funds. Relatives abroad were willing to help her, though. He narrowed his eyes, sighing inwardly. If it weren't for Duke Dis and his gambling, she could have lived a life of privilege. She rode back towards him, her horse slowing to a canter. He looked at her, a new thought striking him. If that were the case, he thought, perhaps Odette would never have even given him a second glance. He pushed the thought aside and offered her a gentle smile of encouragement. With your current skill, he said, you could probably venture into the forest. What do you think? It's a comfortable ride. Her gaze dropped to the ground. I haven't, she began softly. He nudged his horse forward slightly. It's all right, Odette, he reassured her. He turned to face her fully, his voice gentle. I'll escort you. She looked up, her eyes widening slightly. Escort, she thought. A blush crept up her cheeks, and a genuine smile bloomed on her face. Yes, Bastian, she agreed. He stared back, surprised by her ready acceptance. Startled, he watched her turn her horse and ride away, then quickly tightened his reins and urged his own mount to follow. Beyond the forest lay a clear, sparkling lake. Odette's long hair streamed behind her in the wind. Odette rode along the edge of the lake, looking free and vibrant. For the first time, Bastian followed behind her. They galloped across the wide expanse of grass. He realized, with a jolt, that this was the first truly unguarded smile he had seen from her. Elsewhere, a maid gasped, whispering to another, I heard they slept in the same bed last night. A maid, touching her face in disbelief, murmured, they even kissed in front of everyone today. Three maids huddled together, whispering. The rumors about them being forced to marry were wrong. The rumors about them not getting along and sleeping separately were wrong too. Another chimed in, if that's true, does the master really love the mistress? If not, what other reason could there be? The red-haired maid trembled. What are we going to do if the master truly cares for the mistress? The head maid stroked her hair and shook her head. Frowning, she fixed her gaze on Molly. If you want to keep working in this house, you will flatter the mistress. Panic laced the red-haired maid's voice. But head maid, I've already offended the mistress. What should I do? The head maid spoke calmly. The mistress doesn't consider that day's incident a problem, so you needn't worry unnecessarily. Now, let's prepare lunch. No more gossip. The red-haired maid's face fell. The head maid's voice echoed in her ears. No more gossip. Hurrying into the room, she thought, I never imagined the master would actually have feelings for the mistress. Anxiety gnawed at her. No, I must tell that person the truth. A full moon hung in the sky, its light casting long shadows across the estate. The clock struck 8:15. Odette brushed her hair, a knot of tension in her stomach. If only Bastian would fall asleep quickly, she thought. Bastian, arms crossed, glanced at her. How long is she going to brush her hair? A suffocating silence filled the room, a silent standoff. He sighed, closing his eyes. If I don't lie down first, she'll probably brush her hair until midnight. He lay down, pulled the covers over himself, and turned away. I have no choice. The clock ticked towards 8:55. She switched off the bedside lamp, her gaze lingering on him. He must be asleep by now, she thought. Waiting until Bastian's breathing deepened, she slipped under the covers, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. A rustle startled her awake. Her eyes flew open to find Bastian watching her. A gasp escaped her lips, her heart pounding in her chest. A blush crept up her neck as she covered her mouth. He had feigned sleep. I almost screamed, she thought, struggling to regain her composure. Even so, I must remain calm. She spoke softly. Can't you sleep? He returned her gaze, his voice a low murmur. Can you? She froze. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Thankfully, he didn't seem intent on crossing the line as he had before. I'm tired, but I can't sleep. Her voice was barely a whisper. His eyes widened. Thank you for today, Bastian. Thanks to you, I had a wonderful time, Odette said, her voice light and comfortable. It's been so long since I've ridden. So many childhood memories came flooding back. Bastian's voice followed, a gentle query in the quiet air. Really? Do you wish you could go back to those days? Odette's fingers tightened subtly on the blanket draped over her lap. Perhaps, she replied, a tinge of sadness coloring her tone. It's a pointless hypothetical anyway. A thought seemed to strike her then, and she turned to look at him. Oh, by the way, I wanted to discuss the garden party we're planning for this weekend. What do you think about inviting Count Genders? Their voices filled the stillness of the evening. Count Genders, Bastian questioned. The botanist. Yes, Odette confirmed. I heard the Genders family also has a villa in Arden. They contacted me this weekend, saying they've returned. They mentioned wanting to dine with us sometime. He looked at her thoughtfully. There must be a reason for adding someone to the guest list outside of the original plan. And what reason would that be? Odette asked, a playful lilt in her voice. The Genders, a prestigious family whose name has never fallen from the top ranks of the Imperial nobility directory. Establishing a connection with him would give you a significant advantage in high society. He narrowed his eyes, pondering who was helping whom in this arrangement. They turned, their gazes locking for a long moment. Finally, Bastian conceded. conceded. Do as you see fit. It's the mistress's prerogative. Yes, Bastian, Odette replied, a pleased smile gracing her lips. She continued to speak, elaborating on the party arrangements, her eyes fixed on Bastian. The night wore on, and eventually, Odette drifted off to sleep. Bastian propped himself up on his elbow, his gaze resting on her sleeping face. Odette, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. What will become of your life once this marriage is over? He pictured her, free from this gilded cage, exploring the world with a wide-brimmed hat shading her face. A bright, righteous woman. Once her father's and her financial issues were resolved, she would undoubtedly shine brighter than anyone. Who knew? Perhaps she would even find a true marriage, build a real family. He imagined her happy with Count Genders, or rather, as Countess Genders. A strange, melancholic feeling settled over him. Why did the thought bring him such a peculiar sense of despondency? Such a life would suit her perfectly. She shifted in her sleep, turning towards him. He watched her, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed she trusted him more than he had realized. He reached out, his hand hovering just above her cheek. She seemed so much gentler now, compared to the prickly demeanor she often presented when awake. She slept soundly. He brushed a stray lock of hair away from her shoulder. Odette slept soundly, a delicate flush coloring her cheeks. Bastian watched her, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on her peaceful face. He sat up abruptly, a sudden urgency gripping him. Bastian rose and strode quickly from the room, finding a seat in the drawing room's salon chair. He lowered his head, as if in deep contemplation, massaging his temples and sighing softly. Leaning back in the chair, his hands still resting on his forehead, he felt a growing sense of desperation. Dawn was breaking, the first light of morning slowly chasing the shadows from the mansion. Desmond lay in bed, eyes wide open, his face haggard. He gritted his teeth. It wasn't a dream. He muttered, the words strained. He turned and called out to his servant, quickly, help me up. The servant helped him sit up, propping him against the headboard. Desmond clutched the blankets, his body trembling. I can't believe it, he whispered, I remember. He remembered Tira pushing him. It was that girl who had put him in this state. The image of Odette's, he clawed at his hair. But they wouldn't have done something like that without someone behind it, he thought, his eyes widening suddenly in realization. That's right. It must have been because of the marriage to Odette. Bastian's face came to mind, the grandson of that junk shop owner. He was in on it too. The servant, sweating nervously, asked cautiously, Sir, did you have a nightmare? Shall I fetch you some sedatives? Desmond rubbed his head irritably. How dare they? He hissed, his hand shaking. The three of them conspire to keep me locked away in this place while they live carefree lives. He lifted his head and called out, his voice filled with a desperate urgency. Quickly, bring me paper and a pen. The banquet was exquisite and elegant, its arrangements perfectly complementing the beauty of the garden. The food was seasonal, and even the meticulous seating arrangement reflected the thoughtful care given to the guests. The Countess walked ahead pleasantly, smiling. Today's party is truly impeccable, marvelous. She turned to look at Odette, a warm smile gracing her lips. You've changed so much in just one season. Odette stood gracefully, accepting the Countess's compliment. It seems you are now a truly respectable lady. Odette replied humbly and gently, I don't know anything at all. The Countess must have forgotten how I bought. Odette recalled the time before she read her father's letters. From the hospital, he had sent a steady stream of furious missives, raging against her marriage without his permission, a marriage he opposed, accusing her of relying on others and sullying the family name. She had tucked all the letters away in a drawer, never to touch them again. I didn't have the strength to face my father like that, so I decided not to read them anymore. I don't regret abandoning him for Tira that day, not one bit. She lowered her head sadly, trailing behind the Countess. But the guilt deep within her couldn't be ignored forever. Someday, she would have to face her father. The Countess, watching a small girl being carried by her father, said gently, Maximin's son, shouldn't your daughter be walking on her own now? She looked up sharply, the man's voice reaching her ears. She's still a baby. I'll let her walk when she's a bit older. He held the girl like a doll, looking politely at Odette. I was taking a stroll in the garden. It's beautifully decorated, Madame, closets. Bastian strolled through the garden, admiring the scenery. He had to admit, Odette was a remarkably talented hostess. Looking at the lavishly decorated garden, he sighed. Just this spring, she was a girl who, at best, garnered pity and disdain. He remembered her in the carriage, hiding her face behind a fan, adorned with gaudy, glittering gold and silver jewelry. Yet in just a single season, she had transformed into a lady of high society, as if by some undeniable natural law, like a queen born to a life of elegance. He closed his eyes calmly. Wasn't this, frankly, a coronation ceremony built on a foundation of money? The image of him placing the crown upon her head, what was it? No matter the cost, as long as it created a position in the world that had never been granted to them, as long as it made his wife shine brighter than anyone else, he had no reason to hesitate. He tilted his head, glancing around. Where's Odette? I thought she was just here. From behind him, Odette called Bastian. Odette, holding an adorable little girl, walked alongside Maximin, the image of a happy family. He spoke with a serious tone. So here you are? Maximin, his face breaking into a cheerful smile, replied, My lady, let me hold Elma. Taking Elma into his arms, Maximin smiled at Bastian. I truly envy you, Captain Bastian, strolling through this magnificent mansion. Bastian's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward and placed his arm around Odette's waist, his voice brimming with pride. Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to my wife's meticulous care and management. Elma, her large, round eyes wide, looked up. The little girl's lips trembled into a pout. Suddenly, Elma opened her mouth and cried out, startling the three adults. Mama, a woman behind Bastian exclaimed, her voice laced with suspicion. Bastian's expression darkened instantly. That child just called her mama, the woman continued. The Countess, beads of perspiration dotting her brow, rushed forward. How pitiful. The child is simply envious of others having their mothers near. Odette has always been fond of children. Maximin quickly scooped Elma up and moved away. I apologize for the disturbance. I'll calm her down. Elma, clinging to Maximin's back, wailed loudly, No. Mama. The little girl's cries echoed through the air. The Countess hurried to explain. The child simply mistook her. I hope you can forgive her. Captain Bastian, the Marchioness began, a cordial smile gracing her lips. However, Marquis Demo coughed softly. There's truth in what the child said. Maximus's deceased wife bore a striking resemblance to Lady Clauvitz here. He raised a finger thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, Elma resembles my mother as well. Indeed, that's why I mentioned it. It's no wonder my mother and Lady Clauvitz looked so alike. The Marchioness's face paled. Darling, she cried, grabbing his hand urgently. Don't speak such nonsense. Come now, you've had too much to drink. Marquis Demo waved her off dismissively. I haven't had that much today. The Marchioness sighed, exasperated. Oh, heavens, I simply can't cope with you sometimes. The Countess, observing the scene, let out a soft sigh of her own. Turning to Bastian and Odette, she spoke gently. The two of you should have children soon. You're so fond of other people's children. Imagine how much more you'll adore your own. The Countess's voice lingered in the air. Isn't that right, Odette? Odette lowered her head, remaining silent. Bastian smiled at the Countess. Indeed, Odette will be a wonderful mother, showering her children with love. He turned to Odette, his gaze softening. I'd like a daughter as beautiful as her mother. What about you? He tightened his grip on her hand. Her lips trembled. Keep doing what you're supposed to, until the very end, she thought. Then, a bright, almost brittle smile bloomed on her face. It's nothing to me, she told herself, just like anyone else at a nighttime affair. Countless fireworks painted the sky. Standing before the romantic spectacle, both Odette and Bastian thought, to this extent, tonight's party can be considered a success. Even the Countess praised it. Couples embraced and kissed blissfully. Perhaps the guests are also satisfied. Enjoying the party, Odette mused. Bastian and Odette tilted their heads, glancing at each other. Although it's not something I want to boast about, Odette thought with a flicker of pride. He lifted his hand and gently cupped her chin. A blush warmed her cheeks. Because this is a party I prepared with all my heart, she thought. He drew her closer, his lips brushing against hers. Odette's face flushed crimson. This is the first time I feel like I've played my role well, she realized. They kissed beneath the cascading fireworks. A strange anticipation fluttered within Odette. But why do I crave Bastian's approval? She wondered, bewildered. Her blush deepened as she gazed at his face, so close to hers. This is just doing what's expected according to our agreement. Why do I feel this way, Bastian? Odette, Bastian murmured. Her eyes widened, questioning. His gaze held a trace of sadness. The grounds for our divorce will be infidelity. The image lingered in his mind. Odette holding Elma, standing beside Maximin. The three of them a picture of domesticity. A pang of something akin to loss resonated within him. Perhaps it's because of what just happened. I'm not myself at all, he thought, unsettled. But then, a different thought surfaced, insistent and compelling. He softly repeated the name of the woman before him. Odette, he whispered. I want to understand this woman's heart. Odette stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise at his words. The fireworks had faded, and clouds obscured the stars, casting a veil of darkness over them. He took her hand, his voice gentle as he explained. Our marriage caused such a stir, it shook high society. What better reason for a clean, swift divorce? She lowered her gaze. Do you truly want that kind of rumor? She asked quietly. He looked at her, his eyes narrowed slightly. She released his hand, bringing her own to rest against her chest. Her gaze was steady as she met his. If that's what you want, she said calmly, then I will do it. And when the time comes, I will endeavor to find a suitable partner for myself. In their bedroom, the light still burned. He leaned over her sleeping form, sighing softly. A pang of frustration struck him. She had asked him to feign the gentleness of a woman, and yet, even his kisses were clumsy. Bastian gazed at Odette's tranquil sleeping face. He thought to himself, whatever it takes, if I set my mind to it, I can achieve anything, no matter the cost. His gaze lingered, captivated. Her beauty, undeniable, was enough to ensnare anyone. He reached out, his hand hovering just above her cheek. The afternoon's conversation with the Countess echoed in his mind. You too should have a child soon. You're so fond of other people's children. Imagine how much you'll adore your own. His hand retreated. He sat up and swung his legs off the bed. But that, he thought, will never happen with Odette. He rubbed his forehead wearily. Best not to plant the seeds of trouble, he murmured. He had learned this lesson watching his father's life. A life consumed by troubles he couldn't resolve. Elsewhere in the mansion, Dora, the head housekeeper, stood respectfully. Her gaze drifted toward the window. She spotted Molly, the red-haired maid, scurrying across the grounds, then loitering in the garden. Dora sighed, a frown tugging at her lips. That girl is always looking for a way to shirk her duties, she muttered. Sunlight bathed the magnificent old mansion, the home of Lady Jeff Closet. Clutching a document detailing the recent activities of Bastian and his wife, Lady Closet smiled, a hint of smugness in her voice. He's sharing a bed with his wife. That's hardly like Bastian. Molly offered an ingratiating smile. It's clear they're truly in love, my lady. If you read this entire report, you'll see. I witnessed and recorded all these loving acts myself. You can trust me. Lady Closet sighed, resting her chin in her hand. I assumed it was all a charade for the Emperor, she thought. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could he genuinely care for his wife? She complimented the red-haired maid. Molly then turned to Nancy. Nancy, taking your recommendation was a wise decision. Your granddaughter is quite resourceful. I'm very pleased. Nancy beamed, her face creased with a subservient smile. Molly's always been clever, my lady. I assure you, keeping her close will prove beneficial. A maid standing beside Lady Closet spoke, her voice laced with suspicion. How can you keep a girl who was sold as a servant in that household by your side, my lady? Lady Closet replied calmly. I don't need to employ her as my personal maid to make use of her. There are other ways. We'll find a way in time. She lowered her head, her gaze filled with apprehension for Bastian, her husband's son from a previous marriage. Come to think of it, that boy had always been peculiar. Even as a child, Bastian would stare blankly at his mother, his eyes disturbingly calm, even as he witnessed her death. His arm in a cast, he stared coldly ahead. He endured those difficult years, weathering her fear. Even after she'd pushed him to the brink time and time again, he only grew stronger. It sickened her. Lady Jeff Closet's hand tightened, trembling slightly. The day Sophia died, she should have gotten rid of the boy, even if it meant a scandal that would stain the family name. She'd spared him, and this was her reward. His defiance. She certainly wouldn't cower or retreat. She couldn't afford to be passive. She gave an order to Molly, who responded with an eager, yes, madam. It seemed she had found a solution, she thought. If Bastian truly loved Odette, then from now on, she should focus her attention on Bastian's wife. Perhaps she could even become friends with her. It would be like placing the finest shackles right in front of the manor's main hall. A man stepped onto the red carpet. Bastian walked past his aide. Odette was in high spirits after last night's party. She'd been thrilled to receive the Countess's compliments. Bastian smiled at his wife. From tomorrow onwards, don't bother coming out. You don't need to wake up halfway through the night for these rituals." She looked at him, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. What was she expecting from this man? He was a fool. A wave of sadness washed over her. This was just a contract with a predetermined end. As long as she didn't show her true feelings, it wouldn't be difficult. She plastered a cheerful smile on her face, masking her disappointment. It wasn't hard, not when she couldn't sleep anyway. The chance to steal another glance at him was worth far more than any discomfort. He watched her bright smile, thinking her acting was improving. He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Who knew? He mused. Perhaps after the divorce, she could land a leading role at the Royal Theater. They embraced, seemingly oblivious to everyone around them, exchanging pleasantries. "If there's anything you want to say," Bastian began, "tell me." "You know I only need you," Odette replied. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Last night had been the same. He embraced her, kissing her lips. "With that face of yours, you'll find a suitable partner," he'd said without hesitation back then, and nothing's changed now. He nibbled lightly on her lip, making her tremble. She stood on tiptoe as he gently caressed the skin of her back. Odette lost herself in the sweet kiss. He was a little rougher than usual. "Why?" Odette clutched Bastian's shirt, her hand trembling slightly. She could hardly breathe. His eyes gazed at her adoringly, but then, as if realizing something, he released her. She leaned against him, gasping for air. He held her gently. "Let's have dinner together," he said. "I'll be back by 8 at the latest." Then he turned to leave. Startled, her eyes widened. She ran and caught his hand, crying out, "Bastian." Anxiety laced her voice. "There's no need to force yourself. Of course, I'd be happy if things could be like that with you, but I don't want to be a burden." He glanced at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. He released her hand, leaving her bewildered. Turning back, he waved goodbye with a smile. "Don't worry about that," he said. "It's not a particularly busy day at work." Behind her, two maids, faces flushed, giggled behind their hands. "Oh my," one whispered. Odette froze, a cold sweat breaking out. "Why?" The sky was a brilliant blue. Clouds drifted lazily. Lush trees surrounded her. Odette rode her horse through the forest when a dark shadow darted in front of her. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she pulled back on the reins. A snow-white dog looked up at her. A puppy. She dismounted and approached the small creature. "Where did you come from?" she asked, peering at it. "Are you lost?" Suddenly, a larger dog rushed out. She held out her hand gently. "Oh, I'm sorry," she murmured. "You must be the mother." Ignoring her, the dog scooped up its pup. It darted back into the forest. Watching the direction the dog had disappeared, Odette wondered, where did that dog come from? It looked rather scruffy, but it seemed like an expensive breed. The setting sun cast long shadows across the forest floor. Looking at the sky, she was surprised. Time flies, she thought. If I don't hurry back, I want a time to get ready to receive the guests. A wave of despondency washed over her. If Bastian knew I was greeting guests in my riding habit, she muttered. I don't know what he'd say. That icy stare. I don't want to see it again. She lowered her head sadly. Odette's mind drifted back to the previous night's banquet, to the very moment the words had tumbled from his lips. The reason for our divorce is adultery. How could it have come to this? She consoled herself with the thought that, while she would have to hear those words eventually, she at least wanted to play her part until then. She thought of the piano in her room. Despite the societal implications, Bastian had shown her a great deal of consideration, gifting her the instrument. She remembered the white horse she'd ridden. He had given her the opportunity to ride, telling her she could whenever she wished, even providing her with the necessary equipment. All of it. She closed her eyes in sorrow, knowing that, even now, the kindnesses he had shown her were too numerous to count. And so, she wouldn't utter a word to hurt him. Gripping the reins, her heart heavy, she resolved to at least remain in his memory as a worthwhile employee. She rode her horse back towards the manor along the familiar path, a hollowness settling within her. No matter where she went, the only ending she desired was one of happiness with Bastian. As dusk began to settle, a servant informed Odette that the master had sent word. Company matters were keeping him late, and he might return later than expected. With a respectful bow, the servant added that the master might even stay the night at Mr. Muller's residence, so the madam should retire early and not wait for him. Clutching her teacup, Odette spoke with a firmness in her voice. He didn't mention anything about staying overnight elsewhere. She placed the cup on the table, her thoughts churning. Besides, the journey is long. To sleep only briefly and leave again at the crack of dawn would be more troublesome than simply staying at a friend's house. In the capital, she added, rising to her feet. I understand, Lovis. He responded nervously, Madam, his gaze following her as she turned. There's something I wish to consult with you about. I wonder if now would be a convenient time. She glanced back, but didn't turn around fully. What is it? Lovis, sweating profusely, stammered. Well, it's just that. Master has been persistently skipping breakfast lately. It's quite worrisome. He quietly recounted the events of that morning when he had brought Bastian his coffee. Even this morning, with such a long commute ahead, I feared he would be tired, so I offered to have the driver ready. Bastian, grinding coffee beans, added sugar to his cup. No, thank you, he said, lifting the cup and draining in one go. Lola, observing this, was clearly displeased. He's replaced breakfast with that drink again, she muttered under her breath. She gently urged Bastian, if that's the case, sir, please have a proper, hearty breakfast. If you continue like this, your health will suffer. Bastian smiled, saying he knew his own health best and that Lovis needn't worry. Lovis disagreed, arguing, but sir, you postponed the expedition due to your health. How can you say such a thing? Bastian looked at Lovis, a playful glint in his eye. Can a good breakfast stop a stray bullet? He quipped. Lovis placed a hand on his forehead, his voice laced with frustration. It would be better if you ate a proper meal instead of just coffee, sir, but you won't listen to me at all. Odette seemed to understand. So that was it. He was worried about the Empire's hero's diet. Lovis turned to Odette, hope flickering in his eyes. But if Madam speaks, he's sure to listen. Please, Madam, persuade him, help me. Odette's thoughts churned. It seemed unlikely. A stubborn man who wouldn't even listen to his closest steward was hardly likely to heed the nagging of a wife he'd been separated from for 2 years. She felt a pang of awkwardness, but couldn't refuse the request. Well then, she responded, forcing a smile, I suppose I can try. Lovis bowed gratefully. Thank you, madam. He's never been one to take care of himself, but it's a blessing that you're here now. Odette dabbed at a bead of sweat, her smile strained. What if he refused? She'd simply have to be direct, plead for his cooperation. The city was cloaked in the shadows of night. Thomas gestured towards the carriage. You should come with me tonight, master. It's too late to return to Arns. Bastian brushed past him. No, he replied, his voice firm. I must go home. Thomas looked surprised. But you'll have barely any sleep before you have to return to Raz. Why go to such lengths? Bastian closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips. It's our honeymoon, he murmured. Thomas, sweating slightly, thought to himself, it seemed the rumors of even heroes succumbing to love were true. A flicker of worry crossed his face. Frankly, master, I'm concerned. I fear this ill-advised marriage will bring you misfortune. Bastian tilted his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, Thomas. Odette is a good person. Thomas smiled back, relieved. If you say so, master, then I believe it. Now, watching Bastian's retreating back, Thomas wondered, did the master even realize? He studied his employer's face, serene, the corners of his mouth tilted upwards as if in remembrance of someone. Since his marriage, a peaceful aura seemed to surround him. The carriage arrived back at the manor late at night. As Bastian stepped inside, the headmaid informed him that Madame had already retired for the evening. He had expected as much. She couldn't possibly have stayed awake until the early hours. He slipped into his dressing gown, one hand resting against his forehead as he wandered through the quiet manor. He touched his forehead, thinking of Odette, still fast asleep. There was no need to share a bed tonight, was there? He didn't want to wake her. He walked softly down the hallway, his mind filled with images of the past. Enough. He stood before the bedroom door, the door to Odette's room. He stared at it, suddenly realizing he'd come here unconsciously. Out of habit, he turned his head, pausing, as if considering something. He closed his eyes, exhaling softly. He turned back, walking on, thinking, just for a moment. He opened the door, a nervous flutter in his chest. He would look in on the sleeping Odette, then return to his own room. He recalled his walk down the hall, thinking that maintaining habitual patterns was the most efficient way to live, minimizing the wasteful expenditure of thought and emotion. He remembered lying on his side, watching Odette sleep, but now he wasn't so sure. He didn't know when Odette had become part of his routine. He narrowed his eyes, pondering, but the drain on his thoughts and emotions hadn't lessened. He didn't know if it was the door to the room opening or a door within himself. He thought Quite the opposite, that because of that habit, his life seemed to have become more complicated. He looked into the darkened room. He walked to the bedside, to Odette's side. He looked at her, his eyes widening in surprise. She wasn't asleep. She was waiting for him. "Come here, Bastian." Something tugged gently at his heart. He spoke softly. "I didn't mean to wake you." His voice echoed, even at this late hour. She sat up. "It's all right. I was waiting for you to come back." She looked at him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Wasn't this only natural if she were a good wife? He stared at her, surprised. Time passed silently, the starlight glimmering in the sky above. A new day began. Duke Derson cocked his head, addressing his maid. "Are you certain no letters have arrived?" She bowed her head. "Yes, Your Grace. Your letterbox is empty." His eyes widened in alarm, his mouth falling open. "Impossible. Check again. At once." The maid, perspiring, replied, "I have already checked 3 times, Your Grace." He clutched his head, roaring in fury. "They know the truth, and yet they dare to defy me." The maid retreated, dejected. "He's at it again," she muttered. He squeezed his eyes shut, cursing Bastian's name in a furious whisper. That bastard Bastian, he'd ruined Odette, twisted her into this thing. Also, he could marry her. He wanted to claim his daughter as spoils of war, bury her low-born bloodline. The maid, overhearing his venomous words, trembled. That foolish Tira girl, too simple to scheme. It had to be Odette. They'd conspired to remove him, the father, and live happily ever after. The maid, privy to a staggering secret, stood frozen, listening. Yes, she thought, they obviously meant to kill me from the start. If I'd fallen harder, I might have died on the spot. She touched her chin, mulling it over. Could the daughter truly have orchestrated her father's accident? She tilted her head, staring at Duke Derson with dawning horror. If that were true, wouldn't it be a blatant crime? A knock echoed on the door. Bastian's voice called out, "Enter." Odette steeled her nerves. It would be all right. It wasn't as if she had no chance of success. She stepped inside, tilting her head as she took in the room. Bastian stood at the window, clad only in his shirt. He turned, his gaze settling on her. Odette, caught off guard, flushed crimson. Of all times to come and write, why did it have to be while he was changing? The maids bustled around the table, setting out the food. Their voices murmured. "Bastian, what's the matter, madam?" "Odette, as you can see, it's breakfast." She glanced shyly at the table. All the servants were present. She couldn't just leave because he was in the midst of dressing. He tugged at the hem of his shirt, tucking it into his trousers. He lifted his hands to knot his cravat. Odette thought, mortified, when would he put on his trousers? He fastened his cufflinks. Seeing him finally don his trousers, Odette closed her eyes and released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Relieved, she could safely lift her gaze now. It was the first time she'd witnessed a man dressing. She watched him slip on his waistcoat, somewhat mesmerized. Though tall and powerfully built, there was a certain elegance to him. Was it his inherent grace or the smooth lines of his clothing? He approached, startling her. "There's no need for that, Odette. I only need coffee." Her cheeks still flushed, she ventured softly, "Now that your commute is longer, wouldn't it be better to adjust your routine?" He said nothing, his gaze fixed on the table. Odette thought with certainty Bastian wouldn't listen to her. She recalled Tira with a flicker of confidence. After all, she was a veteran at coaxing people to eat. Even Tira, picky and difficult to please as a child, hadn't been a match for her. Odette lifted her hand and picked up a spoon. Of course, Tira back then was just a small, frail child, but still, the essence of caring and preparing meals remained the same. Holding the spoon in one hand and the cup of egg in the other, she smiled brightly. "Let's try some egg divination." Bastian's face fell. Egg divination. She tapped the top of the egg with the spoon. "It's to see the pattern the shell makes when it cracks, to predict your fortune for the day. See, like this." Bastian placed his hands behind his back. Odette was smiling brightly. "Come on, Bastian," she said. "Let me do a divination for you." She mouthed the words, "Please just play along." He watched the scene with a headache. It seemed Odette was resorting to any means necessary to get him to eat breakfast. He bent down and sat in the chair, suddenly realizing there was no sugar on the table. He looked at Odette, who was smiling gently. "Odette, have you decided to take on the role of mistress of the house?" She looked at him tenderly. "It's better to have a proper meal than just coffee," she said. "It would be troublesome if you became weak." He glanced at her affectionately. tapping the egg with the handle of his spoon. He smiled at her. What? Afraid of becoming a widow? She jumped up, delighted. Of course. I don't want to be left alone in this world without you. She lowered her gaze to the egg, remembering her sweet sister. In truth, she had started this egg divination to pique Tira's interest. This lucky star. It seems today will be a fortunate day. The egg cracked into 3 lines. She coaxed him with a smile. Now, if you eat that egg, the divination will come true. Come on, there's bread and salad to go with it, too. She was sweating nervously, her eyes fixed on the egg, thinking that Bastian must have already guessed that these divination tricks were meaningless. She watched. Odette was looking over expectantly, but it was his own gaze, fixed on her with anticipation, that mattered most. He watched her, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of hope. She watched him, her chin resting dejectedly in her hand, thinking, I've gone this far, please, just eat it. His hand, holding the spoon, scooped up the yolk. Odette's eyes widened in surprise, and a smile bloomed on her face. She too watched him astonished. He closed his eyes and put the spoonful of eggs into his mouth. She thought with a surge of happiness, Bastian listened to me. Watching him eat the eggs leisurely, relief washed over her. She had thought that if this failed, she would try to negotiate with him while they were alone, but now there was no need. Resting her cheek in her hand, she gazed at him dreamily. In any case, she had looked at the star-shaped crack in the egg today, and perhaps good fortune had smiled upon her as well. A girl's voice came through the receiver. Sister. Overjoyed, she immediately picked up the phone, asking in rapid succession, Tira, are you all right? How was your first semester at the new school? Are you keeping up with your classes? Are you eating well? Tira laughed. She playfully admonished, Sister, calm down. You might hyperventilate. I'm doing well, and I have lots of friends to play with. Odette, holding the receiver, listened quietly to her sister's voice, a wistful expression on her face. Tira was eating plenty. Her waistline had probably increased by a size, which meant she was doing well. That's wonderful. Tira fell silent for a moment, hesitant, but then spoke. Sister, actually, I had a dream a few days ago that made me uneasy, so I called you. Hearing Tira say this, Odette's eyes widened in alarm. I dreamt that father threw me in prison. The dream was so vivid, so real like real life. She cut her sister off. Tira, don't say that. Her face hardened. That matter has nothing to do with you. Forget about it. She had already said she would take responsibility. Tira said, but sister. Odette interrupted her again. Listen, Tira Beller, if you say those things again, I won't see you anymore. At these words, Tira was stunned into silence. She said sadly, Sister, I'm sorry. Everything is going so well, so maybe I'm just feeling anxious. I'm happy, and maybe it's because I'm afraid of losing the life I have now. Odette comforted her sister. It's all right, Tira. I promise that sort of thing will absolutely never happen. Yes, I'll forget all about it now. So you promise not to say such scary things again, too. Tira's voice came through the receiver, small and vulnerable. You have a new family now, but I still only have you like before. If I didn't have you, I'd just be all alone in this world, you know. Her voice softening, Odette corrected her sister. Of course I promised, Tira. She truly was all the family Tira had, just like you are to me. Tira's voice brightened. Well, sister, could you come to my parent-teacher conference? You're like a mother to me. Odette fell silent for a long moment, calculating. If she were to go to Korspa, she would need Bastian's permission, and she would need to be away for at least 2 days. Odette's voice rang out. I understand you're anxious, Tira. Your sister will comfort you. Tira's voice followed, laced with a quiet desperation. I don't want to burden you. If you're busy, it's okay if you can't come. I'll call again later. I love you, sister. Goodbye. Goodbye. I love you too, Tira, Odette murmured, her voice heavy with sadness as she hung up the phone. She thought to herself how Tira, in her naivete, couldn't possibly fathom someone needing permission to leave the house, even for a few days, just as she naively believed a grand wedding guaranteed happiness. Tira's world was so different from her own. Clenching her fists, she shook her head. No, she wouldn't dwell on things beyond her control. She glanced out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. It was a rare and beautiful day. A small smile touched her lips as she gazed at the sky. There was no point in letting melancholy ruin such a perfect day. She needed to get out, take a walk, and return before sunset. A servant's voice interrupted her thoughts from the doorway. Madam, there's a guest here to see you. But I wasn't expecting any visitors today, Odette replied, surprised. The headmaid curtsied respectfully. Indeed, madam. There was no scheduled appointment, but the gentleman wished to inquire if you might spare a few moments. Dora offered a calling card to Odette. This is the card he left. Odette took the card, her eyes widening in surprise as she read the name. The city bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun as Bastian walked down the street. He glanced across the road, his gaze falling upon Jeff Clauvitz, arm wrapped possessively around a woman's waist, laughing and talking by the roadside, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Bastian cast a contemptuous look at the woman. Platinum blonde hair, pale blue eyes. Another one, just like his mother. Jeff Clauvitz, perpetually searching for replacements, for women who mirrored the ones he so ruthlessly used and discarded. A pathetic habit. Bastian turned away, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A stepmother's love? Only a remarkable person could endure such a situation. The train rattled along the tracks. The battle for the railway construction, rights connecting the north and south of Berg, was intensifying. His plans surfaced in his mind. His joint venture with Lavier would usurp his father's company and win that battle. That was just the beginning. Once the railway rights were snatched away, his father, reeling from the blow, would become desperate and reckless. He would be driven to make risky investments, grasping for any chance to recover. Bastian thought of the trap he had already laid. At that moment, he would spring it, manipulating his father like a pawn in his game. It would be child's play. He watched the sunset bleed across the horizon, a melancholic thought tracing the line of his gaze. While the outside world spun tales of his vengeful machinations, he knew the truth. This relentless work wasn't about revenge. Since leaving his family, such things had become meaningless. He remembered his grandfather's words, spoken with the weight of years and sorrow. They hurt you, boy. If this silence, this driven purpose, stemmed from illness, then perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. His grandfather had craved vengeance for his innocent daughter, Bastian's mother. Elias, his grandfather, even until his eyes closed for the final time, had burned with the desire to avenge his wronged child. Bastian remembered kneeling at his grandfather's grave, making a promise to the man who had pulled him from the abyss and offered him boundless love. He had a debt to repay. Gripping the steering wheel, he drove home. He wanted to test something. Could honor and lineage, bought by trampling over others, truly endure without wealth to prop it up? His fist tightened. Once he stripped away everything built on the despised scrap merchant's fortune, perhaps then he would have his answer. And for that day to arrive swiftly, this plan had to succeed. The memory of Sandrine's smile flickered across his mind. In that respect, Sandrine was the perfect bride. Marrying her was the safest, most advantageous way to maintain amicable relations with the Labia family. He narrowed his eyes, but without the Lavier family's influence, could he still achieve his ambitions? He thought of Odette, a lightning flash of intellect. He pictured her holding the egg, her smile bright. "You'll have a day of precious epiphany," she had said. He sighed, lowering his head. When would she stop with her cryptic games? Every morning, the car carried Bastian's thoughts along the road, but he realized marriage to Sandrine was for the best, wasn't it? A tragically flawed assumption. As the setting sun cast long shadows across the mansion, a voice broke through his reverie. "Master, you've returned. Earlier than expected, it seems." Lovis bowed respectfully. "In fact, we have a guest. Bastian." Odette's voice called down from the upper floor. He looked up surprised. Odette gazed down at him, a gentle expression on her face. Maximus trailed behind her. "Come on up." Meanwhile, a young maid with round spectacles and a briefcase walked down the street, sighing to herself, utterly bewildered, replaying Sand's words in her mind. "Yes," the weary, haggard man had cried, "they clearly meant to kill me. If I'd fallen any harder, I might have died on the spot." The young maid couldn't understand it. He was luxuriating in a private hospital, thanks to his son-in-law and daughter. A thoughtful expression flickered across her face, a clear idea forming. But looking at his worried, gaunt features, something must have happened. Just as she tried to grasp what that something might be, she shook her head vigorously. "No, this must be the victim mentality of the patient. I've seen patients become melancholic and delusional just by staying in their rooms. This isn't the first or second time." She continued walking, her gaze falling upon a woman standing in the middle of the tree-lined street in the distance. "You're early," the maid called out excitedly. Sujin. The auburn-haired girl turned gracefully, her lips curving slightly. It was unclear whether she was serious or smiling. The scene shifted to another location. Dusk had settled. Within a grand building, voices echoed, seemingly continuing the story. "I see," someone murmured. Finally, the speaker was revealed, Madame Clauvitz. Sitting in a plush leather chair, she stated, "The son-in-law and daughter conspired to do this to him." The maid chimed in, "Yes, madam. They said he was always so stubborn, causing trouble in the ward. But from that child's observations, he seems to be suffering from general delusions. Indeed, since the accident, he can no longer walk. How could his mind be clear?" Her words seemed to unsettle Madame Clauvitz. She frowned, arms crossed, her expression grave. Duke Derson, injured in a slipping accident, had been completely forgotten by everyone. This led Madame Clauvitz to a thought. Perhaps he was an important pawn, known to all. He had vehemently opposed his daughter's marriage, yet the wedding proceeded smoothly after the accident. It was then that she happened to learn that Sujin's sister worked at that hospital. Madame Clauvitz thought, to win someone over, one mustn't be stingy. One must open their purse. "I've promised Sujin's sister that I'll pay her double what she receives for Bastian." She picked up a gold necklace, slowly rising to her feet. "Please tell your sister," she added softly, "to continue observing Duke Derson's movements and report back to me. Tell her nothing dangerous will happen." Sujin, her hand held by Madame Clauvitz, received the necklace with her other hand. Obediently, she replied, "Yes, madam." When Sujin's sister received the necklace, she was bewildered, stammering, "There's no need for this. Good heavens, I couldn't possibly accept." Madame Clauvitz smiled, saying, "You wound me. Sujin's sister, we're old friends." At these words, Sujin's sister's eyes lit up, a smile blossoming on her face. With a respectful bow, she replied, "Thank you, madam." Madame Clauvitz's thoughts grew complex once more, a tangled web of relationships clouding the path ahead. The image of Duke Derson flickered in her mind's eye, reflected as if in a shattered mirror, the fragments scattering. She couldn't fully trust the words of a cripple like Duke Derson, but regardless, this might be the chance to finally bring down that scoundrel. Her expression hardened, her inner world plunged into darkness, yet a flicker of light remained. It was still just a hunch, unsupported by evidence, but it had something to do with Bastian's wife, Sandrine. Meanwhile, in the hall of Bastian's mansion, two men met. Janders descended the steps. "I felt terrible leaving without properly bidding farewell to Captain Clausters." Bastian, feigning pleasant surprise, replied, "Greetings, Mr. Janders. I never expected to see you at my home." Janders offered a polite smile, raising a hand. First, please allow me to apologize for this unannounced visit. My apologies for the intrusion." Bastian maintained his outward smile, thinking, that's not the face of a man truly sorry for intruding. He adhered to basic courtesies. "Is there something urgent you require?" Janders answered calmly, "At the last banquet, Elma's blunder caused, well, I've been uneasy about not properly apologizing. I also wish to invite you and your wife to my residence for dinner, but due to a family matter, I had to depart Arden earlier than anticipated." Bastian lowered his gaze, pondering and marveling at the man's apparent belief that an offered invitation demanded grateful acceptance. It appeared humble at first glance, but at its core, it was the ingrained class consciousness so typical of the aristocracy. Bastian quickly responded with a smile. "In that case, let us have dinner together then." Janders seemed momentarily flustered by the ready agreement. "No, thank you, but I must catch a train now. I merely wish to offer my apologies before departing." He presented himself as considerate, amiable, and hospitable, so he pressed on. "If you insist, then let us at least share a drink. I will be most uneasy if you were to leave like this." Janders glanced towards Odette. "I've already enjoyed tea with Madame Clauvitz, and you've been most gracious, so please don't trouble yourself further." Bastian looked at Odette, his expression hardening. He said nothing more. Janders, cautiously, continued, "Well then, once again, please accept my sincerest apologies for Elma's carelessness that day." At Janders' words, the woman took a step forward. "Elma, quickly, you must apologize to Captain Clausters." The woman bowed her head slightly. The innocent girl, with her strikingly beautiful green eyes, looked at him, trembling slightly as she spoke. "Captain Clausters, I apologize." Bastian's face remained impassive, but his mind raced. An apology. What exactly had this child done wrong? Looking at Jander's smiling face, Bastian couldn't understand. Prioritizing his daughter, lingering near a woman who bore such a striking resemblance to his deceased wife. Wasn't all of this entirely his own fault? No, if he were truly sorry, he wouldn't have shown his face again. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly, as if he'd realized something. Bastian's gaze fell upon the decorative lace adorning the girl's collar. He remembered something. When he had seen her, the woman accompanying Jander's knitting, he had wondered to himself, what was she making such small lace for? With this recollection, understanding dawned on Bastian. So that's what the father had been diligently working on every night for the past few days. The butler entered, maintaining his impeccable decorum, and announced, "The carriage is ready." The carriage was ready. Jander's, still the picture of propriety, placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, the gesture of a nobleman. "Then, I shall soon send an invitation to visit the Jander's estate. Please grant me the opportunity to repay your kindness." The butler bowed in return and escorted Jander's and the servant carrying the child out the front door. As Bastian and Odette watched them depart, she remarked approvingly, "How fortunate that we had the chance to exchange greetings before our departure." Odette was radiant, her face beaming. She continued, "Congratulations on becoming a part of Jander's diplomatic circle, Bastian." Bastian narrowed his eyes, his expression giving nothing away. In the opulent dining room, Bastian and Odette sat at dinner. They occupied opposite ends of the long table, a subtle distance between them. A slender, elegant hand delicately placed the cutlery on the plate, its owner, Odette, lost in thought. Odette's gaze drifted into the distance. The unexpected visit had prevented her afternoon stroll. Her mind wandered to the forest and its small creatures. It had been 10 days since she began caring for the stray dogs she'd encountered in the woods. Though they were still wary of her approach, they appeared in the same spot every time she walked by, waiting to be fed. The inky blackness of the night beyond the curtains deepened Odette's concern. What if they were still waiting for her now? Should she excuse herself from the table? After a long hesitation, Odette finally closed her eyes, striving for composure. "No," she told herself, "don't let personal feelings cloud my judgment." Looking across the table at Bastian, who was still sipping his wine, she reminded herself that this was a time to fulfill her wifely duties. Pushing aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, Odette smiled at her husband and brought up the visit to the Jander's estate. In any case, it would be more convenient after the Navy festival, wouldn't it? Bastian paused in his sipping, a thoughtful expression fleeting across his face. He lowered his head, his gaze obscured, and replied in a seemingly casual tone, "As you wish, my dear." A jolt of confusion went through Odette, an opportunity to improve relations, and he seemed displeased. Could it be disliked Mr. Jander's? When he'd first heard Odette's words, he'd pressed his knife harder against the meat. How could this be? She had said she would find a suitable partner. Bastian's next words, sharp and cutting, sent a chill of fear through Odette. "I imagine someone like Mr. Jander's would make for a spectacular scandal. Such a valuable connection. I'll be sure to handle it with care later." Her hands trembled involuntarily, her next words coming out in a stammering rush. "Do you now?" Bastian's face darkened. Odette, indignation rising in her voice, retorted, "Are you suggesting I'm having an affair with Mr. Jander's?" Bastian's expression remained impassive. "Whether or not the two of you are actually involved is none of my concern." The air in the dining room turned frigid. "You're a suitable partner, a fitting excuse for the divorce we agreed upon. As far as I'm concerned, someone like Jander's, wealthy, respectable, of noble birth and well-educated. He lacks nothing in the qualifications to become my wife's new man." He continued, while Odette's face hardened. "You have a good eye for picking men, Odette." Hearing these words, a pang of sadness struck her, even though she had long known him to be a man driven by ambition. She clenched her hands. His words had crossed a line. The surrounding space seemed to darken, as if draped in a wine-red curtain. Odette spoke with a steely resolve. "Whatever the grounds for divorce, I will act according to your wishes, as stipulated in the contract. However, you should not attempt to drag an innocent person into this." Bastian seemed intent on continuing his previous line of thought. "If that's the case, why don't you try to build a good relationship? I think he's quite worthy of you. Mr. Jander's is a good man, Odette retorted instantly. Don't insult him so casually. As if waiting for those very words, Bastian continued, capitalizing on Odette's shock. So, isn't this a good outcome for both of us? Though my wife is taken by someone from high society, at least save face. And you gain a good husband. I can't imagine a more perfect ending, he added. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? Bastian lifted his wine glass again, discussing the matter with the detachment of an outsider. Of course, you'll have to endure the sting of gossip due to your affair with Janders, but don't worry. If you're willing, I'll compensate you for that as well. Odette could bear no longer. Do you think money can solve everything? She cried out. Bastian took a sip of his wine and replied coldly, there's nothing it can't. Then, with a sneer, he added, you're proof of that. Before Odette's widened eyes, the space outside suddenly darkened. Odette pressed her lips together. She rose from her chair in the frigid atmosphere and, ignoring Bastian, who continued to drink, walked directly out of the room. Clutching a small bag, she stepped outside and stood beneath the dense trees. A small metal tray lay beneath them, containing only a few brown crumbs. Guilt pricked at her. She was too late. Perhaps they had already left. They must be hungry. With a look of sorrow, she bent slightly, thinking that if she had come immediately after Count Jander's departure, she might have seen them. She closed her eyes, the unpleasantness of the previous moments washing over her. If it weren't for that man, Odette covered her face with her hands and cried out into the stillness, you bastard. Her face was a mask of anguish, her hands muffling the sound. The ambient light cast half her face into shadow. Let him think what he wanted. Even hearing such words, she would absolutely not weep for this marriage. Before closing her eyes, she fell into contemplation. Her mother's words echoed in her memory. If one day we can no longer protect you, then you should live like a beautiful fool. She remembered the teacups, the cutlery, the books. She had lived that way, never once disobeying her mother, even when enduring the rigorous training in high society etiquette, all for the sake of one day reclaiming her rightful place. Even when enduring beatings for failing to meet her mother's exacting standards, whether it was the way she spoke, the way she walked, the way she smiled, even the way she thought, she had followed her mother's instructions to the letter. Odette clutched her skirt, yet a newfound resolve hardened within her, a defiance against her mother's dying words. With a steely glint in her eyes, she turned and called out, "Puppy." She told herself that one day, she would live life on her own terms. The puppy didn't respond, so she called again, louder this time, "Puppy, where are you?" She yearned for a life of her own choosing, no matter the station, for from the very beginning, she had never desired what she now possessed, this unearned glory. Once this marriage ended, everything would be hers. So, no matter how absurd the situation became, she could endure it. Odette remained steadfast. She would never live in the shadow of the past like her mother, no matter what happened. Just then, there was a rustling in the bushes. A small white puppy burst from the undergrowth, bounding towards where Odette stood. Seeing only one, Odette asked in surprise, "Where's your mother?" The puppy tugged gently at her skirt, released it, and then scampered back towards the dense bushes. A sudden realization dawned on Odette. The clock on the wall now pointed to 11:30. Bastian listened to Lovis's report. It was late. She had been out for over 2 hours and still hadn't returned. Is this some kind of protest? He asked, sighing as he pulled back the curtains. In any case, that sort of impulsive departure isn't like her at all. Only when the curtains were open did he realize it was pouring rain outside. He stiffened. It's raining. Without a second thought, he rushed out. Bastian hurried across the red carpet. The butler emerged from inside, saying anxiously, "I'll send the servants to look for Madame." Bastian didn't object, but he wanted to find his wife himself. "No need, I'll go. I know where she might be." The butler breathed a sigh of relief. "I see, that's wonderful." Bastian pulled up the hood of his coat, sweat beading on his forehead, while thinking to himself, "Actually, I have no idea where she is, but she shouldn't be causing any trouble outside the villa." The rain intensified. He reassured himself. This was just a minor quarrel in the everyday life of an ordinary married couple. Bastian walked into the bushes, carefully observing his surroundings. If she were in the garden, he should be able to see her through the windows. The seaside was deserted. The most likely place was near the walking paths in the forest. After searching for a long time without finding her, Bastian began to consider the possibilities. Had she gotten lost in the dark? Or had the estate staff neglected the upkeep of the walking paths? The more he thought, the faster he ran, his hood falling back at some point unnoticed. Could something have happened to her? Bastian covered his mouth with the back of his hand. No, surely not. This was within the villa grounds. The chances of an accident were slim. Rain plastered his hair at his forehead and streamed down his cheeks. Bastian sighed inwardly. Anything involving this girl seemed to send his emotions spiraling. He recalled his earlier words to her. I think someone like Mr. Janders would be the subject of a shocking scandal. Even knowing Odette was blameless in today's events, he hadn't been able to control himself. Most tiring of all was the unsettling familiarity of this turmoil. Bastian's feet moved through the downpour, his mind a whirlwind of distracted thoughts as he continued his search for his wife. Perhaps he shouldn't have refused that wager on the day they met. Perhaps he should have accepted the reward. If he had, even if they'd met again later as prospective marriage partners, things might have been different. While Bastian was still lost in self-recrimination, Odette, as she always did, intruded upon his innermost thoughts. He saw her then, a long-haired figure sitting beneath a distant tree, her clothes stained with mud. Bastian approached and demanded, "What are you doing out here in this downpour?" He stopped short, his voice sharp. Odette. She sat on the ground, her face etched with sorrow, her hand injured. The rain continued to fall relentlessly around them. You don't have a penchant for playing in the mud in the middle of the night, do you? Bastian asked, the sarcasm biting. His tone turned serious. What are you doing? Odette slowly rose to her feet. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble. The stray dog I sometimes feed. It died. It seems it was ill. She continued her explanation. If I left it, it would likely be eaten by scavengers. So I buried it. Looking at Odette's injured hands, a pang of concern shot through Bastian. You dug the grave with your bare hands. Yes, I didn't want to trouble the villa staff. At her response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Bastian's features. Odette's face was shadowed, her hands clasped tightly together as if she had committed some grave offense. Guilt gnawed at her. If only she had come sooner. If only she had done more than simply offer scraps of food. If she couldn't do that, then perhaps she shouldn't have concerned herself with the animal in the first place. Odette closed her eyes again. Then, as if remembering something, she turned and walked toward the bag by the tree trunk. Odette reached for it with her injured hand. Bastian saw how thinly she was dressed, her body trembling. He reached out to touch her, to comfort her. Startled, Odette recoiled, pushing his hand away. The sudden movement knocked her bag to the ground, scattering its contents. Her eyes were wide with alarm. Of all times, why now? As he gathered her belongings, she frowned, a silent plea echoing in her mind. Please, just pretend you didn't see. Why, oh why, had she put that chocolate bar in there? Then Bastian picked up the knife. He turned the useless thing over in his hands. The blade was loose, the handle worn. Tell me this isn't a talisman, he said to Odette. She snatched it back. He immediately concluded. At this moment, it truly was. A small puppy poked its head out from beneath Odette's skirt. Bastian abruptly changed the subject, a flicker of pain in his eyes. You'll find someone to replace Count Gendras, won't you? Odette, still shivering, replied softly, the thought has crossed my mind. Unfortunately, I'm only a woman. Bastian remained silent, offering no reply. Suddenly, he took off his coat and draped it over Odette's shoulders. The gesture was poetic, as if someone were planting a garden. Odette was enveloped from head to toe. I'm fine, she murmured. He refused to let her protest, pulling the coat tighter around her. Don't be stubborn. It's no use. Odette said nothing more, but she thought how warm. Bastian extended his hand towards her. His handsome face turned to her in the rain. Let's go back now, he said. Odette listened quietly to his voice as he continued, Odette. She realized how much she cherished hearing her name called, even knowing it came from the lips of this infuriating man. The man who had hurt her. The greater the joy, the more she hated herself. Clutching the puppy, she pleaded, please, let me take it back. Its mother is dead. It's so small. If I leave it, it won't survive. Bastian tried to reason with her. If you want a dog, it's best to get one with a proper pedigree. He felt a pang of hurt, sensing she treated even a stray dog better than him. Odette continued to plead, I don't need any other dog. I promise it won't be any trouble. As if fearing his refusal, she added, I'll keep it quietly, and I'll take it with me when I leave. So please, just let me keep it while I'm here. The next morning, The villa buzzed with gossip. Had they really taken in a dog last night? Indeed, the short-haired maid declared. I heard Madame found it in the forest. The brunette maid chimed in, hand cupping her cheek, a dreamy look in her eyes. I saw it too. Monsieur was holding Madame, who was holding the dog. Oh, they're so in love. And I heard that Madame stumbled on the stairs, and Monsieur even carried her up, another maid added. I was worried they'd had a terrible fight, but it seems I worried for nothing. Someone else contributed. So, the auburn-haired maid was right to be more rational. Wait, doesn't Monsieur hate dogs? He doesn't even keep a hunting dog. I heard he was badly bitten by one as a child. Another maid gasped, what? I didn't know that. The brunette maid, practically vibrating with excitement, exclaimed, it seems he loves Madame so much he can even tolerate a dog he hates. The short-haired maid continued to speculate. If this keeps up, who knows? We might even need to find a wet nurse. Just as they reached this point in their conversation, the butler approached. Overhearing the maid's chatter, the butler broke out in a cold sweat. Monsieur had brought home a dog, a stray no less, from the depths of the forest. Hadn't a similar incident, involving a stray from the deep woods, led to Monsieur taking his granddaughter? Of course, the official story was that a large hunting dog had attacked Monsieur back then. The butler paused at the door and knocked. Come in, a voice responded. He was still trying to figure out how to manage the situation. A dog was a dog, after all, and it was best to let Madame know. The butler bowed respectfully to Bastian. Monsieur, you called for me. It might be necessary to contact Dr. Kramer, Bastian replied. The butler asked with concern, are you unwell, sir? No, not me. Odette, Bastian answered. Her fever hasn't broken. Please have him come to the villa to see her. Yes, monsieur. I'll contact him immediately. Then, Bastian added a request and one more thing. I don't want Madame to know about that matter. The butler faltered. You mean, that matter, sir? Bastian confirmed, precisely what you're thinking. The butler remained uneasy. But Monsieur the dog, Bastian replied, I don't hate them. I simply dislike them. Bastian's mind drifted back to his childhood. He was a small boy, and it was raining heavily. Little Bastian, clad in his night clothes and barefoot, wandered through the woods. It had rained the night before as well, and he was lost in the Ardennes forest. The boy, his small feet caked in mud, stared at the sight before him, aghast. He'd been asleep in his bed. He was sure of it. How had he gotten here? Bastian was vaguely aware of his sleepwalking. However, it was getting worse, escalating beyond his ability to conceal it. He had taken to tying his wrist to the bedpost before sleep, and just the other night, he'd forced his hand through the rope. That way, he would wake up while still struggling against his bonds alone. In the morning, he could hide the rope and pretend nothing had happened. Yet, even after moving to the Illes estate to live with his grandfather, the episodes continued to recur. One weekend morning, about a season after leaving Ardennes, the problem resurfaced because Bastian, his guard down, had fallen asleep. Young Bastian tumbled out of bed, eyes open but unseeing, his hands still tethered to the bedpost. His grandfather, witnessing the scene, cried out, "Oh, my heavens! My grandson!" He rushed to Bastian's side, his hands gripping the boy's shoulders, trying to pull him up. "Who did this to you? Tell me." Bastian, his voice thick with sorrow, answered, "I did it to myself, grandfather, because every time I fall asleep, I wander without knowing." The rope had left deep welts on his arms. His grandfather's eyes narrowed with suspicion, then flared with anger. He pulled Bastian into a tight embrace. "Why didn't you tell me? My poor grandson, how much you must have suffered in that house. Even if I have to search the entire empire, I will find someone who can cure you of this." And he meant it. Bastian awoke in the dead of night, the moon high in the sky outside his window. He brought a hand to his forehead. That dream again, he thought. He glanced at Odette beside him. She was still fast asleep. He reached out and gently touched her forehead. "Her fever hasn't broken," he murmured. He recalled Dr. Kramer's diagnosis. Body aches accompanied by high fever. Her constitution is weak, so the symptoms appear more severe. Bastian gazed at her, a mixture of tenderness and self-reproach in his eyes. A weak constitution. How could that be? He looked at Odette's hand, so delicate in his own. Now that he thought about it, she hadn't changed much since before their marriage, when she'd struggled to support her family. She was still so thin, so pale. Why was this? He lived a life of comfort now, a world away from the deprivations of his past. He carefully tucked the covers around his wife, Odette, searching for an answer. Was it truly her frail health? A thought struck him. What if it wasn't simply frailty? Driven by the depth of his love for Odette, Bastian resolved to call for Dr. Kramer again, no matter what. Dawn broke. The Admiralty, a clear sky, arched overhead. A handsome young man in royal attire addressed Bastian. I hear you married the half-sister of my fiancée, Princess Isabel, Captain Clauvitz. Captain Clauvitz was, of course, Bastian, and the man addressing him was Crown Prince Belloff. Bastian replied respectfully, Indeed, Your Highness, that is correct. Observing the prince's demeanor, he surmised that Belloff's presence at the Admiralty was, at least in part, motivated by a desire to personally investigate the rumored lover of his betrothed. The prince continued, I understand it was a marriage arranged by the royal family. King Berg, a man of tradition, bestowing his sister's child upon an untitled officer. He must be quite fond of Captain Clauvitz. Bastian responded with equal diplomacy. While it is certainly a gracious gesture towards a decorated officer, I believe it is also a reflection of a thriving dynasty adapting to the ever-changing times. Therefore, I have vowed to repay this gift of a precious wife with unwavering loyalty to the Empire and the royal family. Belloff's tone shifted abruptly. You seem to love your wife very much. Bastian didn't reply, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. He offered a natural, easy smile, his face brimming with pride. My wife is beautiful and kind. I believe she is the only love of my life, now and forever. Belloff paused, momentarily taken aback, while those around Bastian exchanged worried glances. But the prince quickly recovered, letting out a hearty laugh. This makes me all the more curious about Madame Clauvitz. At the Navy Day celebrations, might I have the pleasure of meeting her and offer my greetings? Bastian maintained his smile. Of course, Your Highness. My wife and I will both be attending the promotion ceremony and the parade. The prince took his leave. Excellent. Until then, Captain. After the prince's departure, another officer, consumed by curiosity, hurried after Bastian. Wait, Bastian. I heard Crown Prince Belloff met with you privately. What did he say? Didn't he ask directly about Princess Isabel? Bastian turned sharply, offering no reply. The officer watched the varied reactions of his comrades. Oh, I see, his expression seemed to say. Well, I didn't expect you to tell me anyway. He quickly changed the subject. Regarding your request to be assigned to the overseas front, there's a possibility next month. Bastian finally spoke. Next month. The officer replied immediately. The last weekend of the month. You finally passed the standard assessment, so as long as you submit the application, you'll likely be deployed immediately. Bastian asked, Are you certain? His comrade answered firmly, I've already confirmed with personnel. It's definite. His comrade still seemed worried. But are you really going? The higher-ups want you at headquarters. He offered another possibility. Suppose you don't deploy next month. When would the next opportunity be? His comrade estimated, maybe next year. There's no confirmed date yet. Bastian checked his watch. It's already 4 o'clock. Dr. Kramer should be arriving at the estate about now for Odette, shouldn't he? His comrade asked seriously. So, are you going to postpone your deployment, or will you go? Bastian didn't answer. He turned and said, I have an appointment. I'll be going now. Watching his hasty, almost fleeing retreat, his comrade could only mutter, Such a talented fellow never answers my questions. The setting sun cast long shadows over the Illes estate. Lovis, the butler, reported, Madame's condition is much improved since this morning, sir. Bastian, without preamble, went straight to the point. What was Dr. Kramer's diagnosis? Lovis recounted, he said the fever has subsided considerably, and the inflammation in her tonsils is also lessening. With proper rest and nourishment, she should make a full recovery, sir. Bastian acknowledged this with a curt I see. Very well. Lovis, as if remembering something important, added, Oh, and Marclet is also in good health, sir. Bastian stopped in his tracks. He turned his head sharply, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Marclet, the butler confirmed. Yes, sir. That's the name Madame gave her puppy today. Bastian listened in silence, his demeanor causing the butler to perspire nervously. Madame's maid is currently caring for Marclet, sir. The puppy is very healthy, of course. He repeated the name, a hint of amusement touching his lips. Marclet, his expression softened. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Lovis. This unexpected shift in attitude surprised Lovis. The butler thought to himself, it seems his love for Madame is so great that he can even tolerate a dog, which he detests. At this rate, we might even need to hire a wet nurse. I had thought the maid's gossip was just idle chatter. At that moment, Bastian entered the room and gazed upon the sleeping form of Odette. Clovis, the butler, thought to himself, who knows, perhaps it might actually come true. Marclet, a pretty silk ribbon tied around his neck by his mistress, sat obediently, waiting. There, all done, Odette said, her face radiant and beautiful as ever, as if flowers bloomed around her. Now, within this very estate, she had a family of her own. Bastian had agreed to let her keep the puppy, and she couldn't be happier. Considering everything that had happened, Odette's thoughts drifted back to Bastian. What was it all about? She remembered being ill with a fever, her cheeks flushed, sweat drenching her skin. He had gently wiped her brow, and through the haze of her fever, Odette had opened her eyes. She had sensed worry in his expression, a look both tender and sorrowful. Odette was deeply puzzled. Perhaps it was the fever. Perhaps her mind had been clouded, and she had seen things incorrectly. Shaking her head, she dismissed the improbable notion. No, it was just a dream. In any case, he had asked her to prepare a simple dinner tonight. Bastian had said he was attending a company banquet. She stood and gazed out the window, reflecting on the fact that a year had passed since their wedding. Just like that, the snow had fallen, the flowers had bloomed, and summer had arrived again. If things continued this way, in another year, their marriage contract would come to an end. She picked up a pen and began to write. It was time to start preparing for life after the contract. As the pen strokes flowed, names began to appear on the paper. Tira, Marclet, the family she would care for. Emigrating to a new continent wouldn't be so bad, she mused. She could start a new life where no one knew them. Odette continued her calculations. With the compensation Bastian had promised, she might have enough to buy a small house in the suburbs of the capital. The problem was living expenses. Perhaps she should become a tutor. She pondered the possibilities. If she could regain her former skills, could she teach piano? Yes, she would practice even harder. Odette murmured to herself, absorbed in her necessary budgeting, while in another building. The party was underway. An older man raised his glass of white wine. "Congratulations," he announced. "Enjoy yourselves tonight. Isn't this the anniversary of our victory, our ascension to railway tycoons?" A murmur went through the other men gathered. The one with the thick sideburns remarked, "I still can't believe a newcomer managed to win the rights to build the railway." The man standing with his arms crossed replied, "Claw's abilities are nothing to sneeze at. His ruthlessness impressed me, even with the rival company being his father's." The guests continued their discussion. Indeed, it seems Jeff Claust was utterly shocked. "I heard he lost control in the meeting room, screaming in a panic." "Yes, the crazed look in his eyes, like he wanted to kill his own son. I was quite taken aback." The more heavily muscle man added, "However, they seem to be trying to recoup their losses somehow." The guest with the thin mustache agreed. "All that past effort, how could they let it go to waste? I imagine if they sell their shares, they can raise capital for the new company." They chatted for a while longer, still curious about the host's absence. Speaking of which, when will the host of this party finally make an appearance? Two pairs of long legs strode side by side through the hall. One of them said, "I heard there was a grand celebratory party at the company. Come on, everyone." Out on the street, two men walked ahead excitedly, their conversation light and jovial. "Oh man, the weather is absolutely perfect today," the other agreed. "It certainly is a great day for hunting." Bastian followed silently behind them, lost in his own thoughts. Their excitement bubbled over. The bidding went smoothly too. "Let's go hunting together sometime," he thought to himself. Hunting. Bastian remembered the knife that had fallen from Odette's bag. A worn pocket knife. Where had she gotten it? She must have carried it as a talisman during her nights wandering the streets. The image of Odette in her simple clothes flashed in his mind. The area she used to live in seemed rough. She would have needed to protect herself. So-called fate. Bastian's narrow eyes were thoughtful. He addressed his superior, the director. "Perhaps I need a break." He found himself in another location, walking between opulent, brightly lit rooms. Bastian's thoughts were clear. The head maid had said Odette was here. Anxious, he leaned against a lamppost, waiting. Still, she didn't come. It seemed she had gone elsewhere. This was the price of refusing to be the host of the party. Bastian's sight. Alas! Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. Bastian read carefully, "New beginnings, a new continent, or the Imperial borderlands." She was planning her life after their divorce. He scrutinized each item, the expected salary, the the severance pay. Finally, he could only utter, compared to the outside world, it's dirt cheap. Is this all the money that woman could think of? Bastian stood silently, absently reading everything written on the paper. After all, he realized with a pang, there wasn't even a mention of his name in Odette's plans. If he were to be traced at all, it would only be as the severance pay she was due. He put the paper back where it had been. Earning a living by teaching piano was that this girl's ambition. The position of Madame Clauvitz, in her eyes, wasn't even worth as much as a home tutor. Between those brightly lit paths lay only the will to care for her half-sister and the dog she had picked up. The piano remained silent, its lid raised, concealing whatever secrets it held. One thing was certain, Bastian showed no sorrow. His eyes were filled with disappointment. That Odette held no regrets about their impending divorce. Odette was still in the sunlight, her fingertips dancing across the piano keys, her beauty both captivating and tinged with a subtle melancholy. He applauded softly. This startled Odette, who rose to her feet in a flurry of alarm. Bastian, he approached, offering genuine praise. A wonderful performance, sir. She thanked him shyly, thinking to herself how she had always maintained a clear line. He was nothing more, nothing less than her employer. But it seems the information was wrong, Odette inquired. I heard you would be returning quite late. Bastian replied, as if prepared. My schedule finished sooner than I expected. She gave a bright, almost dazzling smile. I didn't know you were returning, so I couldn't greet you. I apologize for my rudeness. Next time, please give me some warning. Seeing her like this, Bastian felt a flicker of incomprehension. Odette always faithfully obeyed orders. How could she be this displeased? His bright blue eyes were clouded with thought. Despite the brilliance of her smile, he felt Odette's expression was a cold wall. The image of her smiling flashed through his mind, not an opening of her heart, but simply a change in how she expressed her refusal. Now he understood. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek. Bastian was still conflicted, yet about the fact that he loved her, he asked softly, "You don't like it?" Having accepted this truth, the conclusion became all the more certain. As she looked at him in surprise, he leaned closer to her rosy cheek, desire rising within him. He wanted her, Odette. A soft kiss landed on her lips. The unspoken words echoed in Bastian's mind, bolstering his resolve. Today, he would possess her as he had yesterday. In that warm room, Bastian and Odette clung to each other. Bastian held her close, thinking that whatever Odette felt couldn't possibly change the course of things. He whispered, his voice like a gentle breeze against her ear, "Let's go out, Odette. Get ready." At his words, Odette asked, surprised, "Where are we going all of a sudden?" Bastian didn't reveal his destination, simply instructing her, "Change your clothes. Something comfortable. Riding clothes, perhaps." He thought, with a flicker of satisfaction, that in their marriage, the decisions were his to make. Odette didn't argue, her obedience ingrained. "Yes," she replied instantly. "I understand." Bastian murmured, pleased. Just then, her small dog poked its head out. Seeing it, Bastian said, "But you're not planning on bringing that dog, are you?" At his words, she gasped. "Oh." She sat down, stroking its snowy fur. "His name is Marklet," she explained, gently scooping the dog up and holding it out to him. "You can call him Mark." Bastian seemed uncomfortable. He sighed and strode towards the door. "Odette, put him down and come along." His coldness puzzled her. She couldn't fathom what he was thinking. Outside, in the shooting range, workers bustled about, making preparations. A voice called out, "Shall I fetch a gun from the storage room, sir?" Bastian glanced over. "This one looks fine. Thank you." Odette, having joined him outside, looked around anxiously. She had expected a walk, or perhaps a ride. Bastian turned to her. "Have you ever fired a gun before, Odette?" Odette lowered her gaze, stammering, "No, I never thought I'd have occasion to." Bastian smiled. "Who knows? Perhaps you thought wrong." Odette asked, "Why must I shoot a gun?" "It's a perfect day for target practice," Bastian explained. "If not today, the opportunity may not present itself again." Then he called out, "Come along, Odette." Odette stepped closer, telling herself she shouldn't resist. Bastian took a gun from the closet and handed it to her. "It's an old one," he said, "but it's good for practice. Try holding it." She took the gun, and he immediately asked, "Is it heavy?" Odette replied, "A little." At this, Bastian said, "Then it's all right." First, he continued, "I'll show you how it works." And with that, he demonstrated the gun's operation. Odette still didn't understand. "Wait," she said quickly. "I don't quite get it. Could you explain it again?" Bastian wasn't annoyed. "I'll speak more slowly," he said, his voice gentle. "I'll go slower. He started again from the beginning. From here, he said, from this point. Odette wasn't really listening. She looked up at his handsome face, thinking, he's so thoughtful when he's explaining things. When he finished, he picked up the gun. That's enough theory for now, he explained. Watch closely. A gun won't always protect you, but it's more reliable than that little pocket knife. His words sparked a memory. Could it be? Odette murmured in surprise. Then she asked him, do you remember? Bastian's face darkened. Odette thought back to when she'd had to move to a cheaper apartment in a rough neighborhood. She needed to protect herself because her feckless father, lost in a haze of alcohol, couldn't. Back in Tira, that small pocket knife had been like a talisman, a desperate hope for safety. But why did this man of all people know about it? Bastian had already raised the gun and was aiming. The thought lingered in Odette's mind. Why? She wondered. Lost in thought, she was startled by the crack of the gunshot. Bastian had hit the bullseye. He turned and handed the gun to Odette. Here, he said, your turn. Taking the gun, she offered a compliment. You're a good shot. A smug look spread across his face. Odette realized her mistake. Oh dear, she thought. That was too obvious. Seeing her stance, Bastian immediately corrected her. Spread your legs a bit wider. Straighten your back. He adjusted her shoulders with his hand. Your shoulders need to be lower, he said. Odette shifted her position as instructed. Like this? She asked. No, Odette, Bastian replied instantly. Not like that. Odette's hand trembled around the gun. Bastian Clauvitz's voice was heavy as he spoke, and she instantly replied, of course. He approached her now, thinking that verbal instruction alone wasn't going to cut it. This wouldn't do. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Look ahead, Odette, he murmured, taking her hand in his. He brushed her chin, lifting it. Raise your neck. He lifted her arm, adjusting it to the correct position. Breathe in. Slowly, he instructed. Now out. The adjustment's complete, he asked, ready. Odette's reply was hesitant. Maybe, but then, a sudden question. But, Bastian, he responded with a simple, Is there a lot I need to know? She asked. Don't close your eyes like that. Bastian reminded her gently. All right now. And together, they squeezed the triggers. The bullets found their mark, dead center in the bullseye. A shared smile, bright and spontaneous, bloomed between them at the sight. Then, the sound of approaching footsteps. It was Madame Clauser. Her face was a mask of displeasure. That brat Bastian, finally getting in our way, she muttered as she walked. He must be so proud of himself, now that he's beaten his father's company. And what is Franz doing in the midst of all this? Countess Klein has been complaining endlessly about his neglect of his fiancée. He hardly ever sees Ella anymore. Reaching the door, she rapped sharply. Without waiting for response, she pushed it open and called out Franz. But the room was empty. Her face fell. What? She murmured, biting her lip. It seems he's not here. His mind is always lost in those meaningless paintings. She thought, her frustration evident. That's why he neglects his future wife. Her gaze fell upon a canvas draped with cloth. Slowly, she reached out and pulled the fabric away. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was Odette. Franz had painted Odette. Meanwhile, back at the shooting range, Odette traded the pistol for another. Turning to Bastian, she said, I think I'm much better than the first time. Looking at her smiling face, Bastian thought, look how pleased she is. Not too bad, actually. He stepped forward and picked up a rifle. Let's finish up with this, he said. All right, Odette replied instantly. Don't forget to keep your back straight, Bastian reminded her. A blush warmed Odette's cheeks. How many times has this happened now? She thought, and I'm still not used to it. Aloud, she said, you have a real knack for teaching. I imagine it's as good as your aim. Hearing this, Bastian Clauser leaned down close to Odette's ear, whispering, it's my pleasure. He then instructed, turn slightly to the left. Suddenly, she called out Bastian. He responded immediately. She continued, why did you choose the Navy? Actually, I've seen comments that you fight like an army man, skilled in horsemanship, and an excellent marksman. Was there a particular reason you chose the Navy? He stammered, well. Then to himself, he thought in truth, it didn't matter which side. He recalled unpleasant memories, the guilt of bearing the stigma of the scrap dealer's grandson, thanks to his grandfather. Because of the Army's conservatism, I decided to become an officer. I chose the Navy where promotion was easier. Even the argument that I fight like an army man is just the rigid theory of those conservatives, those who disapproved of the fighting style in the Tira campaign. They believe close-quarters combat with swords and guns wasn't the Navy's way. They say it's a disgrace that I made my choice based on utilitarian principles. But I don't care about the opinions of those nobles. My honor isn't on the same level as theirs. Lost in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality. Bastian. He answered, That's it, because he likes the uniform, Bastian Clauvitz thought. There was no need to explain all that rigid history now. Odette asked again, because of the uniform. Bastian Clauvitz replied instantly, the Navy uniform suits me better. Odette, hearing this, smiled to herself, then looked up at him, a playful grin spreading across her face. You're right, the Navy uniform does look very good on you. At this, Bastian Clauvitz leaned down slightly, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. Then, he gently released his hold, watching as she raised the gun. Odette slowly squeezed the trigger, and a shot rang out. Every shot landed in the high-scoring rings. Thrilled, Odette turned, excitement bubbling in her voice. Look, Bastian. Bastian Clauvitz responded immediately. Are you thinking of enlisting? Good with excavation, a fine shot. You might be a useful military asset. Odette, her excitement palpable, replied, I'm capable of commanding a naval fleet, aren't I? Bastian Clauvitz walked towards her. That depends on you, he said, taking her hand. Hand in hand, they walked directly towards Sabine's tailor shop. Madame Grosset settled into a chair. You were saying you've taken in a dog. She prompted. Odette responded instantly. Yes, Madame Grosset, a sweet little puppy. She continued, I'll show you next time you visit our residence. Beads of perspiration dotted Madame Grosset's brow. She knows nothing about it, she thought. I hadn't realized Bastian doted on his wife to this extent, even with what happened today. She recalled the earlier phone call. I'd like to arrange for winter clothes for my wife, the voice had said. With the colder weather approaching, she'll likely need a thick, warm coat. He had contacted the tailor directly, inquiring about an appointment. What is he playing at? Madame Grosset wondered. She looked at Odette, murmuring to herself. Clearly, she's a beauty who could bewitch anyone. Is Bastian among her conquests? He's not even trying to hide it. Could this, too, be part of the plan? The door suddenly opened. Someone stepped into the room. Good day, Madame Grosset, the newcomer greeted. Catching sight of Odette, the voice exclaimed, My goodness, Odette is here as well. That voice, Odette thought. The woman spoke excitedly. This is perfect. I have something I wanted to discuss. It's so wonderful to see you like this, Odette. Sandrine, Odette realized. Madame Grosset rose. Well then, she said, the pattern for the new dress is ready. Perhaps I should take a look. Sandrine, her smile bright, addressed Madame Grosset. I'll keep Odette company while you do that. So don't worry, Madame Grosset. Very well. Enjoy your chat. Now seated, Sandrine began. It seems Bastian is arranging for your winter wardrobe. The staff are preparing some heavy fabrics. I certainly hope nothing has happened that would necessitate alterations to your measurements. She added, Oh dear, that sounded dreadful. I'm just concerned for you. After all, the new dress is already being made, and it would be such a waste if it didn't fit. You know how difficult it is to get an appointment at Sabine's. Once Bastian is gone, will it be as easy to enjoy such preferential treatment? Odette finally spoke. What are you talking about? Sandrine gasped. Oh, so you don't know yet. She recalled Lucas's words. Though the retirement request hadn't been officially approved, Bastian's deployment was all but certain. Sandrine murmured to herself, grateful for the intel she'd gleaned from Lucas. There had been a time when she'd hesitated to send Bastian back to the battlefield, but things were different now. That man was more dangerous close to her than away. Bastian's being deployed again, Sandrine announced. The words hit Odette like a physical blow, leaving her startled and confused. Deployed, she echoed, her voice laced with disbelief. Sandrine continued, back to the North Sea Fleet, the same overseas theater where the Tira campaign took place. I heard he's leaving as soon as Navy Day celebrations are over. A cold premonition settled over Odette. She clenched her fists. So that's it then, she whispered. Sandrine feigned innocence. I'm sorry, she said. He discussed it with me earlier. I assumed he'd told you as well. She pressed on, her voice laced with a subtle cruelty. He's rather heartless, isn't he, Bastian? Not even giving you time to prepare. By the time he returns from his overseas mission, your contract will be up, won't it? It seems your days playing the role of Mrs. Clauvitz are numbered. She cast a sideways glance at Odette, a smug thought forming in her mind. Enjoy it while it lasts. You'll be moving out soon enough. She'd done all she could. She couldn't understand the unsettling anxiety that had plagued her lately. Rising to her feet, she offered a final, barbed remark. Well, you'd better have some beautiful clothes made. It might be the last gift Bastian gives you. I hope you make the most of it, Odette. A perfect ending, wouldn't you say? To herself, she thought, what a disappointingly dull conclusion. The sound of piano music drifted through the house. Odette was playing. Suddenly, Marklet, the small dog, looked towards something, its ears perked. The door opened, and it scampered out to investigate. Bastian Clauvitz pushed the door open slowly. Odette turned, startled. Bastien, she exclaimed. I left a message for you to rest, she continued, a hint of concern in her voice. Didn't you see the housekeeper? Bastian Clauvitz answered immediately. I heard it. Confused by his presence, Odette pressed him. Then why? Bastian Clauvitz began walking towards her. I don't know, he admitted, his gaze intense. I couldn't sleep. His eyes held hers, burning with an unspoken emotion. I'm sorry, Odette continued. I haven't had enough practice time, so I took a little longer. For next time, I won't let this happen again. But inwardly, she'd expected him to complain about her disturbing his rest. Suddenly, Bastian Clauvitz pointed at the sheet music. What does this mean? It's a mordent, Odette replied instantly. A mordent, Bastian Clauvitz questioned, like the sound of waves. Odette gasped. She played the note. This part, right? She asked. A mordent is an ornament, Odette explained. Bastian's lips closed. An ornament? Yes, Odette answered. The piano sound is short, so if we play the accompaniment with the adjacent key, the sound is extended. Do you want to try playing it once? Me? Bastian Clauvitz asked, then sat down beside Odette. He played the note, a look of disappointment flickering across his face. It's completely different from Odette's mordent, he thought. Odette clapped, a smile playing on her lips. That wasn't too bad. Perhaps even better than my shooting. He laughed at that. She's quite sarcastic, he thought. Their eyes met, a brief, unexpected moment of intimacy. Why didn't he tell me about the deployment? Odette wondered again. The day after the shooting practice, Bastian had given her a rifle, a means of self-defense, perhaps a final gift before her departure. If that were the case, she should be grateful. The marriage was ending, and she wanted it to end with a quiet sense of gratitude. She should wait for him to speak. Then she would speak. Right, Bastian. Can I take a leave this weekend? Bastian Clauvitz's head snapped up. A leave? Yes, Odette replied. If there's nothing particular on the schedule, I'd like to take a day or two off. Bastian Clauvitz turned to look at her. Did I ever promise you leave? Not as such, Odette said, but even a standard employment contract has leave policies. Bastian Clauvitz closed his mouth, then spoke. That's true for a maid's contract. Of course, I know this is different from our agreement, Odette said quickly. Bastian Clauvitz looked puzzled. What is it? Tell me, Odette. Odette hesitated. Then she said, my dear sister, I'd like to attend a parent-teacher event at Tira school. Bastian Clauvitz exclaimed, is that so? Carlsbad's Jillian Girls' School, then. She immediately felt a pang of impossibility. After a moment's reflection, she stood abruptly. I apologize if I've overstepped. It's late. Let's go back. Bastian Clauvitz, catching her hand, said, nonsense. Go ahead, Odette. She turned, surprised. Truly. Bastian Clauvitz continued. If we go together, it might be possible. At this, she stared, dumbfounded, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Seeing her astonishment, Bastian Clauvitz explained, as it happens, I have business in Carlsbad as well. Company matters. Now, to the Carlsbad station. Tira, spotting Odette, ran to embrace her. Sister, I missed you so much, so very much. Odette, holding her close, replied, don't be such a child. Tira looked up, tears welling in her eyes. You can't imagine how happy I am that you're here. Odette smiled. It's written all over your face. Tira denied it. It's not enough. I've almost scaled the dormitory walls just to see you. Seeing her sister's excitement, Odette calmed her. Easy, Tira. Tira, still bubbling with enthusiasm, exclaimed, honestly, if it weren't for that dreadful husband of yours who shipped me off here, I'd have run back to Ardennes ages ago. Then, Tira's expression changed. She'd seen something. Her face fell, a flicker of fear crossing her features. Oh, she gasped. That dreadful husband is here too, she thought. Odette, noticing the shift, prompted her sister. Tira, you should greet him. Turning, she forced a smile, addressing her husband. Please forgive Tira's rudeness. Bastian, there's a carriage waiting outside. Odette gazed out from the doorway, her thoughts drifting. 3 days in Carlsbad already. His sudden suggestion to accompany her still felt strange. Despite her lingering suspicions, Bastian's days remained filled with appointments, meetings with businessmen, his schedule dictated by the northern headquarters. Even back then, he'd called Tira, insisting on dining with them. As a husband meeting his beloved wife's sister, he naturally wanted to project a certain familial warmth for appearance's sake. And, having received an invitation to Duke Herholt's luncheon today, she had to accommodate his schedule. Observing his expression, she thought he looked somewhat tired. He was so handsome, even princesses were captivated by him. He was both a decorated soldier and a successful businessman. No matter what the world whispered, she had never felt ashamed to be married to this man. Perhaps she never had, not from the very beginning. Suddenly, Bastian Clauvitz turned to look at her, startling her. Odette blurted out, "Your tie seems a little crooked." Bastian Clauvitz asked where. She reached out and adjusted his tie. Here. Their faces were close now, and a blush crept up Odette's cheeks. Having straightened his tie, she said there. Then she asked Bastian Clauvitz, "How do I look today?" "All right." At this, Bastian Clauvitz looked at her and smiled. "You look perfect." Derson sat on his bed, muttering to himself, "I've been imprisoned in this hospital for 3 seasons now." His anger grew, and he pounded the table. And yet, in all this time, not only have they not visited, they haven't even replied to a single one of my letters. I gave him a chance, but I can't tolerate this any longer. Odette, she was the first one to abandon her filial duty. Does she think she can atone for her sins with these paltry hospital fees? How absurd. Even if she can't restore this crippled body, she still stole a fortune, an invaluable asset from Odette. No matter what, I deserve to be treated better than this. After a moment of contemplation, Derson picked up a pen and began to write. "All right, first, Tiarabella. That woman is no different from a murderer. She must be sent to prison." Derson chuckled as he wrote, muttering to himself, "Just you wait. If you don't meet my demands, you won't be able to ignore this letter." He was unaware that a nurse was watching him. Seeing this, Bastian Clauvitz asked her, "If you like it so much, should we perhaps poach Duke Herholt's chef? His cooking is exquisite." Odette turned to him, inquiring, "And how do you propose we do that?" Bastian Clauvitz continued, "We'll simply offer him more money. It's not complicated." Odette immediately refuted, "No, it's not like that. Money isn't everything." Bastian Clauvitz pressed on, "But I still won that disgraceful war, Odette. There's one weapon they'll never have." Intrigued, she asked, "And what weapon is that?" He replied, "The shamelessness of a man who became rich overnight." At this, Odette let out a soft chuckle, and the two of them walked out together. Odette then said, "As much as it pains me to say it, let's not do that, Bastian. The chef at Ardennes Manor is also quite excellent. The sky is so beautiful today, truly beautiful." The carriage was waiting for them outside. As they rode, they both suddenly looked out the window. Outside was an amusement park with a Ferris wheel. Seeing Odette gazing out, Bastian Clauvitz suggested, "Let's go. It doesn't seem far from here." Hearing this, Odette turned and waved her hand dismissively. "No, I'm fine." Bastian Clauvitz persisted, "You kept looking at that amusement park last night at the hotel, didn't you?" She turned back to him, a faint smile playing on her lips. "It just looked pretty, that's all." Odette recalled a conversation with her younger sister, Tira. Tira had asked, "Are you really going to take me to the amusement park?" She had instantly replied, "Yes, Tira." At this, Tira had hugged her, thanking her profusely. Now, Odette thought how she wished she hadn't made that promise. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have risked her life trying to prevent her father, Derson, from getting his hands on the reserve funds. A shadow of sadness crossed her face. She shouldn't have done it. Turning to Bastian Clauvitz, she said, "You have an appointment tonight. You should go now." He thought to himself that the purpose of his train journey to Carlsbad was to meet with Duke Herholt. That matter was settled, so other engagements could be easily rearranged. He looked at Odette for a moment, then murmured, "More importantly, I want to be with you right now." He reached out, placing his hand over hers, and whispered, "Just the two of us." He turned to her and said, "It's all right. The itinerary has been adjusted." He thought to himself, hoping they could stay a little longer this time. The amusement park was even more beautiful and dazzling in the evening. Tira exclaimed in a fluster, "Don't you have any sense? What am I supposed to do, being dragged here with you?" "Honestly, what sense are you even talking about?" Tira pointed ahead and said, "I swear. I just think you feel constrained and suffocated having to be with your husband." Seeing this, Odette said, "Tira, don't be rude. Bastian hasn't done anything wrong to you." She recalled the earlier conversation when she had hesitantly asked, "Could we bring Tira along?" Bastian Clauvitz had replied, "Your sister." Odette then explained, "Because I already made plans with her. So, if you insist on going, I'd like to bring Tira with us." Then Odette thought, well, Bastian said it was okay, although he had a strange look on his face. Tira said, "Who said Captain Mr. Clauvitz did anything wrong? You're the one in the wrong, bringing your sister along on a date with your husband. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Odette said, "It's not like that." Tira then exclaimed, "If it's not like that, then what is it?" Odette explained, "We just..." Tira was speechless, then sighed in exasperation, "Oh my goodness. Look, is this really a date? Even if it isn't, I'm scared of Captain Mr. Clauvitz. Suddenly being a third wheel and being stared at is uncomfortable." Hearing this, Odette said to her sister, "Bastian is someone you should be grateful to. He's doing you a huge favor. Don't look down on him like that." Tira immediately retorted, "I just said I'm scared of that scary man. How is that looking down on him?" Hearing this, Odette asked, "Is Bastian scary?" Tira turned her head and asked, "Aren't you scared of Captain Mr. Clauvitz?" Odette lowered her head, unable to speak. She recalled those moments, thinking to herself, of course, being around him is certainly uncomfortable, that's a fact, but it's not the same as being scared. Even the things I requested, he ultimately agreed to. If we were closer, I could see a deeper side to him. Tira said, "That's right, that's how you are, that man. That is adorable." Odette still couldn't understand her own heart. She murmured to herself, almost exclaiming that it wasn't true. Suddenly, two schoolgirls standing in the distance behind her called out Tira's name. Hearing someone call her, Tira quickly looked around. Seeing her friends, Tira quickly turned and ran off, calling back to Odette, "Perfect, I'm going to play with my friends." Caught off guard, Odette could only manage a flustered Tira as her sister waved goodbye, shouting, "See you later, Odette. I'll be at the Ferris wheel before 9. Odette turned to Bastian Clauvitz, a slight flush rising in her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Bastian," she began. "You've been so kind and attentive, but she's at that age where she prefers her friends. It's a bit embarrassing, really. She even left without the cotton candy she wanted." Bastian breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought she was just a child," he mused, "but it seems she has some sense." Aloud, he said quickly, "Don't worry, Odette. She's young, just as you said, at the age where she prefers the company of her friends." Grateful for his understanding, Odette murmured, "Thank you for saying that." Bastian then held out the cotton candy to her. "I'm not a child who fancies these things," she retorted, eyeing the sugary confection. Bastian countered playfully, "Well, you're not exactly younger than me." Unable to refuse, she took the cotton candy, her gaze thoughtful as she looked at it. Without further ado, Bastian took her hand. "Come on, Odette, let's go." She looked up at him, her expression unreadable. Her gaze lingered on his face, a question forming in her mind. Why hasn't he told her about the expedition? Does he consider their relationship so fleeting that such courtesies are unnecessary? Then what is the reason for his persistent kindness? This man is always so adept at social graces. She stopped abruptly, her voice soft as she spoke his name. "Bastian." Looking back, he has always been polite and amiable, even offering the occasional gentle smile, but it all feels superficial. Bastian, hearing his name, dipped his head in acknowledgement, a quiet hum escaping his lips. I, too, have grown accustomed to these hollow smiles. If that were a moment of genuine emotion from him, then it would bring back memories of him looming over her, his face a mask of cold indifference. I had almost forgotten. I have lived through those placid days. In a single moment, every instance of that man showing emotion has only brought me pain. So I have decided not to confront him anymore. The result was that, in his presence, she experienced a comfortable life, and the sympathy born from this was perhaps indispensable. Yet it was a fleeting illusion like this cotton candy. Lost in her thoughts, Odette was suddenly pulled back to reality by Bastian Clauvitz. Two people had run past, nearly colliding with her, causing her to cry out. She gasped. "Don't worry, Odette," Bastian said. "I'll buy you a new one." Now she looked down at the ground, thinking that the illusion had vanished instantly. Tired of her own thoughts, she quickly closed her eyes, sighed, and murmured nothing beyond obligation. Then, with a forced smile and a wave of her hand, she said, "No, I'm fine. It's crowded. Let's try that one over there." Anyway, she had made up her mind. She would only fulfill her obligations. The red wine in her glass swirled back and forth, mirroring the indecision in the heart of the one holding it. The one holding the wine was Mrs. Clauvitz. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Madam." The head maid, Dora, rushed in. My sister has brought a letter from Duke Dyson to his daughter. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Clauvitz exclaimed, "A letter? Is that delusional man rambling again?" She didn't even need to see it. Dora, clutching the letter, hurriedly replied, "This matter, this time it's different. You must read it." Hearing this, Mrs. Clauvitz took the paper and read it. When she finished, her eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she had just read. Her hand trembled as she held the letter. "So that's how it is," she murmured. "That's how it happened." Then she burst into laughter, thinking I was wondering what that girl was hiding. The culprit behind Duke Dyson's disability was, in fact, Odette's sister. Bastian gestured toward the nearby ride. "Let's go on that one," he suggested. Odette gave a shy smile. "No, thank you." They walked on together, and he asked, "How about the puppet show?" She declined again. "It's all right," he persisted, pointing towards an area with exciting games. Odette replied, "I'm fine, Bastian. It's almost on the hour." They continued walking together. Bastian found it puzzling. After all, they were just wandering around an amusement park. If that was the case, why had she wanted to come here in the first place? Reaching the Ferris wheel, an idea suddenly struck him. He continued to test the waters. "Shall we try it?" he offered, though even Bastian couldn't predict the outcome. He half expected her to brush him off again. His gaze suddenly settled on something in the distance. Odette spoke shyly. "It looks like it stops running in about 30 minutes. Bastian's heart leaped. She'd agreed. "Maybe," he replied quickly. "Perhaps," he amended, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. A sign reading out of order had appeared at the Ferris wheel entrance. "Oh, we are so sorry for the inconvenience," a staff member inside explained. "The Ferris wheel's bearings are making a rather concerning noise, so we shut it down early for inspection." Bastian turned to Odette. "How about another ride? Shall we try the carousel?" She deftly sidestepped the suggestion. "It's almost time to meet Tira," she said, "and there are so many other lovely places to see. Let's just explore." He fell silent. A prickle of annoyance touched Bastian. "I really don't understand your roundabout way of speaking," he thought. Odette leaned closer, her expression concerned. Studying her intently, he asked, "Are you truly all right?" Odette offered him a small smile. "Yes, really." She turned abruptly, eager to move on. "Let's find a bench and wait for Tira. We've been walking quite a bit, haven't we?" As Odette settled onto a nearby bench, a shadow of sadness crossed her features. She regretted her evasiveness, but she felt she had no other choice. Looking up in surprise, she realized she was alone. Panic flared. "Bastian," she called, scrambling to her feet. She searched frantically. Where did he go? Is he playing some kind of joke? The sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears. Bastian appeared, holding a cup. He offered her the warm drink. "Here," he said simply. Odette stared at him, bewildered. Their gazes converged on the silent Ferris wheel. "It seems it's not so bad that we didn't get to ride it," Odette murmured. "Thanks to this, we can admire it properly. It looks even more beautiful up close." "Yes," he agreed, then turned to her with a questioning look. "Don't you think it's a rather extravagant excuse, though?" She glanced down at the warm drink in her hands. "You can't see the view from inside the Ferris wheel," she mused. "So if we were riding it, we certainly wouldn't be able to see it like this." A gentle smile touched her lips. "Thanks to you, I have many wonderful memories." "Thank you, Bastian." He looked at her, perplexed, a sudden unease rising within him. Why did she sound like she was saying goodbye? "Let's come back and do this again sometime," Bastian said to Odette. "Raz has a Ferris wheel too." Odette fell into thought, a silence descending between them, each preoccupied with their own concerns. Bastian leaned down, his gaze searching hers. She turned her head, avoiding his eyes. He lifted his hand, gently caressing Odette's blushing cheek. The color deepened, and their eyes finally met. Bastian moved closer to her delicate face. Just as their lips were about to touch, a voice called out, "Sister." In the distance, Tira waved, beckoning them. Hearing her sister's voice, Odette's face lit up with surprise and joy. "Tira," she called back. Odette left Bastian's side and ran towards Tira. "You're later than we agreed," she said. "I'm sorry," Tira replied. "I was having so much fun, I lost track of time." The next morning, the two sisters stood side by side, chatting. "Seeing you living well makes me happy," Tira said. "Thank you, Tira," Odette responded. Tears welled in Tira's eyes. "Why do you always thank me, sister?" she asked, her voice filled with self-reproach. "I'm nothing but a burden. I should be the one thanking you and apologizing." Bastian, seated in the carriage, overheard their conversation clearly. "It's all right," Odette said to Tira. "I have to go now. Take care of yourself, Tira." Tila ran to Odette and embraced her, heartbroken. "Goodbye, sister. I love you," she whispered, her eyes filled with reluctance. Odette returned her sister's embrace. "I love you too, Tila." Bastian watched from the carriage, observing Odette's expression intently. He couldn't understand her. What did family mean to this woman, that she could be so devoted, so blindly selfless, almost like a mother? A question formed in Bastian's mind. "That's your half-sister, your father's child," he said. "Why do you care for her so much?" Odette answered calmly. "It's not Tila's fault she was born a bastard. That's our father's sin. No matter what anyone says, Tila is my family." The carriage continued on its way, the conversation within still unfolding. "It seems like you only reserve that familial love for your half-sister. Is that right?" he asked. "Father gave up his right to be a father," she replied coldly. Bastian, still skeptical, pressed further. "And does Tiara love you as much in return?" Odette's voice softened. "Even if she doesn't, it's all right." She confided her feelings about her sister. "I don't expect Tila to love me to the point of heartache. More than that, I just want her to be fond of me." Bastian, hearing Odette's wistful words, "I hope I can be someone who brightens her mood when she thinks of me, like the lights of the Ferris wheel we saw yesterday," felt a surprising pang of emotion. The thought of becoming family with Odette felt almost unbelievable. Was being in the mansion truly so precious? Odette wondered, a card clutched in her hand. An invitation from Theodora Closet had arrived unexpectedly, a request for tea and a visit to their home. Beside her, Dora, the head maid, spoke cautiously. "I understand this might be overstepping, madam, but this is an invitation from your husband's family." She offered Odette her advice. "I believe you should decline. That is merely my opinion. Of course, the decision rests with you." Odette considered the situation, a flicker of unease in her eyes. For the ever-proper Dora to make such a bold suggestion, the situation within the mansion must be truly complex. She replied calmly, "Yes, I agree with you, Dora. If I may ask for another piece of advice, would that trouble you?" Dora, ever ready, responded, "Of course, madam. Anything at all." Odette posed her question, "Would it be best to discuss this with my husband?" Dora's reply was swift. "The naval festival is fast approaching. Is it necessary to burden the master with unnecessary worries on such an important and glorious day?" Hearing this, understanding dawned on Odette. "Very well, then I shall decline within the bounds of my authority." She placed the card on the table. Dora continued, "You are very thoughtful, madam. The master dislikes hearing that name." Odette offered her thanks. "Thank you, Dora. You've been a great help." Relieved to have persuaded Odette, Dora smiled faintly. "Then are you prepared to receive your other guest?" Odette's thoughts shifted. "What about the interview with the newspaper?" she asked. She rose to her feet, turning to leave the card behind. "I'll attend to it immediately." "Ah, father has begun the interview," she observed as he sat opposite the newspaper reporter, who cheerfully picked up a sheet of paper. "Thank you for your valuable time, Captain. Now we just need to take some photographs." And with that, it was concluded. The reporter gestured. "This way, please." Bastian glanced discreetly at Odette beside him. The Marquis de Mel had informed him that the interview was at the Emperor's behest, who also wished to have their photographs taken to promote the naval festival. He continued, adding that he wouldn't force Odette if it would tarnish the hero's honor. If she was unwilling, she could refuse. Bastian understood perfectly well. This was nothing more than a ploy to leverage their image to solidify Princess Isabel's marriage alliance. Bastian knew the intricacies of the royal family well. The Emperor held a special affection and pride for the North Sea Fleet. Even knowing the importance of appeasing Crown Prince Bella, he would never choose to damage the honor of the hero of the Trosa battle. He glanced at Odette beside him, her pure white dress accentuating her porcelain skin. Even with this understanding, he still accepted because this was what he wanted. The reporter gestured. "This way, please." Bastian observed that the plan to overthrow his father was progressing faster and smoother than anticipated. He was confident that at this rate, he wouldn't need the marriage alliance with the Lavier family to achieve his goal. The reporter began taking the first set of photographs. Bastian's thoughts continued to race. If this publicity project concluded successfully, by paying a substantial sum, he would gain control of half the railway company jointly owned with the Lavier family. Duke Lavier was a man who meticulously calculated gains and losses. He would have no reason to refuse a deal that brought immense profit without sacrificing his daughter. He raised his hand to signal them. "All right, Now for the truly final shot. A little closer, please. Madam, if you would rest your hand on the captain's shoulder. Odette shyly placed her hand on his shoulder. Bastian thought with a flicker of amusement, if things continued like this, continuing this marriage might not be so bad after all. The reporter looked at the camera with satisfaction. All right, I'm taking it. 3. Bastian mused that once he completed all his assigned tasks and untangled the complex web of interests, that day, he could start his life anew, right from the beginning. If that day came, he heard the continuing countdown to. The flash went off, capturing the two of them looking remarkably well-suited. He thought, wouldn't it be a kind of happiness to see this woman as his true wife, to dream of a family? At Countess Trir's mansion, lowering the newspaper displaying their photograph, Countess Trir said with delight, "Look at this, clear as day, undeniable proof." Countess Trir, addressing Odette across the table, remarked, "It's simply wonderful. After all this time, not even a wedding portrait. It must be quite uncomfortable for you. I offered to introduce you to a portrait painter, but you always refused." Her words began to ramble slightly. Odette was surprised to hear the Countess imply a misunderstanding about her husband. "Goodness," the Countess continued, "Bastian always spouts such nonsense, claiming he didn't want any evidence of this marriage." Odette rushed to explain, "That's not how it is." Lady Trir immediately interrupted, Now, I know. Don't speak ill of him. Besides, look how much your husband adores you. A honeymoon is a honeymoon, isn't it? If he had Indeed, it seems his feelings for you are much deeper than I imagined. You needn't worry anymore." Seeing the Countess's attitude, Odette became even more convinced that the situation was indeed suspicious. Looking down at the newspaper featuring their photograph, she thought, why would the man who, more than anyone, wanted no evidence of this marriage, agree to this interview? Even if it was His Majesty's order, it's just so strange. The Countess asked eagerly, "By the way, is there still no news about children?" Odette answered awkwardly, "No, not yet." "It's all right," the Countess consoled her. "You're both young and healthy. There's no need to worry too much." She added, "In any case, please understand this old woman's desire to hold a grandchild soon." Odette, sitting opposite her, could only manage an embarrassed smile. She thought to herself, if Bastian were to go on an expedition, I could use that as an excuse to avoid these thorny questions. He must have considered everything, even this, before deciding to leave Berg. Thinking of him, Bastian truly was a capable commander. In this marriage, she had to admit he always had the right strategy to achieve his goals. She chose to trust Bastian. Trusting and following his decisions was all she needed to do, because his victory was her victory as well. A servant entered, interrupting their conversation. "Mrs. Closet, a letter for you." Odette asked, somewhat surprised. "A letter for me. Delivered here to Trir Manor." The servant continued, "Yes, it was sent using the forwarding service. The messenger said it was urgent and instructed it to be delivered directly to wherever you were. They said it was sent by Lady Lerner's messenger." She accepted the letter and carefully opened it, wondering, Lady Lerner. I've never heard that name before. And for this letter to appear here. Odette stared at the letter, her eyes wide with surprise, turning it over in her hands. Her hands trembled noticeably. Countess Trir, her brow furrowing with concern, asked, "Are you all right, Odette?" Seeing her distress, the Countess pressed further. "Did you receive some bad news?" Odette offered a hasty explanation to the Countess, and Trir thought, "No, it's from the wife of a close officer in the Navy. She says there's an urgent matter to discuss regarding the Navy Day celebrations." Hearing this, the Countess released her from the conversation. "Is that so? What shame we have to cut our visit short. You must go then. Preparations for the family's day of honor cannot be neglected." Odette rose quickly, offering a hurried farewell to Trir. "Thank you for your understanding." "Countess," she trailed off, her retreating footsteps clicking faster and faster against the polished floor. Her pace quickening with each stride, Odette hurried towards her destination. She had to see Theodora Closets immediately. Bastian walked, a stack of files in his hand. Erie High had suggested that working at headquarters was preferable to active duty on an expedition. Lucas, too, had offered his opinion. Indeed, when it comes to promotions, high-ranking positions aren't solely based on battlefield achievements. Wouldn't a prominent role at headquarters be more advantageous? He considered their words. From that perspective, remaining at headquarters seemed the logical choice. However, that wasn't what Bastian truly desired. He didn't intend to remain a soldier his entire life. He had chosen to don a uniform temporarily, as a means to solidify his reputation within the military sphere. Bastian had also considered that. In the meantime, there was nothing better than adding a few more medals to his record. He turned and walked away. He needed more time until his father's affairs were fully resolved. Since the necessary tasks were complete, entrusting the remaining details to his subordinates was the most efficient course of action. Bastian was still searching for the right opportunity. The question was how to maximize his gains within the given time frame. After carefully weighing various options, participating in the expedition seemed the most promising. His steps faltered, coming to an abrupt halt. There was also Odette. There was a request Bastian wanted to make if she were truly his wife. He glanced down at the files in his hand. During the time he'd spent filling out the discharge application, he had hesitated, repeatedly writing and then tearing up the forms. Recalling her gentle nature, Odette, the girl who always loved and devoted herself to her family, he thought she would surely be loyal to her new family too, even if she held no affection for him. He clutched the stack of papers tightly, though the concept of a warm family feeling was utterly foreign to him. He'd made his decision in silence, but he was confident he would give Odette a better home, far better than the Dyson household, where that woman had done nothing but exploit her entire life. Bastian also hoped that, if things went his way, Odette would enjoy a life more noble than any aristocrat. He envisioned their blissful life together. I will give you all the most precious and beautiful things in this world, he thought. Whatever that girl desires, no matter what it is, no matter the method, I will bring it to her. He dreamed of the days when he could hold her in his arms. I will protect you always and ensure your already weary life knows no further hardship. To live as such a husband, such a father, such a family man, he was willing to do anything. Bastian was certain that if he continued living this way, the day would come when he would finally touch her heart. The Odette he had known thus far was not a woman who would betray trust. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Bastian hesitated. After all, who knew if this was just a fleeting moment of excitement? Pushing the door open and stepping inside, he wondered if it was all just an illusion born from his yearning for her. But the conclusion, the answer to everything, was he believed time would tell. In front of the shop, the hurried click of Odette's heels echoed. There's no need to rush, Lady Clauvitz said haughtily. You still have 10 minutes. It would have been better if you had accepted my invitation for tea. Odette entered, her expression weary. Then you wouldn't have had to go to such lengths, she said, unable to comprehend the situation. Why did you summon me with such a preposterous, threatening letter? Lady Clauvitz replied calmly. I've read the letter written personally by Duke Dyson. He has recalled all his memories of that day. How long do you intend to continue lying? Lady Clauvitz lowered the book she held. Meaning, Odette asked, her voice strained. My father sent the letter directly to you. Theodora's response startled her. You could say that. Odette's mind went blank. She tried to convince herself that her father must be mistaken. Naively, she continued, just like he said, the accident that day was a terrible shock. Perhaps his memory has been severely affected as a result. Lady Clauvitz erupted in laughter, her tone laced with mockery. Mistaken. I find it quite pathetic that you so stubbornly cling to the words of a broken, exhausted man. I'll overlook it this time, but I expect you won't insult Tira and me again. Disappointment heavy in her heart. Odette bowed her head, speechless. I'll take my leave then. She turned to go. Lady Clauvitz, however, wasn't finished. Doesn't it pain you, acting so self-assured in front of me? Odette fought to compose herself, to remain truly calm, to refuse to be drawn in. Unexpectedly, Lady Clauvitz asked Mrs. Palmer, do you remember? Odette stopped dead in her tracks, the next words catching her completely off guard. The superintendent's wife, at the apartment building where the three of you used to live. Your father says she's a witness. The memory flashed back. Tira, her face buried in her hands, consumed by despair. Even if father doesn't remember, Odette thought, a chill running down her spine. What if someone else accuses me? What if someone in that building saw? The details were hazy. Had there really been a witness? Maintaining a semblance of composure, she said, it seems Duke Dyson wants a three-way confrontation. He's requested that both Tira and Mrs. Palmer be brought to the hospital. To the hospital? Lady Clauvitz's words were like daggers. If you leave now, I'll take it to mean that even a daughter's callous indifference is of no consequence. Perhaps I should inquire whether I can mediate this misunderstanding on his behalf. Of course, I'll discuss the matter with Bastian as well. Her hand slammed down on the table. Could it be? Odette's legs felt weak. Had her father's memory truly returned? Seeing Odette's fear, Lady Clauvitz's expression turned triumphant. It seems you understand me now. Odette slowly approached. Bastian still knew nothing. How could that calculating boy possibly be involved with a woman who harbored such secrets? A woman who was a ticking time bomb. She leaned in, her voice a venomous whisper. A bastard son who attempted to murder his own father. A sister who conspired with her half-brother, and a father crippled and helpless thanks to his two daughters. What a fascinating story indeed. Odette endured Claude's taunts with difficulty. The fact that the scandal involved Princess Helena's daughter, the wife of a war hero, was enough to shake the entire empire. She shrugged off Claude's hand. Turning, she challenged Lady Clauvitz. If you needed a scandal to tarnish Bastian's reputation, you didn't have to summon me here and threaten me like this. Tell me, what's your real objective? Lady Clauvitz smirked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Such a clever girl. I find myself liking you more and more. Lady Clauvitz raised a hand. Let me ask you something first. The question that followed caught Odette completely off guard. Do you love your husband? Odette's composure crumbled. The question hung in the air, unanswered. She didn't know how to respond. She broke. Lady Clauvitz, her smile widening, advanced with a satisfied air. Good. Now we can talk business. Evening had fallen. By the time Bastian left the room, his application for the expedition had been approved. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Demo was so upset that he couldn't see you for so long. Such a pity. Exhausted, Bastian had been forced to endure toasts with the chief of naval operations late into the night. He changed into his night clothes and opened his bedroom door. It was well past midnight. Odette would surely be asleep, but she was waiting for him. Bastian, he started in surprise. I thought you'd be asleep. Odette's voice held a hint of reproach. I was just thinking about some things. Bastian picked up the shawl she had dropped on the floor and offered it to her solicitously. You dropped your shawl. She accepted it with a shy murmur of thanks. Watching her fragile form, Bastian couldn't help but worry. Once their contract ended, as expected, the next husband would likely be Odette's first lover. He sighed inwardly. If this continued, the divorce would leave him with an undeserved reputation for impotence. Odette's voice, laced with concern, broke through his thoughts. Bastian, you seem quite drunk. You should go to bed now. Bastian readily agreed. All right. She solicitously took his arm. I'll help you to bed. Bastian's face, flushed with alcohol, softened as he made a request. Since you're doing this, could you sing me a lullaby from now on? Odette, flustered, felt a blush creep up her cheeks. Bastian stepped closer, his voice a gentle murmur. Odette, she responded, bewildered. Bastian, He pulled her into an embrace. Their eyes met, and Bastian kissed her, a kiss filled with unspoken emotion. After that day, Odette received his passionate kiss, a kiss unlike any he had given her before. When their lips parted, a flicker of regret, unexpected and unsettling, touched her. Why did it feel so profound? The kiss deepened, becoming a fiery exchange. A question bloomed in Odette's mind. Could he truly mean it? Her hand, as if with a will of its own, tightened on his arm. Bastian, Odette began, a note of confusion in her voice. She searched his eyes. There's something I wanted to say. Don't you have anything to say to me? Bastian hesitated. The expedition had been approved. It was time to tell Odette. The words caught in his throat. What could he say? Suddenly, an idea sparked. Let's go together. He considered the location, the Trosa archipelago. There was housing for families there, certainly not as luxurious as their current life, but not unbearable hardship either. Odette wasn't a delicate flower. She would adapt. He looked at her, her expression questioning, and his hesitation returned, amplified. Taking Odette with him meant committing to this marriage, perhaps forever. Odette's sweet face, so captivatingly beautiful. He was undeniably drawn to her. He raised a hand, wanting to touch her cheek. He realized, with a start, that standing before her, his emotions had overtaken his reason. His hand froze midair. Making a lifelong decision in this state would be foolish. Bastian chose silence. No, he thought. He couldn't bring himself to draw her closer. He would stick to the original plan, leave alone. It would be better for both of them. I don't, he answered quietly, his gaze meeting hers. She watched him intently, a flicker of expectation in her eyes. Disappointment clouded Odette's face as she closed her eyes. A wave of sadness washed over her. She turned to leave. Panic flared in Bastian's chest. Wait. He caught her arm, pulling her back. This time, the kiss was heartfelt, born of a sudden, desperate need. Odette looked at him, the contrast stark in her mind. Where her father drank, it brought only anger, insults, broken things. Bastian, his gaze tender, said, "Let me sing you a lullaby." She looked at the gentle man before her. Yes, when Bastian drank, he simply smiled more, drew closer. He moved the arm draped across her face, and Odette quickly recoiled. It's a pity you're too old for this sort of thing, she thought, realizing that despite their contrasting natures, they shared a common weakness for the effects of alcohol. Bastian chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly, then walked away in silence. He collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Odette stood there, astonished. She walked over to him, intending to help him up again, her heart heavy. Gazing at his handsome face in sleep, she weighed her options. Her family, whom she cherished above all else, or the man who held her bound by a 2-year contract. The choice was stark. She had looked Tira in the eye and declared, "If someone has to go to hell, it will be me, not you." She had relentlessly pursued the truth of that fateful day and made her a promise. Now, Odette stood silent. The time had come to bear the weight of those words. She reached out and pulled the blanket over Tira, shielding her. She gazed at him, her heart aching, knowing she was ultimately forced to betray this man.